It's just not an event, it's a celebration of innovation, collaboration, and most importantly, leadership in the real estate sector. Today, we are privileged to be joined by some of the most distinguished leaders, visionaries, and experts from Gujarat and also all over the country. This gathering is an exclusive opportunity to engage in meaningful discussions, exchange insights, and of course, pave the way for an incredible future ready real estate sector. Ladies and gentlemen, as we deep dive into today's exciting event, I would like to mention the fact that we have some incredible lineup of speakers who will be addressing some of the most pressing, thought-provoking conversations, which are all about transformative topics that are shaping the industry today. To tell you all, this event is also currently being live streamed right now for the ones who couldn't join us over here in person on the Reality Plus website, which is www.rprealityplus.com, and also on the social media channels as well. Let me quickly iterate the social media channels for all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, on LinkedIn, you can find us as Reality Plus. On Facebook, you can find us as @RP Reality Plus. On Twitter, you can also find us as @RP Reality Plus, and on Instagram, you can find us as RP_Realty. Ladies and gentlemen, truly मैं ये चीज़ मानता हूँ कि this is the world of social media. Everybody likes to post their content on social media, whichever platform be it. So please do tag us, please do tag Reality Plus, and we would love to see all your special moments over here. And before I get going, I am very, very happy to see a full house over here. Can I please request all of you to give a huge round of applause for yourselves, please, for ensuring that this event begins on a very prosperous and energetic note. So thank you so much. Also, I would like to tell all of you that whatever I have said regarding Reality Plus, they need no introduction. I've said a lot, but of course, the visuals do help the process a lot more. So I'll request the console to please kindly play the special Reality Plus promo for all of us.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that, by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis, by showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality, knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 20 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Realty Plus leading the way, ladies and gentlemen. एक और बार जोर से ताली, please. Thank you so much. East हो या West, North हो या South, भारत में हर जगह Realty Plus has been doing wonders. This is the 17th edition, and you heard in the visual over there 20 successful years, which means they're in the 21st year right now. So उस बात के लिए एक और बार, please, I'll request all of you to give a big round of applause for the wonderful efforts taken by Tripti Kedia, Sapna Srivastav, and the entire team of Realty Plus. And of course, for more details, you can get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia. She's the publisher and business head of Realty Plus. मैं एक चीज यकीन करता हूं, and I'm sure a lot of you resonate with my idea and thought, is that कि no event or no initiative is successful without the blessings of the Almighty. So भगवान के आशीर्वाद के बिना जिंदगी में कुछ नहीं होता. So we would like to do a bit of a Ganesh mantra and pay a bit of tribute to Ganpati Bappa. So we will be having the lamp lighting session right now, and to do the honors on stage, I would like to call upon stage Dhaval Mehta, founder, Godwit Construction Private Limited; Rumit Parekh, Senior Director, Occupier Strategy and Solutions, Retail, Industrial and Logistics, Branch Head, Ahmedabad, Knight Frank, India; Daljit Singh, Director, Marketing, NDR, Invit; Bijal Chhatrapati, Partner, JSA Law Advocates and Solicitors; Sandeep Shirke, Operman, Business India Head and General Manager; and of course, the fabulous duo Sachin Tendulkar and Saurav Ganguly का partnership होता था cricket में, यहाँ पे Tripti Kedia and Sapna Srivastav का partnership है Realty Plus में. I will call both of them as well. Please, everybody, I'll request all of you, all the stalwarts whom I have requested to join me on stage for the lamp lighting. I'll request all of you to please kindly come up on stage, and we'll request all of you to take off your shoes over here, please. Thank you. And once we are ready, I'll request the console to please kindly play the Ganesh mantra for all of us. Thank you so much. Please, the Ganesh mantra, please.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to please kindly take your seats and settle down. Thank you so much. Once again, a big round of applause for all our stalwarts over here who just helped us do the lamp lighting on stage. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I move forward, I have something to say. On the 12th of June, I believe it was, when the unfortunate Air India tragic crash happened. But the way and the pace with which Ahmedabad as a city professionally has moved forward is truly incredible. We are very happy that we are pulling off this event over here. But before we get going, it's only fair if we observe 20 seconds of mourning for all the ones who have lost their lives. So can I please request everybody to kindly stand up and just pay a humble tribute to all the people who unfortunately lost their lives in the crash. Thank you so much, all of you. I'll request all of you to please take your seats. Thank you so much for being so wonderful, generous, and kind. And on that note, we have a very positive way of going ahead with things right now. But before I get going, I would like to take a moment to thank our partners for the day, as without their support, we truly couldn't have pulled this event off. Ladies and gentlemen, presented by Godwit Construction Private Limited, co-partners Nemiche Group, Homeshore JPEX. Industry partner Naritco Mahi, Naritco Credai Ahmedabad Guyhead. PropTech partner Construction partner High Tech Projects Private Limited, Event Associate Irwin Smart Spaces Limited, and Lumos Investments, Business Media Partner BW Business World, Online Media Partner ExchangeForMedia.com, and of course organized by the incredible team of Realty Plus. Once again, a big round of applause for the team of Realty Plus, please. Thank you so much. I said big. Can we have a bigger round of applause? We have a full house over here. We can do a lot better. Yes. Thank you. That's the vibe. That's the spirit that we want. Thank you so much. All right. So on that note, we will now be moving forward with the first session of the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be an exclusive conversation on Gujarat warehousing. Can I just have the topic? It's not visible over here. Yeah, boom, boom. Sorry. So the topic, ladies and gentlemen, for the first exclusive discussion is going to be Gujarat warehousing boom, decoding the opportunities and the challenges. I'll request the hotel staff to kindly please set up the chairs on stage. All right, so before we move forward with the session, we have a special AV from Godwit. So I'll request the console to please kindly play the Godwit AV for all our esteemed audience over here. Do we have an issue with the audio by any chance? Yeah, we're getting on it. Okay. So to please kindly play it from the beginning with the audio. Okay, let it be. Thank you so much. That was an incredible glimpse of the wonderful work that Godwit Constructions does. So thank you so much, Godwit Constructions. I'll request the team to please kindly set up 6 chairs on stage, and I'll request the videographer to kindly validate the positioning so that the frame is absolutely on point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be introducing our topic once again. I'm going to be introducing our moderator and speakers. And then once all the introductions are done, I'll request all of you to join me on stage together. So in the best interest of time, when the chairs are being set, I'm doing the introduction part, and then I'll request all of you to join me on stage together. All right, so this is going to be an exclusive conversation on the topic Gujarat warehousing boom, decoding the opportunities and challenges. And the session will be chaired by Rumit Parekh, Senior Director, Occupier Strategy and Solutions, Retail, Industrial and Logistics, Branch Head, Ahmedabad, Knight Frank, India. Romitji has been in the real estate sector for the last 18 years. He has been instrumental in building up the client base through networking and business development with great relationships across key developers and landlords. Coupled with market intelligence, he ensures to get clients the best value add and support in the market. Moreover, his ability to understand the implications of a transaction for both the parties enables him to develop effective negotiating strategies on behalf of the clients. Ladies and gentlemen, our speakers, I'll be introducing them in alphabetical order. We have with us today Bakir Gandhi, Chairman, Managing Director, Crystal Group. Mr. Gandhi actively seeks growth by investing in a variety of systematically identified businesses. Under his leadership, Crystal Group has emerged as a national conglomerate venturing successfully in industrial and logistics parks, shopping malls, integrated residential townships, and of course, commercial establishments across the country that have a tie-up with FDI funds like Endospace, ESR, and clients like Amazon, Tata Goshen, Reliance, and a lot more. We also have with us today Bijal Chhatrapati, partner JSA Law Advocates and Solicitors. Bijalji has almost 4 decades of invaluable and rich experience in handling various types of litigations, including corporate and commercial intellectual property rights, arbitrations, as well as transaction business covering mergers, acquisitions, joint ventures, PE investments, due diligence, conveyancing, real estate transaction, and drafting of commercial agreements as well. We also have the humble presence of Daljit Singh, Director, Marketing NDR in VIT. Daljit ji expertise includes land identification, corporate sales, designing the facility, construction, lease management, funding, vendor development, project management, and understanding supply chain management. He has earlier been associated with Indospace Development Management Private Limited as the Vice President, Leasing, Adani Ports and Logistics as Associate Vice President, Leasing LL as Associate Director, Delex Cargo India Private Limited as Head Air Cargo, and NDR Warehousing as the Vice President. And also a special mention, please note, in place of Mr. Neerav Kothari, Director at Godwit Construction, who unfortunately couldn't be with us over here today since we'll be missing him, of course, but then we are pleased to be joined by the founder of Godwit Construction, Mr. Dhaval Mehta. To tell you all a bit about Mr. Mehta, he's the founder of Godwit Construction and a first-generation entrepreneur who entered real estate without any conventional background. But of course, with a strong instinct for people, places, and possibilities, he has conquered it all. Over the last decade, he has built Godwit into a 3 million square feet portfolio of leased industrial assets, crafting strategies that consistently deliver value for both the occupiers as well as investors. His journey has been shaped as much by experience as much by his passions, and he credits the outdoors for teaching him adaptability and theater for honing his ability to listen, communicate, and lead with empathy, the right kind of emotion that's needed, of course. Today, whether he's envisioning asset life cycles, structuring capital, or building lean, resilient teams, he brings a grounded human approach to the business of industrial real estate. Fantastic. We also have with us today Sandeep Shirke, Opperman Business India Head and General Manager. Sandeep ji brings global perspective and deep technical expertise to the organization as Head and GM of Opperman India. He, from driving advanced RF&D to leading international markets, is always focused on transformation and, most importantly, value creation. Opperman India Private Limited, a part of the Opperman Group, has established a state-of-the-art technical textile manufacturing facility in Ahmedabad, Gujarat. So, ladies and gentlemen, can I request all of you to give a huge round of applause for all our speakers for the first session as I invite them on stage, please. And ladies and gentlemen, like I said, this is the first session. So, of course, can I have some more participation from people at the back in terms of clapping and appreciation, please? I request all our speakers to join me on stage, please, together. Thank you so much. Couldn't get better than this. Thank you. Welcome, all of you. I request all of you to take your seats and in the order where the photos are. I think that would be perfectly aesthetic. Yes, yes, correct. Right. Just to match up with the aesthetics, maybe a little bit of an extra effort, but then thank you so much. Give it up once again for them, please, ladies and gentlemen, if I may request. Thank you so much. The first exclusive conversation of the day. The stage is set, the speakers are ready. We have the timer in place for you for your reference, and I request you all to take it forward from here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Uh, it's a real pleasure to host this panel and being a moderator. And thanks to Realty Plus for hosting this event on a year-on-year basis. And this is, I think, one of its kind in terms of having all the stalwarts together of the real estate fraternity. So it is a pleasure to address you today, all of you. And the subject is something which is very, very close to the heart of all the stalwarts who are there with me on the panel. Gujarat warehousing boom, decoding opportunities and challenges. Since 2017, Gujarat has emerged as one of the India's most prominent logistic and warehousing hubs, owing to its strategic location, world-class infrastructure, and policy-driven industrial growth. Back in 2017, the state has had grade A and grade B warehousing stock was estimated at around 12 to 15 million square feet, with major activity clustered around Ahmedabad, Gandhidham, and Vapi. Fast forward to 2025, Gujarat's warehousing footprint has more than doubled, crossing 35 million square feet, with Ahmedabad alone contributing more than 40%, having 15 million plus square feet. The annual absorption in the state has consistently grown at a CAGR of 15 to 18%, reflecting strong demand from e-commerce, 3PL, FMCG, and industrial occupiers. Sanand, Bechraji, Mundra, Vadodara, Surat, Hazira have been explosive growth in industrial warehousing parks and demand from industrial occupiers as well. Gujarat is poised to be a 1.5 billion warehousing economy by the end of this decade. Ahmedabad's warehousing market surged in 2024-25 with leasing touches 5 million square feet, a 25% YOY rise, led by a 49% share from manufacturing, up by 28%, alongside growing roles of e-commerce, FMCG, FMCD, and cold storage, even as 3PL and retail has seen some shrunk. Grade A space accounted for 55% of deals with rentals between 20 to 26 per square feet per month, signaling rising demand for quality warehousing even as land cost and institutional developer scarcity remain constraints. With this, I will open up with this panel for the first question to Dhaval Mehta. If you can share some light, Dhaval bhai, on evolvement of cold storage post-COVID, and from a developer point of view, how is cold storage different from dry ambient warehousing?
So our experiment with cold store is also very new. Cold store, I was just talking to Bakir Bhai. So basically, we have only seen cold store as a very shabby, low height buildings where they store food grains and vegetables, and so the entire value chain of cold store is yet to happen in the country. So from refrigerating the vegetables, from pre-packed foods to the end-to-end delivery, the entire value chain is just getting started. So I'm sure as the residential market, commercial market evolved. Before few years, even industrial was not considered as one of the mainstream market.
We were calling it go downs earlier.
Yeah. So all of us here have brought industrial real estate to that point where it is now being discussed extensively. So even cold store would have its journey. Uh, lot of people now understands the importance of it. Government has uh, extensively given a lot of subsidies around it. But I truly believe that any business who with its own individual potential will always do good with or without the subsidies. You know, you cannot build your business around it.
So with this, I think while you have told about government, I would like to ask Bakir Bhai, what government policies or incentives have been currently instrumental or should be implemented in encouraging warehousing development in Gujarat?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so Gujarat government has a Gujarat industrial policy, Atmanirbhar policy, right, which is there for 2020 to 2025. And of course, the benefits are something like that. We get a interest on a capital investment and CGST of the 8% of the capital investment done year on year for the next year. You get the exemption on the electricity duty on the whatever the is there. And plus, in some of the cases, there is a stamp duty exemptions are also there. Apart from that, it has a single window systems also, where it helps you out to get the approvals. But I think so in Gujarat, we don't face any such kind of the problem in the approvals particularly, as the government is proactive earlier and the laws are as such defined in such a manner that it runs very faster compared to the other state, as we also develop in Mumbai, in Maharashtra and Bangalore, particularly in Karnataka and Chennai and all that. So compared to all the state, we have a very simple systems and I think so it doesn't take that much time or pain, I would like to say that, to get it approval. So I think so the more atmosphere over here, or for as far as the approvals and things are concerned, are very positive and anybody can get very easily. Yeah.
I think our state is having a red carpet specifically in terms of the manufacturing and the logistic thing. So I think the state as well supports, this particular segment very well.
So just to add to what Bakir Bhai said, Rumit, while doing the first cold store, the one that we saw the video of, there was two things which was happening for the first time in Gujarat. It is India's first frozen category ASRS cold store. ASRS is automated storage and retrieval system. So the building height is almost 33 meter, and the firefighting system is a nitrogen-based firefighting system. So for both of these things, for building industrial building above 15 meter, there is no law. And for a nitrogen-based firefighting system also, there is no law. But as Bakir Bhai rightly pointed out, this is a very proactive government. We reached out to them that this is the requirement of the future. And this is how the buildings are going to be made. This is the experiment. They kind of did their learning process along with us. And now, because that building is there, there is an approval system for a building which goes about 15 meter and a firefighting system which has nitrogen in it.
Lovely. So I think, accompanied with the government policies and the level of
And just to add that also that our government for industrial, even you can start the work without approvals also. And during the construction, you can take, there is no penalty or things if it is as per the DCRs and all that. And so that is how Gujarat has a very good atmosphere as far as.
Great. I think we heard it from the two developers who are pioneers into making such kind of infrastructure. With this, let me, ask Sandesh, as he's onto the occupier side of the business. Any bottlenecks in utility connections, operating licenses, pollution control board permission, or other compliances in Gujarat compared to other states?
So, hello. Yeah. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Since I'm not from this industry, okay, so I'll speak honestly about how I had an experience starting a company, that too from Germany all the way to Ahmedabad. Um, I have been to Chennai, been to Pune, Ahmedabad. I decided to come to Ahmedabad or Sanand for that matter for three main reasons. One being close proximity to one of the deepest ports of India, Mundra. Um, we manufacture goods that are exported. So almost 95, 96% of my manufacturing goes for export to US. And the second is the connectivity. If I load a container, 6 in the morning, the same day or the next day morning, it reaches Mundra port. So the connectivity is quite good in comparison to other states. And the third one, which after staying and born and brought up in Mumbai, I realized that labor unions are really pain in the ass. So that's something which I realized it's not there. And so these are the major reasons for me to and of course, I mean there's industry hub growing up in Sanand. Automotive it's dominating in Sanand with Tata and the likewise coming around. So and we make seat belts. So we are into manufacturing of seat belts. That's the reason why we have come there. After going through all these, locations, Pune, Chennai, and then the reason was very well specified now. After coming here, there has been certain challenges. To be honest, um, even though, sir, Bakir Bhai, I think even though there is, a single window possibility to work around, I must say this, there is a lot of human interventions. Uh, and these human interventions, sometime, kya hota hai, you go with a good faith to get your job done and to get the work done with the focus of starting manufacturing as soon as possible. But there are, due to this human interventions, there are certain red tapes which slows down the process. It boils down everything to how much energy, time, resources, and money you have to pour in order to get that job done. So uh, one thing is the human interventions which needs to be brought down, and I think the government is very proactive in doing so. The second is uh, physical visits, whether it's any utility that has to be done, whether it's high, especially when it comes to HT connections. There has been a lot of visits even after fulfilling all the requirements, which can be, somewhere or the other has to be looked into, so that the time that it needs or the time that it consumes to get the ball rolling will be brought down further. Uh, been to many states, been to other countries, have lived in Germany for almost 7, 8 years, but excellent services. But all these, if heads up, could be taken care, uh, will be very helpful for from the manufacturer's point of view. Thank you.
So I'll just to reply to that, I'll tell you, it's more a channelized system or the system which how you enter that. That depends on that. So I'll give you an example. We were just evaluating to have a warehousing in US. We were there in New York, and all the IPCs were helping us in getting in New Jersey, in Texas, even in Florida. And we identify some plot, and I was under an image that I'll put the applications and I'll get the permission in 7 days. So we just to add, just to know how things work. So we identify one plot, and they said, no, if you take this plot, it will take a lot of time, at least for this and that, 5 years it will take. And then we said, okay, we will buy out some property which already has a pre-approvals. So we finalized that 150-acre land where they have a restriction on this highway, Highway 10, the trucks can allowed and this and that. And it was already approved. So we thought, okay, we are doing a JV, we'll be starting on the next early morning of the Monday, and we'll be doing this. So JLL was dealing for that, yeah. And they said, sir, in that case also it will take 2 years. So just for your information.
No. So because Sandesh started with the sentence that I am not from this industry. I just want to mention that the entire industry revolves around you because you are a customer and you are the starting point of this industry. So you are part and central to this industry. And of course, we are not government representative. So your point is very well taken. I'm sure Reality Plus.
It's a right channel, what we are trying to say.
Reality
And
Plus.
there also in US also, there are consultants who take care of
So
this.
Reality Plus should take
We are
this
just
feedback.
organizing.
Reality Plus should take this feedback to the government that though we are probably the best in the country, but there is still room to kind of make it better.
Sure. I think, Sandesh mentioned that, from India to Germany and back to India and then to Gujarat. I think he gave a right perspective that, things are in the right process and right place in terms of at least Gujarat. With this, I would like to ask Daljit, what distinguishes Gujarat's warehousing sector from other states in India?
Sure. So once upon a time, Gujarat was primarily an agriculture state. Now, if you see at the moment, I think 60% of the GDP from Gujarat is from industries. Gujarat is leading the way in terms of textiles, you name petrochemicals, auto, they are there everywhere. Yeah, pharma as well, of course. Sorry. Thanks for adding that. Yeah. So why this growth in Gujarat? There are three main reasons why a warehouse or an industry comes up in any state. One is the strategic location. Okay. Second, you need government approvals, which I think most of them have spoken about. And the third is the consumption. So Gujarat is blessed, I think, with 40 plus ports at the moment. So you have your port-based warehousing, industrial, which is huge. Most of them import or export stuff, whoever manufactures here. So that gives demand to the port-based logistics, port-based warehousing, industrial happens. Then comes your manufacturing, which is close to your manufacturing setups like Sanand, Surat is evolving, Ankleshwar, stuff like that. Third is of course, your consumption cities. Ahmedabad is a huge consumption city. Surat is following its footsteps. There are smart cities which are coming up from the government side. So all this has made Gujarat a very, very potential hub for industrial and warehousing to grow.
Great.
What is the second question?
So I think I'll come for the second question, that's for sure. But I think you also gave the right perspective why you had entered Gujarat, basically.
I think, see, the way, as all of you mentioned, I mean, both Bakir Bhai and Dhaval Bhai mentioned, the ease of doing business in Gujarat and the speed with which you get approvals, the entrepreneurship that is with all of you who's from this state is unmatched from any other state. So that also creates a problem because since there is so much ease of business, there's so much, there's no restriction into entry into this, into any business, right? So it creates a lot of competition. So we've taken a few strategic decisions that we will not enter some locations, but there are a few locations in Gujarat where we see a good steady growth.
So with this, I would like to ask Bijal Bhai. I think we have developers here, we have funds here, we have the occupier here. You are, I would say, the main person in terms of getting the things on the right place where, the legalities comes into the place. So what are the most common legal hurdles in acquiring industrial or warehousing land in Gujarat?
So of course, thank you, Rumit bhai, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So acquisition of land is what you start with, the first thing, and it's a rather complex process. Apart from the fact that there are conversion issues which typically plague the industry, then you have these fragmented land holdings. So you wonder whether you're going to be able to buy your land portion from one farmer or 10 farmers. How long is it going to take? Are you going to go in one hog or are you going to do a gradual process? Of course, the side effects are the price immediately shoots up. And very often these listed corporates will have to rely upon an outside aggregator who will acquire the land, but then there's a lot of heartburn. One doesn't know whether he's getting the right deal at the right price. So that is a reality. And of course, the whole process is quite complex. So while these gentlemen, of course, put up the rosy picture, it's a problem cases which come to us. So I'll just give you one or two illustrations. So there is this French company which acquired a land for a factory. It acquired from a Indian company which had acquired from an agriculturist. They had obtained the permissions for bona fide industrial use. And then it was sold. However, as you know, there is this small print that while you get this NA permission, you have to commence manufacturing within a stipulated period. So when this French company bought, that fine print was possibly missed because that earlier company had not started manufacturing. So therefore, the moment they went for mutation, this whole problem arose. Now, had they even known earlier, the earlier owner could have applied for permission and upon payment of penalty, he could have possibly regularized. But then this sale happened without that permission. Now, so things are so complex that for a outsider, it is so difficult to understand these niceties. Another issue which is directly concerning warehousing is that I had a client which is one of the India's topmost e-commerce marketplace players. So they have this logistic arm where they have these massive warehouses where typically what happens is goods come which have already been bought. So you say, let's say 100 Samsung phones will come in a huge packet. Each Samsung phone is packed individually, naturally. So what they do is, like a post office, they open the larger box, they segregate the boxes, sort them out, and maybe put them in that brown cover and then dispatch to retail. They were sued under the Factories Act, saying you have 10 or more people, you have a completely automated process, you use power, so you are a factory. Now, it must be said that the definition of factory and manufacturing does include packing. But that packing means it's a continuous process without which you can't sell. But here the entire thing is pre-packed. You don't even open the Samsung packaging. And well, you can imagine prosecution, all the directors are joined, criminal, they got up in their seat and it's a MNC. They said, what is happening? We, of course, went to court, we got the whole thing quashed. But so there's a lot of regulatory overreach which is also happening.
Sure. So, but otherwise, do you feel that, is there anything which you gave the illustration of, NA getting expired and then it would have been done. But for specifically the occupiers, anything which needs to be, checked or probably taken into consideration that, with this, the things can go in the right direction?
Huge list. You can say there's a lot of things to be tick marked and you need a lot of legal assistance for sure. Because everything from title due diligence, you have to look at the agreements and you have to go back 30 years, you have to do searches, everything is not online. Yeah. So you have to physically go, the clerk will tell you, oh, but I don't have these 5 years papers, they are missing, they are torn. So it's little complex.
Sure. With this, I would like to ask Dhaval bhai, how do you assess the growing demand for organized worker housing in India? And where do you see this market in the next 5 years?
So very much like cold store, blue collar housing is also in a very nascent stage. Still not born, I would say, still in the making. we have just taken an initiative to start the vertical for worker housing. And so basically, if you see, if you go back in time, Tatas and Birlas of the world used to have the entire town created around their
Townships,
factory.
yes.
And I think that entire way of keeping your people close and looking after their complete well-being kind of vanished in between. I think what we are seeing is probably the rebirth of that in of course 21st century. So Foxconn just did about 30,000 housing for their workers within their premises. And more corporates are taking that as a responsibility that, if we provide, it's probably for their goods also to kind of retain talent. But like warehouse, of course, I mean, we consider warehouse also as a building. So this is actually housing. The place where you live and work should be lovable, likable, livable. And the condition of the workers, or probably one level above the line workers, today is of course not something that we can be proud of. So as a developer, as an industry, and the government, all of the stakeholders collectively realize that this is something that needs to be addressed. I think the number of workers that are living outside their native to go to one or other factory in the country and not having proper housing is some 90 lakh people.
I agree.
So there is so much to be done. We are taking the baby steps towards that direction, but I think for next 10 years, this is one segment that will get a lot of traction from every stakeholders involved.
Sure, sure, sure. Uh, Pakir bhai, how warehousing emerging as a viable and attractive real estate asset class for institutional investors in the state?
So just to answer this, I'll start with these two gentlemen who has pointed out the pain point. So there are lots of people over here in the city who's holding a land and want to become a warehouser. Just what? You have to make a box and give it on a lease. That's the thing. So it's not that. The story is very different. We have a MNC client like Amazon and all that who are there from 2014 to till that. We are making in various cities of the country. Even we are planning for some out of the country things. So as saying that for the institutional player to acquire a land, to get the approvals and the compliances, I mean, just to name the compliances, I'll tell for to make a building, it's not only a building plan. It's not only a fire approval, there is a CTE, there is a CGWF for a water, which some of might not be taking for that, for a borewell and all that. And there is a CTO for the operations, and there are the categories for that, white goods and all that. As sir rightly said, that somebody might have made a mistake in getting a CTO under the orange or white, he might have faced the same problem.
I agree.
We do for Amazon, we do for Reliance, we do for them. We take under the white category to give an example. So it's a subject expert things. So again, coming back to the funds or any of the why they are, so particularly even looking to the clientele in these days, most of the MNC would prefer a huge park where it is owned and held by some of the funds for a longer period. So as the lease are normally of 10, 15 years and they want painless, they want a hassle-free occupancy till the date. Even the expansions are there compared to the locals where you have a single warehouse and the remaining infrastructures are not there. So again, as we say, a grade A. So grade A is not that you make a very beautiful building. It's with the surroundings, how you should have a global designing, global logistic designing and the surroundings, including the road, infra, stormwater, etc., etc. So along with the approvals and compliances, future compliances also, where the renewals, etc., has been taken like STP and all that. So definitely, there are very few players who are dealing with the funds. So to get them enter, it's the right way is that to have such kind of, as we have we deal with couple of funds already. We have a 3, 4 funds already partnering and JV with us. So yeah, you rightly said there are issues in that part. It's not easily to acquire the land and come and or any of the foreign companies currently entering and getting buying the land from the market.
Yes,
It's a challenge.
I agree.
Yeah.
Sure. With this, Sandesh, you know, good quality or competitive pricing, what is more important from an occupier perspective and why?
Okay, so the, see, as an occupier, both the things are important. You just can't, keep one side stronger than the other. Um, I'll speak on what experience I have got when I took this space for my manufacturing unit. So being an international company, so we have 12 plants in different locations across the globe, almost on almost on all the continents. So we have a certain requirements in terms of the quality of the building. We have international clients when they come to visit us, they just do not see the product that we make, and they are also interested, especially the Europeans are very interested to see the construction quality that has gone into what are the things that has been taken care, what is the long-term perspective that you see. All these points do come into picture when they visit us, also from the customer's point of view. Pricing, again, that's something which can be debated on, but I feel the pricing point of view from the Gujarat state is very, very, very competitive. I have seen the pricing that Pune attracts or has got the rates. Very, very satisfied with the pricing strategy that has been implemented across the Gujarat state for the manufacturer.
With the quality, you get the right price also.
Yes, yes, very much, very much. And especially when, if you see I can speak about Godwit, the construction that they have made, there's something which I had seen before, but not very much observed in India. Um, Very happy with the quality at the price that they have given us. It's something which would like to thank you.
Great. With this, I would like to ask Daljit, uh, how do you envision Gujarat's warehousing ecosystem in the next 5 years?
That's a tough one. Okay. I think we are moving towards there is a lot of uncertainty actually happening. Yeah. We have the Gen Zs coming our way. We don't know how they're going to buy stuff. We don't know how they're going to. So we'll see a lot of dark stores coming up. We'll see a lot of in-city warehousing. We'll see a lot of multi-level warehousing inside the cities to cater to all these people's demands. Second, one more thing that I see is a lot of cold storages that will come up. That's again because of our eating habits. I think in India, slowly we are moving to a place. You go to any restaurant on a weekday, it's always full. Whether it's lunch, dinner, people have stopped cooking at home. So there'll be a lot of microwave sales that will happen. There'll be a lot of food which will also get frozen. So we are just going to move there. So these two shifts that I see happening, and particularly, but Gujarat, see again, you still have a port. So a port is a lifeline for any country. So you will definitely keep having your port business. Your port logistics will definitely continue to happen. Your manufacturing will also stay. That'll happen. Cold storage definitely will increase. In-city warehousing will lead the way, is what we see. Of course, sustainable development in with grade A for any and every developer who comes into Gujarat.
Sure. Uh, Vijay bhai, I would like to ask you, what are the challenges Gujarat face when we don't see many joint ventures between local developers and international fund houses for developing excellent grade A warehousing parks?
Yes, that has been noticed. So of course, as I said earlier, this whole acquisition and title process is a little disheartening. Uh, So in fact, also the fact that Jantri value will show one thing where you ultimately acquire it at another value and all that. It's a little bit of a confusing thing for a lot of foreign entities. Then practical situation, for instance, once which happened with our client was that when you talk of buying small portions of land from small individual farmers over a space of time, because you don't have at one go. At what stage does the Indian entrepreneur join hands with the foreign entrepreneur? At the beginning of the cycle or at the end of the cycle? Now, at the beginning of the cycle, the foreign entrepreneur is a little concerned as to whether it will happen or not. At the end, possibly doesn't need the money because he's already made other provisions. So therefore, that is a practical kind of scenario which happens. Then I think, of course, these gentlemen are experts, but I think there's a little dearth of grade A assets, grade A in Gujarat. I think not more than 50% of the warehousing assets here are grade. No? Okay. So that is another thing. One other, of course, is that warehousing is perceived as a long gestational project. And so therefore, the first question is, will the foreign company or joint venture partner have an exit? Now there, unless the Indian partner is able to provide an exit, there could be some difficulties. Let me illustrate. We were concerned for one of the world's biggest automobile player who exited from Sanand. Everybody knows who that company is. Now, they had got the land as a grant from the government. But the stipulation of the grant was that you can't sell the land for a particular number of years. Now, their Indian operations were unviable, so they wanted to sell. But then how do you sell the land on which your plant is situated?
Agreed. Exit is something.
Yeah, and this is always paramount in their minds. Ultimately, we were able to work things out, and as you know, the transaction did take place. So the other thing is also that I think in Gujarat particularly, you don't have large players with large size and transparent and well-governed bodies. Because governance is a major issue for any foreign lender or for a foreign joint venture partner. So, and there have been instances of trust deficit all along. Let me again share, because I think that kind of gives a little clarity. So we were concerned for a German bank, and the German bank gave a loan to a Indian Gujarat-based company. What happened was that the German bank got merged. So Bank A got merged into Bank B. And the Indian promoter in his annual reports started to show the merged entity as the creditor. Then it went into problems and insolvency, etc. The German bank, the merged bank sued the Indian entity, saying that so can you imagine the Indian entity actually said that, sorry, we never recognized the merged entity. The annual reports were inadvertently drafted. We are retrospectively amending the annual returns in our balance sheet. And therefore, we do not recognize you as the merged entity. We do not recognize the assignment of loan from the old bank to the new bank. Now, what happens here is, and this is from where I'm answering your question. Typically, these foreign banks, the loans that they give are insured by a government institution. Now, in this process, because of all these silly objections were raised, the lender had to inform the government of Germany about all this. Now, what happens is, what do you expect the German government to say next time a German company wants to come to India? They're going to say, beware. Because if this is the kind of trust that you can get from an Indian partner, it becomes very difficult. So I think a lot needs to be done. We need to come up in terms of our integrity, our governance standards. I think
Sure. So I think with this, I would conclude in a way that there are developers, there is fund, there is occupier, and there is law. There are opportunities, there are challenges, but in a way, I would say that from, I think, five of them, Gujarat is onto the right rise. And, because of that, what we are seeing as in terms of the industrial boom, which is there, which is visible, and what it was back in 2010 to 17, and now in 2025, it has changed the entire outlook, which is very, very, very visible. Uh, with this, we conclude this panel, but I would like to ask the entire audience any questions to the esteemed speaker. We would be happy to take that.
Yes, just to mention specifically, we have a bandwidth for two questions. I would have loved to take more, sir, but then in the best interest of time. So we have bandwidth for two questions. Anybody willing to ask a question, please raise your hand. I see one hand over there. तो मैं आपके पास आता हूं, sir. Please introduce yourself and direct the question to whom you are asking.
So I'm Manish and I'm representing VR Ahmedabad Realtor. And my question is to Dhaval Bhai, as you are building up the new era for warehousing, for such as Daljit Bhai also mentioned that we are moving with Gen Zs now. So there will be dark warehouses like even inside the city. So there would be chances of having pharma health related issues also with these Gen Zs. So are we building such warehouses for the pharma companies? Because as we have seen, we are the generation who has seen COVID also. In that situation, there were many medicines which were supposed to be kept in the cold storage for having a good condition medicines. So are we giving such facilities to some global brands also in Gujarat? Or are we planning for such?
Hi, Manish. So we just did a pharma warehouse for Intas, Amneal.
Okay.
But to answer your question, we in Godwit actually are not warehouse focused.
Okay.
We are primarily focused on the industrial real estate side. So we don't actually do warehousing as such.
Okay.
But yes, I mean, pharma is going to be one of the key drivers in city or out of the city. Of course, the whole value chain, the clinical research,
Yes.
Hyderabad is doing tremendously well in this segment. Though we have a very large pharma base in Ahmedabad and Baroda, so probably that backward integration will take place. And as and when the requirement comes in, I think Gujarat has enough local players, now a lot of international players who are there in all the micro markets to kind of serve whatever that the requirement that comes in. So when the time comes, the question will be answered, and when the time comes, the requirements will be met. But pharma as a key driver of Gujarat growth will continue.
Sure. And just in continuation with the same question, as Bijal Bhai have mentioned, there is so many law that restricts the international companies to come in India and to work. There are many pharma companies also who are now going back because of the new rules as GST and some other stuff in India. So warehousing for such pharma products like who are temperature sensitive, like insulins and other immunology drugs, the companies are giving their marketing right to the local players. As you have mentioned, you are doing the warehousing for Intas. There are multiple other companies as well who require warehousing in Gujarat itself because most of the drugs are temperature sensitive. So it could be a good option of choosing warehousing in Gujarat. The reason being the structure that you have built recently that you have shown in AV is tremendously good. because it is auto, served to the temperature and everything. So it is much important to give such platform for these pharma, if we can give.
Yeah, just to add that, I mean, definitely there will be a separate parks for such kind of thing, because as you say, because pharma will need certain kind of AI, suppose in AI, will need a huge space and a segregated area where these bulk drugs are being prepared. And just to add that, even there is a lot of opportunity in data centers, as we have few of them coming in Sanand also, because our data center, after the AI, uh, the requirement for this data and collections have grown by 10x to 20x. So this storage will be needed, and for that you need a huge amount of power and the water. And the infrastructures are very, it's a huge amount of investments in the infrastructure of such kind of data centers and all that. So as Mr. Daljit says that they're looking to the habits with Gen Z, we considering the future generations and all that, the habits of people, not only in eating, I'd say we run a mall also. So it's the clothes, the occasional clothes, the style, the festivals, and the people, they say post-COVID, they say you only live once. So that attitudes has changed the things, and definitely in a back end, same thing will be required. So yeah, definitely there is a lot of opportunity, but again, just to channelize that, you need a proper law, proper players to understand that, and the huge investment, of course, fund will be needed. Developers like us will be needed with who has the compliance and the approvals, the law needed, and of course the government supports are there. So this is what I think. So it's subject to conditions. Yeah, that's what my.
Thank you so much for that question. Thank you so much for all the wonderful answers. We can accommodate one more question. And yes, sir has his hand raised over there. Please introduce yourself and direct your question to the person you want to ask.
Namaskar, I'm Girish Patel, board member of Naredoco. As I would like to appreciate whole panel, more particularly Mr. Bijalji, as you mentioned that the ultimate selling or renting cost price is 20 to 25. The most ignored part is fragmented land, time of acquisition, getting the permission, and if you do the reverse calculation, it is not opportunity, it is challenging. So what this platform, I would like to ask Mr. Chhatrapati, what is the main conclusion which can be presented to government of Gujarat? Thank you.
So one thing the government has done, for instance, it has eased regulatory requirements for the industrial corridor, for areas abutting the industrial corridor. So that, plus if the acquisition process is smoothened, that also efforts are there. So instead of a company requiring to purchase from individual farmers, if the land acquisition can be done in a smoother fashion, and if you are able to avoid consequential litigation after the acquisition, I think that can go a long way in dealing with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Thank you so much for that answer. With that, we conclude the panel. Please give a big round of applause to all our esteemed speakers, please. I'll request all of you to please kindly wait on stage, and I'll request Mr. Harpal Dave, Additional Chief Town Planner, Town Planning and Valuation Department, Government of Gujarat, to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. A big round of applause for Mr. Harpal as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much to all of you for sharing all the wonderful knowledge, insights, and wisdom. And I was there last year. I loved it. I'm loving it this year as well. And I can't wait for next year as well. And thank you so much. एक आखिरी request. It's not every day that we get so many stalwarts all under one roof, right? So we deserve a group photo, hopefully. So I'll request all of you to please kindly come forward over here and pose for a nice group photograph. Please give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen. The group photograph number 1 of this very, very interesting and exclusive conversation. मैं एक चीज यकीन करता हूं, अगर हम ताली बजाते हैं तो लोगों का मुस्कुराहट जो होता है वो थोड़ा और प्यारा हो जाता है, ब्राइट हो जाता है, and you see the instant result in them as well. Thank you so much. I'll request all my esteemed speakers to take their seats, but I also have a request. I'll request all my esteemed speakers to take their seats because we are going to be playing another interesting video, and I would humbly request all of them to please watch that because it's very important for everybody over here. There was one gentleman over there who appreciated the initial AV of Godwit construction. So we at Realty Plus, हम लोग यकीन करते हैं कि अगर कुछ अच्छा होता है तो उसको double कर दे. So we have another special AV of Godwit Constructions, which I'll request the console to play. Give it up once again for Godwit Constructions, please, everybody. And on that note, can we please have the AV?
In a world of big, we are small. Because it is said that even God had to incarnate as a dwarf before reclaiming the entire universe. Because it takes a David to win over a Goliath. Because an ant knows more about the soil than the mighty elephant. Precisely why we spend more time with our ear to the ground, feeling the earth's heartbeat, smelling the moist soil, walking on the terrains, engaging with local communities, testing the waters, adjusting our sails before investing in land and building industrial landmarks, brick by brick, block by block. Because land isn't just land for us. It's the soil that nurtures a billion dreams, and every dream begins with a small wish. Small is where the big begins, because Godwit is in the details. It's these details in our process that makes us what we are. Wait a minute. Did we tell you who we are? We are Godwit Construction. We are not a company. We are a concept. A concept born in 2015 in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, towards developing sustainable and robust industrial ecosystems. Sounds too corporate for you? Okay, think of it as plug-and-play industrial spaces for manufacturing of all kinds and warehousing of every kind. Add to that customization to the T at a lightning speed. What others take years to build, we take months to create. Surprised? Here's how we make the magic happen. The cogs in the wheel that can move the mountains, the human in the human resources, the sweat on the brow, the pat on the back, the spring in the steps, the twinkle in the eye, the new age insight, the age-old foresight, the local communities, the global collaborators, the national thinkers, the indigenous doers, vendors, workers, engineers, welders, masons, operators, landowners, occupiers, investors. No matter what you call them, after all, they are all people. Diligent people with strong belief systems. Let's hear it from them.
For us, business isn't just about bottom lines, but higher goals.
Goals that inspire to create a fun workplace.
Workplace that believes if you get your people and processes right, then your product and portfolio shall always be right.
Right from the time of our inception, we have reduced our construction time by 30%, and we are striving to do more.
More is what drives us to create future-ready buildings and stay relevant for the generations to come.
Come to think of it, what began with 1 lakh square feet per year is now all set to scale up.
Scale up with the right way to develop over 2.5 million square feet area. 2 million square feet area being developed and counting.
Counting for us isn't just about money, but the smiles we bring to our customers, partners, team members, and vendors. We take everyone along.
Along to a journey of winning together and creating one of the safest workplaces of the industry.
Industry that inspires us to keep on striving. With the presence of over 12 projects and expanding.
Expanding means developing buildings with 50% more efficiency and sustainability, along with planting 100,000 trees for a better future.
Future Future is where we maintain this amazing work-life balance that we have. When you think of it, Godwit is not just a company. It is our collective passion project. And that is why our buildings are not just the buildings. It is what we call it, work of art.
From the amazing people who make it happen, let's move on to what they make happen. Flutter of dreams, the bang for bucks, the hiss of history, the boom of teamwork, the whir of thoughts, the clang of tools, the whoosh of ideas, the rustle of raw materials, the chatter, the rattle, the giggle, the sizzle, the chortle, the drip, the roar, the murmur. That's what we call a sound infrastructure. Think industrial real estate. Think Godwit.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Godwit, please. And Mr. Dhaval is here. Once again, a big round of applause for Mr. Dhaval as well. Thank you so much, sir. I love the name. Godwit, I really want to talk to you about something. Please give a big round of applause to the gentleman as well. This is all about networking. We want to connect and meet many more people. But sir, thank you so much. It's an honor and privilege to have you. And I love the name God. I spoke about God's blessings and all the witty people in your team coming together, Godwit. And we heard you as well. But because of this wonderful, wonderful video, I feel that you're not just constructing buildings, you're also constructing creative ideas, because I come from the business of entertainment. I love the way this whole video is edited. एक बार इस video editing के लिए please जोर से ताली बजाइए, because it's not just about constructing of buildings, it's about construction of ideas. Just quick one-liner from your end, if I may ask. Where do you see Godwit progressing in the next 2 or 3 years?
So my team is, I say that we are a bunch of mad scientists and great artists coming together to do industrial. So, we are a bunch of misfits as real estate is concerned, but it's our collective passion. There are, of course, you have seen, we are doing eco-e as cold store. We are doing blue collar housing, industrial. We are doing industrial parks. So probably putting a number that this much million square feet is not our goal. Whatever line of action, construction, business that we're trying to get into, if we positively impact the whole ecosystem, that would be probably the biggest satisfaction all of us will have, and that is what we have been striving to do for last 10 years, and that will continue to do so in times to come as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, sir. God is always willing when it comes to Godwit. Thank you so much. A big round of applause once again for sir. Please, thank you so much. And on that note, AC positive note pe hum log बढ़ेंगे आगे, ladies and gentlemen, to the first panel discussion of the day. And we already have the chairs in place. So what I'm going to be doing is exactly repeating the same mantra. I'm going to be announcing the topic. I'm going to be announcing our speakers. I'm going to be introducing all of them, and I'll be requesting all of them to kindly join me on stage together after all the introductions are done. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the first panel discussion is the urban vision, innovation, inclusion, and sustainability. Sustainability, as we all know, is the need of the hour for a better and greener tomorrow. So, of course, we include that in the topic as well. This is about the urban vision, innovation, inclusion, and sustainability. To moderate this discussion, we have with us today architect Kunal Mevcha, Managing Director, Vibrant Designs Private Limited. To tell you all a bit about him, with over 550 projects successfully completed all over the country, Mr. Kunal expertise spans industrial, commercial, and residential interiors, each crafted to meet the highest standards of functionality and aesthetics. His approach integrates harmonious color schemes, thoughtful patterns, and textured elements, transforming spaces into inspiring environments that, of course, align with the vision of the clients. I'll now be introducing our speakers in alphabetical order. We have with us today Mr. Harpal Dave, Additional Chief Town Planner, Town Planning and Evaluation Department, Government of Gujarat. Harpal ji has almost 15 years of experience in the field of urban planning and is involved in formulation of local area plan and town planning scheme for cities, facilitating implementation of online building permission system, model building bylaws, transit-oriented development, and of course, various related activities to those. We also have with us today Prashant Parmar, founder and principal, Shayona Consultant. Architect Prashant Parmar ji established his firm in the year 2000 called Shayona Consultant, which is today one of the most established architectural and interior practices in Gujarat. For over 24 years, the firm has delivered innovative design solutions for a wide range of developments through multidisciplinary expertise in the field of architecture and, of course, interiors, since we're talking about architecture over here. We also have with us today Rohit Chakraborty, Vice President Sales, Wallplast Products Private Limited. Rohit ji has more than 15 years of professional experience and acumen and has demonstrated the expertise, leadership skills, and abilities to drive results in complex business environments, which are, of course, very, very challenging on a daily note. Mr. Chakrabarti, prior to joining Wallplast, worked for leading organizations like Lafarge and Lloyd, where he gained valuable experience managing diverse teams and multiple portfolios. We also have with us today Mr. Shoaib Sheikh, Sales Head, Nemetschek Architecture and Design Business, Nemetschek India Private Limited, Nemetschek Group. To tell you all about Mr. Shoaib, he's a very, very, very dynamic sales leader with over 12 years of experience across the AEC, infrastructure, plant engineering, automotive, and software sectors. He has a proven track record in managing the complete sales cycle from market research to successful closure of projects. He specializes in helping AEC stakeholders enhance time and cost efficiencies through the implementation of various innovative technologies and workflows, as well as guiding venture capitalists and corporate innovation teams in identifying promising startups for investment and M&A. And we also have with us today the presence of Mr. Yatin Pandya, founder Footprints Earth. Yatin ji is an author, activist, accommodation, researcher, so many multiple things all clubbed into one. Wonderful. As well as a practicing architect. He has been involved with city planning, urban design, mass housing, architecture, interior design, product design, as well as conservation projects. He has been the visiting faculty at National Institute of Design and CEPT University and guest lecturer, critic to various universities all over the country as well as abroad. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set, the panel is ready, so I would now like to call all our speakers on stage. Please, a big round of applause for all our esteemed speakers as they join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our very own speakers for the first panel discussion of the day after a very, very enriching exclusive conversation. Thank you so much to all of you. स्वागत है आप सबका यहाँ पे, बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ यहाँ पे जुड़ने के लिए. It's an honor and privilege to have all of you. I'll request all of you to take your seats as per the photo arrangement. Yeah, so I'll request all of you to see, and yes, perfectly placed. Thank you. Aesthetics on point. So you have the timer in place over there, and we are good to go. So thank you so much. We look forward.
Hello. So it's a real pleasure to welcome you on this platform. And today's topic is the urban vision, innovation, inclusion, sustainability. So these are not just the trendy words. These are the building blocks of how we imagine the shape of the future for our cities. In simple terms, urban life is changing fast, buildings are going vertical, tech is entering every corner, and lifestyle expectations are transforming. But amidst all of this, we have to ask ourselves, are our cities growing smartly, inclusively, and sustainably? So whether it is planning by the government, design by the architects, innovations by the tech experts, or material from the construction world, sabka ek hi goal hai, better cities, better lives. So today we have power-packed panel with experts from different walks of the built environment, from urban planning and architecture to cutting-edge technology, construction materials, each offering a unique perspective on what it takes to build future-ready cities in India. And what sustainability means in the Indian context, not just environmentally, but economically and socially. So we aim to leave you with the insight, ideas, and hopeful inspirations. So my first question to Mr. Harpal Saab. So how is the government approaching urban transformation today in terms of inclusivity and long-term sustainability?
Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here today. Good afternoon and pleasure to be here today. So the government, as far as the urban planning is concerned, the government's primary role is to prepare something which I think everybody is familiar with, something called the development plan, as far as the Department of Town Planning is concerned. So DP is nothing but more than it's more of a vision plan for how the city would grow in the coming 10 to 15 to 20 years. And along with that, we also prepare something called the development control regulations, which most of the practicing architects are very well aware of. Sir is, and that is kind of the leverage that the government has as far as, shaping the cities is concerned. So how the cities would grow, what areas will be developing, what areas would not be developing, they need to be conserved. For example, Thol Lake nearby the city of Ahmedabad, it's an area which is of pristine environmental, importance. And some areas have high development potential. So this is how, the lever which government has to regulate the planning and development. Coming to know, you use two words. First is inclusivity, and second is sustainability part. To create something called an inclusive city, and by inclusive, what we mean is all the various segments of the society, including the economic segments, should find their place, to live, to work, to move around, even to, recreate and to have a good cultural experience of the city. For that to happen, I like one of the interesting, while Mr., the moderator was speaking, the opening remarks, and what all the professionals go into the creation of a city. So not only good, urban planning would not work. You also need good quality architects, which you mentioned. So first level of macro planning is the urban development plan. In Gujarat, as all of us are aware, we also prepare something called the TP scheme, town planning scheme, which is a micro level planning tool. And so good quality macro plan, good quality micro plan, and also good quality designers, including the urban designer, good quality civil engineers, like we were speaking before a while, and also good quality execution on ground. If that works well, along with the good quality urban governance, then we have livable and inclusive cities. Thank you. I'll end like that.
Thank you so much, sir. So, sir, Prashant sir, I would like to have the one question to you. So how can architecture design address both innovation and sustainability with traditional values in growing urban centers?
Good evening, everyone. So as the moderator has mentioned earlier, that we are majorly into residential projects as well. And another segment in which we are working right now is a large-scale Hindu cultural community centers that we design globally. And more than 150 plus campuses we have designed that kind of cultural community centers. So if we talk about these two things, innovation with the tradition. So that is the most important thing which we always need to incorporate while designing as an architect. It's our utter responsibility to of course get acquainted with the innovative systems right now. And of course we can't forget the cultural roots and the tradition also. So say for an example, out of many cultural campuses we are designing right now, most of them are large scale. So let me give you one example. So we are designing right now a Surat Akshardham campus. And that has been, we have designing this since last years. And in this span, the most important thing is the timeline. So the timeline is very short. And as you all know that the traditional Hindu mandir, which are being constructed from the stone, is very time-taking thing. And of course, the integrated carving and all the artisans, you need to find them and get them on the same page. It's a very difficult task for us. Of course, it's a budgetary matter also. So what we have done is we have deployed more than 300 giant scale CNC machines. And what is the work of that machines? They are, they are just cutting the stones, and most of the work, we can say 75 to 80% job is been done by that CNC machines. And with almost 80% of the integrated carving will be done by that machines, and rest just 15-20% of the work will be done by the artisans. So in that way, we can reduce the time, we can reduce the budget as well, and the waste of the stone. That is, I mean, we can reduce in that also significantly. So in that manner, we can always, as an architect, we can always use the creativity and innovation technologies in in designing this kind of traditional, or we can say cultural campuses, and we can return our, and also, yeah, we can't forget our, the roots and the culture. So that's how we can, this is a simple example. So in almost all the BAPS campuses which we are designing right now, we are designing considering all these three aspects. First is innovation, inclusion, and sustainability. So this is a simple example I was mentioning about this.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Rohitji, I have a question for you. That is, how is the construction materials industry evolving to meet sustainable goals while staying cost effective?
Okay, wow. Thank you, Kunal, for asking me this question actually. So in your question, you have used three words: innovation, sustainable goals, and cost-effective solution. Cost-effective solution, yeah. So from my side, from my view, a construction, actually building materials, sorry, construction, if I say, is divided into three parts. One is building material. One is the execution, which includes the contractors, builders, everything. And then another is the compliances, which includes the legal parameters, the acquisitions. There are a lot of legal parameters run in any kind of construction work. From a building material point of view, if you see, innovation plays a very vital role in a sustainable goal, actually. And in India, I am very proud to say that innovation is happening day and night. Every day innovation is happening, every field innovation is happening, especially in building materials. India is evolving in a huge way. Might be I have been working in Wallplast for quite a long time. We are working upon few products where we are evolving things. We are trying to cut down the carbon footprint, like products like gypsum, which are generally mineral-based products, where we are trying to replace the sand cement plasters, which is basically cling-based plaster, from where the carbon footprint can be reduced. We make products, well, we means the industry make products like curing plasters, where water consumption can be reduced. Places like Hyderabad, where hard water is a big problem. People face a lot of problems. IT parks face a lot of problems. The contractor face a lot of problems in manufacturing because of the hard water. Curing is a big problem there. So the curing compounds are used. And previously it was curing compound. Now it is a product which is like that. No curing compound, just you apply it. There are products in India. I will say we are also developing a product in gypsum background, where I will be very happy to say it is so efficient that one bag of gypsum gives 37 square feet of coverage, where in normal it is one bag gives 19. So we are doubling. A product can give a double output. That is innovation, my friend. If a company can innovate products where time, manpower, and money can get reduced, then automatically everything will be online altogether. And definitely, I think most of the companies are working upon carbon footprint nowadays. So as you rightly said, you are also doing a lot of things in social work. We are also into apply-supply jobs with our own spray machines. We have around 20 spray machines working day and night here and there. And we do apply-supply lock-and-key jobs of plasters, internal plaster, external plasters, and give back the job to the builder lobby or the contractor lobby. So these things are these steps which people are taking with the whole huge building material dynasty is taking its towards sustainability and goal. And definitely it works upon cost-effective solutions also.
Thank you. So what role do digital tools and technology play in optimizing urban planning and execution?
Thanks, Kunal, for that question. It's an enabler, like what Harpal sir said. They've made the master plan and the development plan, and even at the micro level, there are plans in place, right? Prashant sir pointed out that timing is of the essence, and that's why he's using CNC machines, right? Something which is more popular in the manufacturing industry, but he's using it for constructing or even making the designs which are kind of able to manufacture through CNC machines. I'm sure that he's adopting pretty good technology on the software front as well, right? Rohit ji said that for faster construction and sustainable materials, a lot of innovation is happening.
Yes.
And India is showing also the way for digitalization, of course. Most of our government records are now digitalized. We are leading the way on the finance side with UPI, right? And I think it's time that Indian innovations will be emulated by other parts of the world, especially on the sustainability side. Where I come from is on the technology enabler side, which keep their records and plans in a digital format for all the planners and architects to fetch and inform their design decisions.
Great.
Okay. When we inform architects with the use of technology, how would they use any of our softwares, right? Like Vectorworks is for early stage design and planning and visualization. So people can actually superimpose their drawings or plans over the master plan which the government has made, okay, and run simulations through visualization, and then get not just the government approvals, but the public approvals as well.
Great.
Right? A lot of BIM technology or digitalization is being used at the execution level as well. Okay, we as Nemetschek Group believe in the open BIM format. So we are technology agnostic. Any tools, any technology that you might want to use, whether it's CNC machines or kind of precast technology, the tools which equip these technology for actual execution would come from a software, right? And all our software will speak very well with any of these softwares. That's the open BIM promise that Nemetschek Group has done, and we are committed to that. Yeah. And I think as we move forward, only kind of having digital twins of cities, like I know that Ayodhya was made into a digital twin. Okay, plan for that is that any future development that happens would be able and available to all the stakeholders, right? PMC, Bombay Municipal Corporation, has also started the process of making a digital twin of the entire city.
Okay.
So responses to what's happening in a traffic jam or a deluge because of a high tide, that will be able to be centrally monitored and executed.
That's so possible.
And Nemetschek is supporting all that.
Amazing, amazing. Yatin sir, the question is for you that how can design be used to empower communities, especially in marginalized and underdeveloped areas?
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to take few steps backward to see this in a particular context and a sort of a mindset, you know. First of all, India, and particularly in the context of India, we have what we call parallel cities. Most of the thing which is not affordable or cannot be reached, or what you want at what place, at what price, at what time, is what is delivered by the parallel system. So I think, first of all, we need to change that perception from them being burden to them being possible resources. And that's for win-win for all, and especially for this real estate representatives here. There's a huge opportunity there. It's like, you know, the policy like Coca-Cola for masses rather than Rolex for the few. Okay. Unfortunately, what's happening is that more and more real estate is trying to cater to multi luxury segment versus there's a huge market for the underprivileged. And that's also the government mandate. So I think that public-private partnership or whatever format of model. One more fact we must understand is that this is a figure for the Bombay and maybe 1 or 2% here and there. 50, and in fact, a lot of statistics says 50 to 60% of the population of Mumbai lives in what we otherwise call slums or squatter settlements. but the land area that they occupy is only 8 to 10%. So if 50% of Mumbai is only taking 10%, and yet we are after their land to say they are encroachers, versus what makes them a slum are the lack of certain amenities. So I think we need to understand that where to intervene and the way to intervene. So with less resources, we can actually cover to a larger area rather than just demolishing and rebuilding. Okay. That also takes care of the cultural connotation, the ways of life. Right now, of course, a lot of real estate has entered into this segment, but we see the slums, which were just maybe ground, maybe little one, are put in 14 isolated towers. Whether that suits their lifestyle, and many of the post-occupancy studies have probably questioned that. Now, here what I'm coming, not to sympathize with that, but in India, and especially in urban centers, there is a huge favorable economics. The land prices tend to be 50 to 100 times than that of the construction price. Okay, from 2,000 to 2 lakh. So what can happen is that if you see the built FSI of the squatter settlements or informal housing, it's only 7 or something, 0.5 to 0.7. So even if you go 4-story, you have huge open space left. You have accommodated 2 times more people despite claiming 1/3 or whatever percentage of land for marketable real estate. So that takes care of profit for those who engage in, and yet people get decent housing. Of course, with design, they can be made whichever way kind of more user-friendly, environment-friendly, etc., etc. So I think some of these mindsets need to be changed. So upgrading in the present place where they are is actually advantageous and win-win for all. Second, turning it into public-private partnership, a lot of housing market opens up. And of course, cities can become no slum cities without removing the slum in the sense that we understand, but taking them as a resource. There was also a scheme where people are willing to put in money. Even today, they have made their houses by pledging wives' jewelry or whatever. They have not asked for government to build that. So there is that portion that can also come into government to put up with that. Okay. So I think this is just few examples of how human resources, land resources, and the rest of whatever others that come in can be seen as not a burden, but a resource, and things can solve the problem in more amicable way with cultural connotations served, environmental opportunities opened up. Talking of specific to the environment, as I said, land, and that I want to put up also to the other segment. I think, is it not a time where urban areas are land strive to come up with maximum? We have minimum standard for the room. Probably it's a time to set a code for the maximum size of the room. What gave us a license to say 25 feet by 40 feet bedroom? I think even box cricket is smaller than that, perhaps, So I think because that is the cause of everything. That means more material, that means more construction, that means more land, that means more air conditioning, even if we have 5-star and IGBC or whatever. And of course, we don't have land. Everything else we might be able to get. And as a result, we go far and far. Therefore, petrol, therefore, traffic, therefore, everything, So I think route is to come back to maximum plot size. We had once land ceiling, not going socialist, but I think it's a reality. Brazil and many such places, you can't buy any more land, So I think it's the right time for new construction as well as the existing what has happened, but to actually start with the space standard. And sorry, very shortly, I want to remind all of us, and in all my presentation, I say, remember pandemic for better things. Sorry for many people's losses, etc. I think our history should be rewritten just to remember that episode rather than BC and AD, BC and AC before Corona and after Corona, because without debate, we understood the value of frugality, sustainability, multiplicity, humility, plurality, equality, etc. One living room became a dining room, became a Netflix movie watching room, became a card playing room. So this multiple use of space, knowing the more fundamental value of being with a human being as human to human bond and being with nature and nature to human bond, I think soon we are going to forget that. So I think if we keep remembering that, it taught us that without compromising, how much we were able to do and do it well. So I think those are the reminders if with which we have the policies, with which we have the action, I think we will definitely create a better planet.
Very well explained, sir. And adding to this, Harpal sir, I have question for the similar thing, that how do policies ensure that sustainability targets are not just theoretical, but practically enforced on the ground in cities on of verifying size and capacities?
Yes. Before answering that question, I would like to respond to what Yatin sir just spoke about the maximum permissible standards of how big a space a room can be and what is justifiably, required or no. So even I at times, sir, we do reflect on these things, and there are parallels in other, sectors. For example, automobiles. In automobile, we are all aware there is for various brands, there is, in Maruti, you have the Swift Desire and you have the normal Swift version. The only difference is the length. In one you have the boot, in one you don't have the boot. Same with Amaze by Honda, and there is a model called Brio, if I'm not wrong, Honda Brio. Same technology, same engine, same transmission, everything, only bus, the boot space is missing. The moment you add the boot, the cost goes high because the length of the car increases. So while the small car allows you mobility, which is a basic requirement in the city, the boot is an additional thing for which you pay too much, about 1.5 lakh of difference between Swift and Swift Desire. So one allows you, same with the how much liter your engine, the moment you go, I have a car called Honda Amaze, it has a displacement of 1498 cubic centimeters, 1498 cc. Because the moment you go more than 1500, the tax, slab changes. Because to a certain degree, power is required for mobility. But the need for additional power by means of a more powerful engine is a luxury. And the government recognizes this very well, and they charge them extra. In the same, when we, basic human requirement for a house is how many square feet. The moment we go for, 2,500, 2,700, 3,000 square feet of houses, how many people would require, how much house do we require? How much big house do we need to live? So maybe an escalatory price on the development charge or something maybe of use to allow people to nudge people to supply more in the mid-segment kind of houses. Same with electricity. So the more we consume, the slab of the electricity changes. Coming to your question, Kunal bhai, about the sustainability part, how does the policy hit the ground? When we talk of sustainability, how do we, bring it to ground? So first, in the present development regulations, we have recently come up with an amendment last year, which provides if there is a green building rating, for example, if you have a building which has a silver rated green building, you must be aware in any of the areas in the city, in most of the areas in the city, you have something which is a base FSI, which is free, which you can consume without paying any additional cost to the government. Second is the paid FSI. So if you have a silver rated building, you get 7% of paid FSI for free. You need not pay for that. Partly the idea is because the moment you have the green features in the building, the cost goes high. And how do you compensate that? If you have a gold rated building, you get 10% of free FSI. If you have, a platinum rated building, you have a 12% of free FSI from the paid component. So that is where the regulation has made this provision. As far as TP scheme is concerned, we also have provision for 1% of land to be reserved for urban forest, which was the announcement made by the Honorable CM last year in one of the, a very positive welcome move. The city of Ahmedabad is also trying to move towards net zero. So many of the plans are, aligned with that. Many smaller towns in Gujarat are also now looking for the river rejuvenation, river development, and conserving the blues and greens within the city by use of the macro level and micro planning tools that we have. But many more things need to be done, and all of us need to join hands for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, adding to this, that for the Prashant sir, that what design trends are you seeing that support long-term sustainability in urban residential and commercial spaces? And how do you balance client expectation with environmental concerns?
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, there are two segments in which we are working. So the another segment that is large Hindu cultural community centers. I would like to quote one example here. Like in BAPS, they are our clients, and we are designing a large-scale Hindu cultural complexes across globe for them. So, say for an example, right now we are designing a huge cultural community precinct at Sydney, Australia, and that is the largest one in Australia continent. It's 25 acres land, and the construction is around 500,000 square feet construction area, built up area. Okay, so of course they really need the traditional aesthetic and the cultural kind of aura in that interiors as well as the architecture. So as being an architect, I always feel like it's our utter responsibility while designing any kind of this kind of monumental scale projects. So of course the community buildings like facility buildings like the assembly halls and kitchen dining activities. So rather than going with the conventional stone buildings or stonework, what we have proposed them is precast RCC panels and with the cladded with the stone looking tiles. So that significantly reduces the cost and time. And if I'm talking about the monument mandir, so rather than using the stone construction, because it's not in India, right? So it's very difficult for us to carve the stone here and to transport there and to assemble there. It's a very it's very difficult task for the organizers as well, and also it adds too much of cost in that. So rather than using that conventional stone mandir construction system, we have proposed them with the RCC. Not RCC, the panels. The precast panels for the mandir construction, and we are cladding it with stone carving, and the stones are just 1 inch thick, and we have decided some of the sizes, and it has been carved out with the CNC machines, and we are cladding it with that. It gives exactly the same aesthetics which we get in stone carved mandirs, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, like it reduces significant cost and time. So that's how we always, I always feel like it's our responsibility to make our clients aware of using different materials. So I was talking about this monumental scale building, and in other segment, in residential segment also, what we are always trying to make our clients like to design their houses or the commercial spaces considering the green energy concept, using the natural resources, local resources, and we can always use sun energy, and we can always create courtyards and garden areas and vertical gardens, and in that way we can make aware our clients for the sustainable things. Of course, some of them are the initial cost are, of course, it's a bit higher, but if we talk about later on stages, it's very good for the society and for the sustainability. So in these two things, we are always trying to balance, and we always try to convince our clients for the using sustainable materials and thinking over the society's future in this. Yeah.
Thank you. So if we talk about the material with the Rohitji, that how do you see the role of alternative construction materials like ASC blocks, premix plaster, or carbon natural products, which are growing in the next decade?
Okay, alternative constructions is more a shift of construction more than an alternative construction. Actually, I feel that it's a trend which has been followed and it's working good, actually. So if you ask me regarding AEC blocks, so I remember back or 15 or something around 15 years back, Ciporex was a company who launched at that time, and then I'm very fortunate to say the whole all kind of trends start from west. It's Gujarat and Maharashtra, the trend followers, and then it go over the India or all the places of India. So AEC blocks, when it came into the market, it replaced the brick, the normal red brick market, which actually decreased the carbon footprint in a huge way. If anyone of us has seen a red brick clink, you can just by seeing you can understand what kind of pollution it creates actually. So AEC blocks is a boon to India. And now this boon has been shifted to modular structures, like where single modular structure where formworks like aluminum formworks has been used. Now the shift is being, as sir said, precast is again a next level of innovation which is happening altogether. And when these kind of AC blocks or these kind of products are being used, then innovation also works upon the chemicals to be used with these products to make them waterproof, bonded, so that the structure goes in a longer duration. The duration, the life of the structure also increases by when we use these kind of product. Same thing with you said pre-mix plaster, like ready-mix plaster. Again, it is a shift. I think Gujarat played a vital role because I think most of the ready-mix plants are in Gujarat. Now this ready-mix plaster has been shifting from a normal sand cement plaster to M sand plaster, which is manufactured sand plaster, the next level of ready-mix plaster, where instead of doing a river trenching, people will be encroaching the hills and then they will make plaster from that, and it will help in making the environmental more green. So you didn't ask one thing more in tile industry also. If you see, previously there was a small format tiles being used by all developers. Now it has been shifted with the help of all architects. It has been shifted to large format tiles. And the type 1 grade of adhesives are not being used now. Now it's an upscale. The innovation has been done. The whole construction has gone up. So these are things which are adding upon innovation, decreasing the carbon footprint, increasing the sustainability in building materials segment altogether.
Thank you, sir. Soebji, what are the top 1 or 2 digital disruption that you foresee in the AEC, like in architecture, engineering, or the construction sector, in coming next 5 years that could redefine urban development?
I think, of course, AI is going to impact everything. Okay? And not just urban development, but the way we design, build, manage, and operate also. Also, sir said that Ahmedabad is already gunning for net zero. That is the trend internationally as well. And I think it will be the way for a lot of cities to emulate. Digital twin of cities is another trend that will pick up. And to enable all of this, I think right now, the different stakeholders are working in silos. And that's why, even though one of the doing great use of technology, it wasn't being used by the others. Facility management happening through digital twins. Okay. And that's why kind of maintenance is peaking very high. The amount of energy consumption that the glass facade building take in India. Now, this is again something to ask architects, is why most of the buildings in many of the cities that developed over the last 5-10 years just emulated glass buildings, when it's not something which India is meant for. Okay, but maybe it's kind of the demand that came from developers. Correct. But despite that, if you use technology right from the design stage to the management stage, okay, even after having or serving the needs of the developers or the international clientele, right? Developers are asking it because the international, you get international clients because of that. right? They are easy on the eye for the approvers who are sitting in the West, right? So if we use better technology, better approvals, better uh, green ratings, okay, I think the way forward is pretty good.
Uh, Adding on to this, what role do architects and planners have in empowering citizens to co-create urban spaces rather than simply? And how can we education help to shape this mindset?
Okay, picking first word on education, I think it has to be at every level. Makers need to be aware about the consequences of the decisions and the policies that set up, For example, it's good to have those plans in place. I think there has to be three separate strategies, one for the heritage city in its own entirety. So why people even leave from there. So therefore strengthening them without losing the tradition or the heritage component of it, etc., etc. The working city, the present city and its own problems. And third is the future city. What I intend to put up here is the whole idea of a multi-nodal city. So it's a city made up of several cities. Why is Vastrapur not a city and Maninagar not a city? Actually, it used to be a time, right now, Bhopal. If you are in, if you did have education centers there, I think a lot of people don't need to come out of Bhopal for anything. You have Tanishq also there, Honest also there, everything else is also there. So that used to be with Maninagar once and whatnot. So that would change the whole need to cross the other and likewise. So the kind of awareness about preparing those plans with three things: imageability, livability, accessibility, and equality. Now, not as words, but as I say that if each center is equipped and town planning scheme is a great kind of a tool so that you have all those for the served population kind of facilities available there, at least there is a default option to dwell into that. So that's the kind of awareness or a kind of a common thinking that needs to go. So the master plans need to be governed by a collective wisdom rather than one bureaucrat, one engineer, one chief minister or XYZ. I'm not where multi kind of knowledge system come in to create cities, a complex mechanism. Second is at the professionals or those actors involved in that, like he very rightly mentioned, architect to give glasses. If we understand that even a glass facade with 1 meter awning at every window can reduce it by 30%. You don't need technology to reduce it to still 40% only with super expensive glass. And that not only does whatever to the building inside, but also gives 3% warmer temperature as how it was recorded in front of this Mayflower and Sunflower hospitals as south-facing facades. So I think just understand that what is optimal, and that's where supported by the building bylaws. I give a lot of value to building bylaws because it's finally the tool by which everybody is supposed to, even review the project proposals and whatnot. And often I find bylaws are very regressive. One example I often give is that I can do stupid architectural projection box of 2 feet in the margin, which is not an encroachment. But that 2 feet cupboard or 2 feet balcony that comes out, which is in a scarce, unaffordable land prices of Ahmedabad and India, is a good boon, is illegal. Okay. So many of these, if I had a 10 by 10 very modest room, but if I get 2 feet of cupboard jutting out only, my rooms are very good. I get insulation from outside. It's just few examples. So I think mechanism or tool done for the intent rather than regressive, that, oh, you are always this and you are always, likewise. And third, of course, the upcoming generation to be aware about the priorities, about the consequences of all design decision. I think research has played a lot of part, and also the tools have given indications, for Ahmedabad, what should be the minimum projection. Earlier, there was a 4 feet balcony free And it was a great wisdom because one 4 feet balcony allowed people to come out in the evening and sit, and therefore they didn't get into room and don't use air conditioner or fan. Not only that, it gave good protection to the building, both from sun as well as rain. So now even the facade life is also deteriorated, likewise. And it was given free as an incentive so that people rather do that. And as a result, even in and out, there's a lot of architectural merit into that. Now we only have boxes and we think we have progressed, we have done wonderful. I think we have just killed the creativity and in that sensibility about many other things. So even people to know, for example, with a lot of research, and I think in Tata, they have made a norm that only 23% of openings or windows, of course, it's by the orientation. So if we know some of these, then by default, we know 90 centimeter as the door width. So I think likewise, if we know some of these fundamentals about what creates negative impact on climate front or what are the Indian norms for those standards and whatnot, that awareness would also bring that by default, we would create something which is fundamentally appropriate. Then each one can even interpret it in multiple ways. So a lot of these, in terms of innovation, it doesn't have to be always high tech and whatnot. What I mean is that there's a whole segment of recycling the waste. We had a small demonstration done even in a slum and using the municipal and the domestic waste, how it could be turned into building material component. Okay. So there is a lot of those kinds of avenues which are win-win for all, that rather than throwing a lot of these waste, because 3,200 metric ton of waste coming out every day. But what is that waste? If we think, we see a huge mountain, but a lot of it is the dust from the street. If that is even salvaged and we make a block out of it, if we can just sieve and separate out, everything inorganic is sellable or usable. And only organic, again, there are microbial sprays that can turn into fertilizer and likewise. So it's not as difficult as it sounds, but I think the vision has to be right and every segment, it has to percolate with that intent. Right now, it's a firefighting, for car parking. I mean, there has to be a micro strategy that in existing building, there's limited new thing that you can do. And therefore, I think a lot of properties corporation need to buy to turn it into the facilities that it's needed, including the parking spaces. They don't have to just look for somewhere to find some. So I think it needs to keep up with so existing cities not deteriorating, while new ones you might put something else. So I think a lot of these goals, if they are there, I think the actions and the tools come about accordingly.
Harpal sir, I would like to add few words in adding to the Yatin sir's things.
I think when sir speaks, a lot of us listen. And what
I think one more area I think we've not discussed, now that we want to take their time more, is remember, as much as land, as much as energy, we are giving priority to water is going to be a huge crisis. So I think all those beyond certain scale building, we had done Bandra-Kulla Complex Urban Design Guidelines, and each building had to, at least for air conditioning, harvest its own rainwater. Okay. So I think metering of the water, some tap on not car washing water that you can use as much as, again, somebody having to pay for distillery bottle equivalent of water price or whatnot. So I think there has to be some tab on mining of water mindlessly from the ground, as much of harvest. I think Ahmedabad should not boast about the riverfront. I think it should be like Udaipur, city of lakes. There are as many lakes, and what in Gujarati we used to call it Bodu. Wherever there is a land, it's never a flat land. The land would come into one depression, which was always. So we have Malav Talav, Chandola Talav, as many talavs that you can, as many names of the area, as many talavs were there. If we rejuvenate, there will be no flooding, it will be percolating, it would be groundwater resource rich. We used to have 60 feet hand pump available and possible. So I think water is another area for our own sustenance and policy to kind of dwell into.
In fact, just to add to that, sir, very briefly, the present regulations do have provisions for the mandatory installation of wastewater recycling plants within the building units. provided the project is more than 100 dwelling units. And the wastewater which is recycled has to be reused in the same, for gardening or for washing cars or for reflushing. So there's a dual plumbing system. Now, there are technologies available which allow us to do. I recently visited one of the residential such complex where it was working very well. But it also puts a lot of onus on the private sector and the residential, the societies, whatever the cooperative societies, the residents themselves, to see that this is maintained and operated very well. Many a times we see that after the building use permission is granted, these, services are not so very well maintained.
So I would like to say that what a fantastic exchange of ideas this has been. And आप सब speakers ने जो insights दी है वो सिर्फ informative नहीं but truly thought provoking है. So आज के discussion से एक बात clear हो गई कि city planning is no longer just about road, rules and real estate. It's about people, purpose and possibility. And we heard new technologies can save time and money. Now design can uplift our communities, low prices can enable smart development and how material are getting greener and better. लेकिन जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है वो है हम इंक्लूसिवनेस और सस्टेनेबिलिटी के बिना प्रोग्रेस इमेजिन नहीं कर सकते. एक गुजराती कहावत है ગામનો વિકાસ ત્યારે થાય જ્યારે બધા માટે થાય. Urban growth only matters when everyone benefits from it, either it is rich, poor, young, old, center or outskirt. So we close this session today and I invite all of us, architects, planners, policymakers and citizens to take these ideas back to our day-to-day work. छोटी छोटी चेंजेस ही जब विजन के साथ किए जाए तब सिटी का फ्यूचर बदल सकता है. So thank you once again to our panelists for sharing your time and wisdom. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a full house. और जोर से तालियों की गूंज हो सकती है. Please, if I may request, thank you so much. I request all of you to please kindly wait on stage. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be inviting Mr. Arya Dalal, High Tech Projects, on stage to please kindly give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Do we have Mr. Dalal over here? Mr. Oh, yes. Yes, please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to please kindly stand up and I'll request you to give the mementos. Yeah. And all I can say is that it was a very pertinent topic. So thank you so much to all of you for sharing your knowledge and insights. And like I said during the first exclusive conversation, I was there the last time. I enjoyed this time. And I hope to see you all the next time as well. Can we do a nice group photograph? I'll request all of you to come a little forward, please, for a nice group photograph. Please join. Yeah. Thank you so much. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबका. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, for any questions, if you have any, please feel free to connect with them in the networking zone. And on that note, we will now be moving forward to the next session. This is going to be the second panel discussion of the day. The topic for the moment, ladies and gentlemen, is Gift City, Investment Potential and Demand Dynamics. I'll repeat the topic for the panel discussion once again. This is about Gift City, Investment Potential and Demand Dynamics. Like always, I'm going to be first introducing our moderator, and then I'm going to be introducing our speakers, and then I'll request all of them to join me on stage together after all the introductions are done. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the session is going to be chaired on stage by Ravin Bhojani, Senior Director and Head, Advisory and Transaction Services, CBRE. Mr. Ravin, a senior management professional, has demonstrated history of working in various industries. His skilled negotiation skills, budgeting, business planning, and business development has helped him reach in tremendous stages in his career. Is over 25 years in sales, marketing, PR, leasing, branding, and business development in real estate, funds, media, retail, and healthcare industry. He has a distinction of working with various prestigious companies, SCL, SEI, I beg your pardon, Computer Center, SimbaNet, ISKCON Group, Everstone Capital Funds, Shalby Hospitals, World Trade Center Association, and the Adani Group, gaining national and international exposure with ASEAN and Africa. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to be introducing our speakers on stage. We have with us today Nisarg Acharya, Head Marketing Commercial PR Business Development, Gujarat International Finance Tech City Co. Limited. Nisargji is responsible for all aspects of international and diplomatic relations, communications, branding, public relations, and marketing at India's very, very first operational smart city and IFSC. He has about 2 decades of professional experience in strategic marketing, communications, advertising, media planning, and business development, with a very strong background in the media industry as well. We also have with us today Shan Zaveri, partner, Collated Ventures. Shanji is an entrepreneur with interests in product design, architecture, real estate development, asset management, and blockchain technology, something which is very, very interesting and fascinating in today's time. He has been a real estate developer for the last 30 years and founded Amaya Properties, developing 1.5 million square feet over the years. He's co-founded Collated Ventures, which has 2 million square feet under development, and amassed an equity-backed land bank, which will be developed in various phases. He's also co-founded Terrazzo Network, which is currently building a platform for private market investments through asset-backed securities on that very blockchain. We also have with us today Shreyans Shah, CEO and Director, Savvy Group, an infrastructure professional with over 15 years of experience in planning and executing large projects in the commercial and residential space. Shreyans Shah is deeply committed to environmental protection and sustainable development in his personal and, of course, professional capacity. We also have with us today Mr. S.K. Patel, founder, Kavyaratna Group. Under the leadership of S.K. Patel, Kavyaratna Group today stands among the most respected names in the property development business between Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, and Gift City. He's the President, Gift City Co-Developers Association, Vice President, Credai, Gandhinagar Chairman, Vishv Umia Foundation Institute for Civil Services, founder member of Bharuch Civil Engineers Forum, and has worked in various capacities, a Gujarat government enterprise, Bharuch, for over the last 25 years. We also have with us today Tejas Dalal, co-founder, High Tech Projects Private Limited. With a technical prowess and high level of professionalism, he boasts almost 30 years of experience in civil construction management and execution, including 5 transformative years in the US. His international exposure to the best practices and latest methodologies fuels his ambition to elevate high tech as a symbol of professional integrity in India's construction landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, a strong proponent of technology, he's determined to utilize it to the maximum extent to innovate and advance the construction industry in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, a big, big, big round of applause for our panelists for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, the second panel discussion of the day. May I please request all our speakers to kindly join me on stage right now. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Welcome. Swagat hai aapka. I'll request all our speakers. Thank you so much. And I'll request all of you to please take your seats as per the photo arrangement, just to keep the aesthetics in check. Ladies and gentlemen, एक पैनल की शुरुआत होने जा रही है. मैं आप सबको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, प्लीज थोड़ा सा जोर से ताली बजा के हमारे स्पीकर्स को मोटिवेट कीजिए. They are here for you. They have taken time from their busy schedules for all of us over here. It's really, really important that we value that fact. So thank you so much. And sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the warm welcome, buddy. Thank you to Sapna and Tripti and Bhattaji for having me here. It's been a privilege, been moderating for last 3 years, this panels, and have had numerous people coming, discussing, and talking about Gujarat. Gujarat has been the forefront runner when it comes to growth. And this year's topic has been, identified as Gift City, because a couple of years down the road, Gift City was not having that traction that it was Post-COVID, things have changed. Gift City is now on the, development is happening in such a way that not many had imagined it to be. Gift City has seen the traction happening in the last uh, 24 to 36 months post IFSCA. I have one of the best panels today here. Tejas Bhai is here, Shan Bhai is here, Patel Sahib, Shreyans, and Nisarg, who has been part of Gift City since the inception of it, right? So not wasting much of time, I know we are running behind schedule. I'm not going to give a, detailed introduction, which our host has already done it. I'll start by a quick question to Nisarg. Nisarg, you have been the pioneer for Gift City's inception, and you have been part of it since the beginning. How have you seen the revolutionization of Gift City pre-COVID, post-COVID, and post-COVID in the last 24 months? How and what is Gift City all about? If you could just give a brief introduction to the panel as well as the crowd here.
Right. Thank you, Ravin, for the question. So it talks broadly about the gift as a concept to, create one of the best business district of the world. So, of course, whenever it was envisaged, it was a very futuristic project because that kind of, development was not, a part of, our country at that point of time. So whatever the infra we, used to project, because a lot of things were under making, I'm talking 10 to 15 years, down the line. When we talk about automated waste collection system, when we talk about the underground tunnel, when we talk about the cooling system, people used to just have a question mark that, अच्छा ये इंडिया में ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है कि नहीं, right? So from that question to the question that now what's next, right? That is the journey Gift has gone through. Very specific, timeline which Ravin mentioned is post-COVID. So major difference before COVID and after COVID is earlier we used to, try to sell the overall concept of gift with the right kind of infra, with the right kind of ecosystem that, we were creating. After COVID, a lot of mindset change happened because, people have gone through a lot of troubles and they have seen that kind of, trauma, and the strategy of the company changed. How it changed? Earlier, company used to think that wherever they are, talent will come to them. But after COVID, companies are going to the talent where they are. So that has actually helped Gift because the regional talent pool, right? When regional, I talk about, around 400 kilometers of the, which is the catchment area of the talent. So companies think that if I am based in Gift, right, where I get best in class infrastructure, it's sustainable, development, talent from Gujarat, some part of Rajasthan, some part of Madhya Pradesh, some part of Maharashtra is the catchment area. And that's how people are preferring to work near their home place, rather going to the, far front, areas for the job. So I think this is a major, change that we have seen because the development before COVID and after COVID is the same. The infra is same. We have never diluted our, overall vision in terms of creating the infrastructure, in creating the master plan that we thought of. But mindset after COVID has helped Gift, right, to, develop at such a fast pace.
So my question coming back to you, Nisarg, is you said post-COVID things have changed. So one of the benefits that Gift City got, I don't know how many people know what's the full form of Gift City. Everyone is familiar with Gift City? Yeah, cool. I only see few hands. So Gift City stands for Gujarat
International Finance
Tech City, right? So that's how the conceptualization was done for Gift City. It is purely divided between two, DTA and SEZ, and it is a non-processing SEZ. Many SEZs do exist within the country, but they have this distinctly changes because it also has an IFSCA license. So most of the tech firms, offshore companies that are looking at setting up their offices not wanting to, shell out that financial transaction fee to the other countries. That's one of the reasons IFSCA was first formed in India, and Gift City was given the opportunity to be licensed with an IFSCA. Coming back to that, how is the IT and ITS policy for the government benefited Gift City, and what perks that you see has brought in that kind of tech companies, financial institutions? And that question can be answered along with that with Shreyans and Shanbhai as well.
Right. So it's a very, lucrative policy that government of Gujarat has, carved out for the IT, ITS. And also to add, recently the GCC policy was also launched, right, to attract the right kind of, GCC's requirement to the state. Now, the policy is a cherry on the cake, right? So cake is gift, which provides the right kind of ecosystem. What are the critical thing? One is the right infra, one is the quality of life, right? The cost of living is better compared to other centers, right? Talent availability and single window clearance. So these are the major, chunk of gift in addition to IFSC, because IFSC is a very specific carved out area where all the business might not be, get benefit, but this is a broadly structure. On top of it, cherry is the policy. So with the, the benefits of gift, you are also getting a benefit from the state for the IT, ITS and GCC, which is significant, capex and opex benefit, like employee contribution, in terms of female employee, you get 100%, PF reimbursement. In terms of male, you get 75%. You get rental subsidy. You get, you get support electrical, duty subsidy. You get support in the hiring. So there are a lot of, benefits which, companies are getting over and above gift. That has actually helped the companies to, set up their base here, because two part, one is the infra, which is the, hard part. Soft part is the kind of right, policies and the, reimbursement and the subsidy provided by the government.
Great. Shreyans, would you want to continue, or should I get you something
I think
new?
the majority of the things are covered, so you can carry on with the different next question. Yeah.
So here's my question to you, Shreyans. You have been part of Gift City for almost a decade now. You've seen the transition. You were the first a project which had Bank of America come in. They were the first, I would say, a GCC that came in, and they were the major occupier. The transition of pre and post COVID, and how Gift City has shaped up, and your contribution towards that as savvy infrastructure. What all new things are you planning, and what all new things are coming up within your projects?
Okay, so first of all, I would like to ask every one of you, how many of you have visited gift or otherwise not visited gift? I know the number of visited gift is less, so that will be easier. We are in a conclave which is called Realty Plus. Gift Cities plus, plus, plus. And if we are in the industry and if we have not visited the campus or the city, we are not doing justice to our industry. Trust me on that. It is not because I'm just part of Gift City and saying this thing, but that is the reality. You all are well traveled. Once you will visit, give gift or us, any of us, an opportunity to show around the Gift City, you will definitely realize that this is a different smart city, which is the only currently operational smart city in India. So first of all, I would like to invite every one of you to Gift City. Now coming back to your question. So talking about the transition before 2019, Gift May, it was like, there were many other challenges also, like Gift was not very much on the radar of many people. Kisi ko pata hi nahi tha ki what is happening there. Development was happening, but wahan pe there were no buildings mainly. So it was mainly the infra which was ready. There were only 3 or 2 projects ready. So it was not in the market to that extent. During 17 to 20 phase, almost 3 to 4 more projects got added. In 2020, when 19 end or 20 beginning, IFSC authority was announced. That is a nodal authority, or you can say regulatory authority, which is acting like equivalent powers are with IFSC, which is like RBI or SEBI or IRDA. So this is the nodal authority or regulatory authority for IFSC, which is GIFT IFSC or SEZ. IFSC is definitely part of SEZ, but IFSC has separate and different provisions for the tax benefits and regime. So it is practically in India, this is the only location which has tax benefits, or you can say tax heaven in other terms. So in 2019, Bank of America came, and Bank of America and IFSC authority, practically I would say those two made the difference. So now there are two different eras. Before COVID and post-COVID, there are two different eras for GIFT. Till 19 or 20, there were only around 15,000 employees working in GIFT. Post 20, in 2 years, 10,000 get added. And every year, almost 10 to 15,000 employees are going to be added. By 2030, GIFT is targeted to have almost 1 lakh strength over there. So the growth is now exponential. In 2019 or before that, all the developers, I think whoever were part of that, 50 square feet, 100 square feet, 500 square feet, those were the discussions. Availability was ample. The current scenario is that there is practically almost negligible inventory available and the demand is higher. So that's the transition we have seen. Anything?
No, I've been a witness to it. We have done many transactions together. So
Yeah.
Here we are. Patel Saib, with Gift City shaping up, employees coming in, residentials getting developed, you are building a residential projects as well. So I wanted to understand what kind of residential demand has been seen within Gift City. Has it been more investor driven or has it been more end user driven?
As earlier said by speakers, the scenario has changed after COVID actually. If we talk in terms of percentage, let me say very frankly, at present it is around say 50%, we can say. But the planning which Gift City has made with respect to residential area and commercial area, it is very less actually. So the demand is going to remain there in Gift City. Probably if no further expansion is taking place in other areas, there will not be ability of much residential units in Gift City probably. That will be the scenario after 2 years. As Shreyans bhai has told, by 2030, 1 lakh employees will be working in Gift City. You can just imagine, all will be working separately, individually. Minimum, if we consider 25%, 25,000 residents are needed in Gift City itself. Okay, solution is only outside Gift City. So demand is going to remain in Gift City. That is absolutely 100% right.
So taking a cue from it, 50-50 and projects are coming in, demand is rising. So the supply has to be met up as well. How do you forecast that the supply will continue to grow? And what are the new avenues and residential options that are available within Gift City?
Within Gift City, I think there will be limitations. No more projects will be allowed probably. White zone is probably getting cleared by government in short of time. So some residential building will come up in the riverfront area. Whichever zone has been declared earlier and get it postponed. Now Guda is taking care for that area. So in nearby area, residentials will come up and that will be taken care by demand supply gap.
I visit Gift City almost every week or every fortnight, and I see more than 35 cranes that are already functioning. So there are 35 plus projects already in plan. Coming back to Shanbhai. Shanbhai, Gift City, you have come up with one of the brilliant projects as well. And I see that there are institutional investors that are coming in, which are more both domestic and international, right? Looking at that Gift City in terms of risk return potential, what do you foresee that? Would it be institutional more or would it be HNI and individual investors?
Thank you, Ravin, and thank you for having me. I think GIFT is going through a transition, and that transition is more like a revolution. I think most people don't know what's going on there because a lot is happening behind the scenes through the authorities, through the GIFT Authority, through IFSCA. And this is a project that is designed to put India on the financial map, global financial map. So this is not just um, one more project. This is very significant. It's a one of its kind and the only kind of IFSC in the country. The policies that the government has come up with are brilliant. This is meant to be a gateway it's India's gateway to the world. And therefore, it's only a matter of time before everybody realizes that they can't not be here. That, of course, drives up speculation, that drives up demand, that drives up companies. I think really it's pioneers like Savvy who took the plunge when, we got in much later, and we got in thanks to them, frankly. But they took the plunge when this scenario wasn't so apparent. Right, it's when you are taking a bet, when you see something coming up. But coming to your question specifically, there is a lot of demand for GIFT. I think there's also a lot of fear of missing out, or FOMO. Everybody sees this as an opportunity. This is meant to replace other financial centers like Singapore, Mauritius, Dubai, and Hong Kong, for example, where white-collar jobs were created, which were facilitating trade to and from India. So it was India's grand plan to say, why not allow these transactions to happen from India itself? It was a brilliant move. The government has created the right infrastructure. It's really amazing what, people talk about the infrastructure that GIFT has done. I've never seen anything like this anywhere, frankly. So yes, there is a lot that's going on, but there's a lot that's done. What it now needs is people to use that infrastructure. So I think investment appetite remains very high, both institutional and retail, individual investors, and particularly NRIs who have moved away from India see this as an opportunity to participate. So we see a lot of interest from everyone, even domestic, but foreign investors are particularly interested.
Good, good. That gives kind of a confidence for people like me also thinking about investing within GIFT City. So Tejas, you have been part of GIFT City on building the projects. High Tech has been one of the pioneers in building great commercial projects across the state. How have you seen the differentiation between the projects that were built or are built in the other parts of the country and state and GIFT City per se, and what has been your experience and take on it?
Yeah, thank you, Ravinji. So first of all, being a local project company, first the people who are coming in taking a project here, most of these are falling into the tall building structure category. And the question they have is a competency. And we as a project company, being an adaptive enough, whereby taking up use of majority of latest technology available, because the timeline as you go in the tall building, timeline is always a challenging.
It's a critical thing.
Yeah. So adoption of the new technology and with state of an art technology, I would say. So people should not fear about tall building nowadays in a GIFT City. So there are many players, many project companies already are there. As compared to other part of the country, GIFT has a different, we also learn from the tall structure otherwhere in the India as well as in Dubai or any other tall structure. Probably we can go for a better kind of a structural system also to speed up the construction, because whenever I meet any developer, including Shanji, I have done one project for him as well. So, and he always give a liberty for the new technology to use. So everybody wants it to be in a half the time. When buildings are going from 100 meter to now 150 meter. So it's challenging, but we are loving it.
Good. So technology driven, half the time requirement of the developers, enhancing your capability to deliver the projects in time. That all comes around and turns around to be that Gift City has the potential to grow faster, much better, and at par with all the other metro projects that are coming in within the other metro cities as well. Coming back to that, Nisarg, my question to you, uh, how should stakeholders, government, developers, investors work together to address the perception issues around livability and infrastructure readiness?
So as I, mentioned you earlier in one of the question that gift has seen the transition, right? So changing the perception is a continuous process, right? So earlier the perception 10, 15 years back that whether the city will come up or not, right? This kind of infra will come or not. Initially we focus on the commercial buildings. We tried to bring the right kind of companies because that was a priority. Along with that, some of the residential and the social facilities we have like school, club, hotel and all that we have planned, right? And now we are focusing more because people have started coming in, right? People are working, more than 25, 30,000 people are working. So now there is a, question or the ask of to make the city more live, right? So it's a continuous process that we are working on, right? Along with GIFT, all the other, developers, right? And the right kind of stakeholders, like the companies are also coming up with a lot of, innovation and ideas. Like a lot of developers are creating more facilities, social facilities, like having a right kind of restaurants and other facilities, right? GIFT is also focusing on creating more social infra. For example, we have school operational, we have club, we have hotel. One more hotel is coming, which is under construction, a luxury brand. We have, one temporary food court, one more central park, which is one of the finest, 25 acres of green, recreational zone is coming. So first, phase will be ready in 1 month of time. Large recreational zone developed by government of Gujarat, which is the riverfront, which is in making. So the civil part will be up and running by the next year, and then the development master plan will get implemented. Also, we try to get a lot of events, right? So you might be aware, that last year we were able to attract almost all top events of the country, right? Starting from our Gaba festival with Dariji and all. So that has actually helped to change the perception, right? And it is changing. So now, earlier people used to say, यहाँ पे खाने के लिए कुछ नहीं मिलता. Now we have more than 40 outlets in gift. So now people say that, अच्छा, इसके अलावा और अच्छा क्या आ सकता है? Right? So it's a demand which will keep going, keep growing, right? It's like dil maange more kind of stuff. And it's a continuous process of perception handling that each and everyone who is a stakeholder of gift needs to do.
So transition, revolutionization, bringing in social infrastructure. We have had few tech-fin companies that have come in. What is the next that Gift City should be focused on, and what is the next thing? Are we targeting the GCCs as well? Because that's the next revolution within the country as well.
So gift caters to a lot of different kind of varieties of businesses. One, the IFSC zone has its own, merit and it is own, notified businesses which are approved by the regulator who can operate.
And those are majorly the BFSI.
BFSI is there, but now the regulator is also coming out with innovation in those BFSI domain. For example, TechFin, right? Now technology is more in finance also compared to finance, right? So some of the companies recently started like Infosys, Cognizant, and all. They are tech companies, they are tech giant, but they are supporting BFSI, right? So that kind of operations are also coming. So hardcore BFSI, which is there in GIFT, of course, it's ongoing. We will keep adding it more. Second is the tech part. We have a lot of tech companies present there, starting from IBMs and Googles of the world. Now, the GCC, which you rightly mentioned, is the big wave that we are trying to cater. And in last 1 year, we were able to get more than 4 GCC. Though our center is not much known for it because there are other well matured center who attracts a lot of GCCs. But we have started the ball rolling, and 4 GCCs are already operational. All are into non-FS without tax benefit. They are present here on the core gift merit. So that is a very positive side of gift. And I think, the GCC wave, right, which the overall, country is witnessing, gift will play a very important role.
Sure. And these non-SEZ GCCs have grown. They started off small and they've grown.
Yeah, so see, the large operations, if I talk about the tech companies or the tech fin or the GCC, they all start with small, right? So for example, Bank of America, which Anju mentioned, they started with 200 people with, some of the tech firm. And once they are settled, they are confident, they have expanded like anything. And that's how the city and companies grow. So all the tech companies or the GCCs which came in last 1 or 2 years, they are at a very initial stage of, around 500,000 kind of people. Once they are matured, I don't see the sky is the limit.
Agree. And we're seeing that. In fact, we have been witness to bringing in these tech-fin companies and been working closely with all couple of the gentlemen here. Coming to you, Shianj Bhai. What are the most critical infrastructure upgrades planned for GIFT City in the next 3 to 5 years that will influence the real estate growth and valuation for GIFT City?
Okay, so yeah, not only for GIFT City, but I would say there are few major projects undertaken by government of Gujarat currently. One being the major being the bullet train connectivity. So Mumbai to not Mumbai, BKC to GIFT City will be 3 hours, 20 minutes in 28 or 29. And that connectivity, I think everyone, while taking flight, we spend almost 3 to 4 hours for the connectivity of Mumbai to Ahmedabad. In the flight, we have to drop our connectivity mobile phone for 1 hour. While taking BKC to GIFT City, you can continue working on the laptop for 3 hours continuously. So that's a big boon, and that's not only for GIFT City, but that's going to be one of the biggest boon for the connectivity. The riverfront development, which is happening next to GIFT City and next to Motera also, in the Modi Stadium, that is going to be interlinked in some time. So the current connectivity from airport to GIFT City is around 20 minutes. That is also a very pleasant drive. But after this Sabarmati riverfront, that will be around 12 to 13 minutes. And the drive will be much better than what it is currently. So that's going to be a game changer again. And the infra currently what GIFT has, that is unmatched. Majority of the time while doing the projects, we struggle that is there a road available or the drainage available or the water supply or electric supply? It's all there for each and every project. It's just plug and play for the developers to do the construction over there. So the infra is unparalleled, unmatched. And that's the reason I keep on requesting people to visit infra. So visit GIFT not above the ground, but below the ground.
The tunnel, the magic tunnel.
Yep.
How has the single window clearance benefited you and the other developers that you are actually, I would say, the torchbearer for bringing in, and what has been your experience of GIFT City's single window clearance against the other projects that you have had in the city?
So actually, in true sense, this is, I think, is the only location where that is the reality, single window clearance in true sense, because everything happens at one location, be it approvals of the plans or fire NOC or electrical NOC, lift NOC, everything. And majority of the approvals like aircraft, aviation, then NA and environmental clearance, that is already in place for the entire city. So we don't have to worry about it. Titles are as government transferred land, so that's also not a worry. So practically, the developer has to only think of the building design, construction, execution as per the SOPs of GRIP, which is really stringent, but that is the need of an hour. So the quality of construction, the technology, and the SOPs which are there in place, you just have to just get habituated for this thing. If you do 3, 4, 5 months of exercise, you will be through, and then you can just start the construction. That is also again with the timeline, and each and every approval is supported by GIFT technical team, and there are proof check consultants like for MEP, for facade, for concrete, everything. So the quality is rest assured. When we talk about grade A buildings in general, we have that comparison in different cities that these are the grade buildings. And GIFT by default, any building or every building will be grade A because those are the SOPs. You don't have to worry. The customers are rest assured that the quality of the buildings are, all the buildings are beyond a point, it's grade A plus only. So those are the assurances available with the GIFT. And GIFT practically is not only the authority. GIFT is the developer and all others are co-developers. So authority, developers, and state government all are working in hand in hand. So that's the advantage.
And that has been the boon for, projects being delivered on time and quality projects which have matched with all the metro cities as well.
Definitely.
So-
And honestly, one more thing I would like to add, which developers will feel the pain. कोई ने चाह नहीं पीवड़ावी पड़ती.
Well, that's a good thing. I would say very subtly put. Patel Sahib, how is the concept of smart premium or branded residence being received in GIFT City? And what role will affordability play in future phases?
Actually, smart and branded residence in its terminology. Actually, requirement is of smaller units in GIFT City. The work to work culture, home to work, back to home.
More of studio apartments
Yeah,
or
more of studio. That is the basic need at present in GIFT City. Though there is a demand of branded residency of higher scale, elite class of living in here. So we developers are putting that kind of projects also. But basic need is of studio type apartment or small units. So, and that demand is going to remain. So there is no question about that. Apart from that, infrastructure is also very good in GIFT City. So people are preferring what kind of living standards are there in GIFT City. Though there is a price difference with respect to outside area and within GIFT City, people are preferring GIFT City for better life in future.
one of the best things that I can never imagine drinking water directly from the tap. It's available in GIFT City. That's one of the benefits. And now everyone's going nuclear. So it's like a small family, family of 3 or family of 4. And they do not need big apartments. They are happy with the small and studio apartments, which are easy to maintain, less of botheration of helping hand and all. And all the services are available on the fingertips, right? So coming back to that, sir, how has your experience been developing such projects, and has it been tough, or has it been easy walk in the park, and demands from people like Sean and all? How do you cope up with that, and what changes do you do?
Good question, I would say that. First of all, the GIFT has the SOP, which we already discussed. It's a very good SOP whereby they come physically at site and check each and every slabs before you cast it. So they have a very good SOP in terms of maintaining the quality. The good part for us was we already had a ISO and we had the processes. We had an ERP in the place where we have a mobile app and other tools, which we were already doing it. So it wasn't that difficult for us at all. So I'm happy to have such kind of an SOP and a stringent way to for a quality check, especially in tall buildings. And when you are talking of M70 grade concrete and a great congestion of the reinforcement, the rafts are like 6 meter, 4.5 to 6 meter depth raft with the temperature control. You have to make sure that you are building a right product. So I don't see any challenges, but thanks to GIF for that.
Yeah, I mean, I, I'm in awe of the way we have shaped up the city and the projects. And coming back to that, Shan bhai, uh, your project is one of the first ones to be tokenized, right? Could you just share a light on that and what is it all about and how it goes about?
Yeah, so this connects
Just
back.
on a lighter note, Shan bhai will need hours and days together to justify this question.
Fortunately, there's a clock ticking backwards there, so it will automatically shut off my mic. It ties back to your previous question of what is the investor appetite. And looking at investor appetite, what's very difficult is for people to live overseas and participate in real estate investment opportunities overseas, elsewhere. Specifically for us, we are looking to see how we can bring overseas investment into the field of real estate into India in a regulated and more manageable way. So we've come up with, through GIFT IFSC we have come up with a project on asset tokenization, which essentially fractionalizes real estate investment and allows people to participate in opportunities sitting anywhere in the world. It's completely electronic. It's completely on a distributed ledger. It's extremely safe. It's extremely compliant. I'm using a lot of adjectives, but it offers opportunities that traditional systems don't offer. So somebody sitting in Dubai or Singapore can buy a fractionalized stake in Gift City today through our regulated platform. And we are one of the few countries in the world that is doing this. And we are one of the few, our company Terrazzo is one of the few companies in the world doing this under a regulatory landscape. So it's not only the fact that people can participate, but they can do it with the reassurance of regulation. It's a completely managed system, and this is all using the blockchain. So this is also making tradability of real estate, fractionalized real estate, a reality. 24/7, 365. You can be in any part of the world. You can trade in one of 12 notified currencies. So we believe this will revolutionize how people buy and sell investment real estate. And so we are very happy with Savvy again, to be doing a project called Oryx, which is a joint venture with Collated and Savvy, where we are doing a project part of which has been tokenized. So this is a one of its kind. It's a proof of concept. And we hope that we can really make this mainstream. And GIFT IFSCA has been really an enabler to do this. Countries like Dubai still don't have a clear policy on this. US doesn't have a policy on this. So Singapore has a policy on this. So we are at the forefront of also the TechFin, that what Nisarg said, TechFin innovation. We want to be a part of that story as well. So it's not only real estate, but how people eventually participate in real estate. And we want, just like people can do an SIP or you can buy stocks now on your phone, very soon this will become mainstream for real estate. And we want to be, in the forefront of that process. There'll be many people doing it, but we want to lead that in India.
And what has been the response and how confidently or how confident are you that it's going to actually revolutionize this and you would implement it just not in GIFT, but for your other projects as well?
Yeah, so we are regulated through GIFT IFSC. Tokenization is a tool. It's like dematerializing shares. Tokenization is a tool. It can be used anywhere. The thing is, you need investment grade real estate to tokenize. You need whatever we tokenize should be investment worthy, but there's no restriction. We can tokenize units of a fund. We can tokenize real estate. We can tokenize other assets, collectibles. We can tokenize them anywhere in the world. So not only India, but we can take an asset in Singapore, for example, and people from all over the world, including people in India, can participate in that opportunity. They don't have to buy, they don't have to specifically buy a unit, they don't have to rent it, they don't have to manage it. They can participate in the economic success of that asset versus the whole hassle otherwise of owning a unit and renting a unit. Large companies can do it, which is why people participate in REITs. This is a similar structure, but allows you to participate at the equity stage at the beginning of the project versus only dealing with the rental yields.
That's why I wanted you to elaborate it more. Looking at the time, there was time. That's why I thought, let me ask you an added question to that.
Time has increased suddenly.
We are lucky. My question to Shriyansh. What is new? What all, other than what was just shared with Shanbhai's input on Oryx that you are jointly developing? How and what are your takes on Gift City? What is new that Savvy is coming up with? And what is that you will bring in the change along with what you already done? And how do you forecast that to be?
Sorry, now he's going to need 1 hour to answer this question because they are doing everything.
So many questions, yeah.
They are doing everything that's possible to do in gifts. So they are all in. You know, you see a movie and somebody at the roulette table goes all in.
All in.
They're like that, and we are fortunate to be following in their lead.
No, because that was the question when my MD was here and he asked Jakshay Bhai and Shriyansh Bhai was, and they shared. But that was just a glimpse of it. So here we are in the open forum and I'm putting you on the spot.
So I wanted to take a dig at him because he took a dig at me just to get
That's
back.
what he
But
laughed at.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Always.
Okay, so starting with what we are doing currently. So we are mainly doing our projects into commercial, also in residential segment currently in gift. We have handed over 2 projects which are in commercial where we have clients like Bank of America, Infosys, Wipro, Cognizant, and many other institutional players, aviation industry, AIFs or banks, foreign banks. Also doing one residential, which is, you can say, a premium residential. And we are coming up with one university, which is the project which we are coming up with is one foreign university, which is like Queen's University, Belfast. That is going to be a standalone project delivered by this year end. And another commercial, which we are going to just start now, post-monsoon, hardcore construction will start. And that's the largest project, I would say, in Gift City with almost a construction area of 3 million square feet and leasing area of 1.5 million square feet. That project was actually conceived post wine and dine policy announcement. And there we have a dedicated provision of good F&B restaurants. Currently also in our campus, we have dedicated provision between our 3 buildings, dedicated provision for ground floor and first floor for retail and amenities. But this project will have a larger footprint for wine and dine facilities. And this is the only area currently where in Gujarat, alcohol can be served in the restaurant. So that's you can say one big thing which government of Gujarat has opened new horizons or new opportunities for different activities which are coming, like maybe Olympics or Commonwealth and youth games, even police games and all those things. So Gujarat in a different manner can have this type of relaxation. So this is like a test case and GIFT has in a way succeeded in doing so. So this is about our developments. Then yes, we are also doing one AIF, which is not typically tokenization, obviously will take their help, but AIF is an alternate investment fund which is governed by IFSC authority, which is again, we are doing IFSCA based AIF, so that can attract foreign funds to the Indian territory. So NRIs or foreigners without a need of, you can say, PAN card or filing the return in India can invest in dollar terms or foreign currency terms in India and take the advantage. And that can be either real estate or any mutual funds or any sort of asset, as he rightly mentioned. So that is the AIF, which is doing a lot of you can say inbound forex for in a country like India. And that is one of the biggest, I would say, for India story now everyone believes globally. Uh, Nice 10 to 15 years, everyone feels that India is going to grow to a greater extent. So when they want to participate for the India growth story, this is the best platform to invest in dollars or foreign currency mechanism in gift via gift route, I would say.
That's been handled by Aryan and you, right?
Yes.
And how's
But
the
there are
response?
many such funds. We are just, yeah.
And how's the response been so far?
Response is good. This is conceptually, this is new. So he must have also faced this challenges. So something which is new would take some time for everyone to understand. But once they understand, this is going to be the future. And I completely agree with what Shanbhai said, that this is going to be the future of investment in real estate. Because practically, just imagine of this hotel, you are owning 100 square feet. On your mobile, you have the details of it. That's it. So you don't have to invest. See, real estate ultimately is a very, you can say, costlier affair for investment. This can open a floodgate for all small or entry level investors also. So this is going to the future like SIP. This is the same thing.
Better to put in to AIF than SIP. I personally believe. Nisarg, one last question. What distinguishes and how do you foresee Gift City to be the front runner? And are there any other projects such as Gift City planned in any part of the country? Or it should be one and only, the gift to the...
So, gift itself, it's a very unique project. Okay. The structure of gift in terms of the infrastructure, plus the master planning, plus the governance. Governance equally important for the development of any of the area, right? As you know, one of our panelists mentioned the single window kind of mechanism, right? So we are gift urban development authority, who takes care of overall the permission, master planning, and all. We are also a notified committee area, so all the municipal functions is also taken care by gift, right? All the infra, we have a dedicated team who takes care of water, waste, cooling, civil team, underground tunnels, and everything. So it's a one-stop solution in terms of the hardware and the software, which is very difficult to implement, right? But to give you an answer of the second part of your question, GIFT was announced as a model greenfield smart city in 2015 by Government of India, right? So of course, as a model smart city, right, government intends that lot of infra or whatever the models that GIFT has adopted in terms of execution of the infrastructure or the governance, that should be learned and implemented in whatever the scale, right? So it is more an educationary part, right, which GIFT intends to do, and that is what government has intended to deliver by the case study of GIFT, right? But as I mentioned, the hardware and software, it's not that simple. But yes, bits and pieces, whatever the best practices GIFT has done, right? In certain location, you can easily replicate the tunnel. In certain location, DCS will be feasible, right? So not the entire GIFT as a copy paste, but whatever the component is more suitable, right, as per the feasibility of that area, whether it's a government or private, that should be done.
So nothing will come such as gift. And I hope it should not.
I think
Gift is-
everyone should follow the practice of gift.
I agree. Eskip Saib, what is Kavya Ratna's plan other than the residential? What all other projects are we looking at within Gift City, and how do you and what is your take on it? And where do you see yourself in Gift City with other projects, if you are?
In Gift City, presently, we are working in DT area only. One residential project we are going to complete by end of this year we are going to deliver. Commercial projects is under construction named Narmada. It's a first of its kind project in Gujarat with a construction technology of composite structure. And we are planning to deliver that project also by end of next year. So within 2 years, we are going to complete the total construction of 29-story building with all finishing activities. Third project recently we have started, that is mixed use project that combines retails, commercials, and for that we have signed a MOU with IR and 210 keys we are coming up. So that was the requirement other mistake.
Exactly, yeah, that was the need
last
of
so
the
many
hour.
years thinking something should come, and we are lucky to get that project by way of letter of allotment, and work has already started, and all things are placed. So within time schedule, we are planning to deliver their project also.
That's good. So 2 projects to be delivered by end of next year and one on this year. Good. So lot much supply residential is also coming in. That's good to know. Tejas bhai, do you see any scope of prop tech or real estate innovation, fractional ownership? That doesn't come to you actually. But how is it that you foresee the new revolution of technology being used within Gift City could be implemented in other parts of the city as well? And are you doing any projects such as that?
Yeah, we are doing currently 2 projects in GIFT, and we have in the city we have like 13 odd projects going on. With the demand of tall structure in the city, I mean, we started building a tall structure early enough, whereby we can implement those construction concept in the city, because city also now coming up with many iconic buildings. So definitely the experience of the GIFT is helping us now in the city as well. So that helps.
So we should say thanks to Nisarg and his team for helping it, for building good, tall structures across the city as well. I guess we are pretty much on time, in time. I'll leave it upon open to the audience if they have any questions for the panelists here.
Very good evening, sir. My question to Mr. Nisarg, sir. Sir, being a Gujarati, particularly being a resident of Gandhinagar, I feel proud to be with the sense of, that GIFT City is located in our city. Excellent planning, world-class infrastructure. We are quite happy with that. One significant challenge which we have been facing at GIFT City, whenever we go to park a car, that challenge in inadequate car parking, or maybe the optimal utilization of car parking facility available at GIFT City. You are aware that there is a growing influx of employees and visitors. And as a result of that, the current car parking facility, which is not sufficient in GIFT City, we have been facing a lot of problems while parking the car over there. Particularly those who are employees at GIFT City, they are also facing a lot of challenges. So my request is that we have such an excellent smart city, world-class infrastructure is available. Why can't we manage the parking facility at GIFT City? This is my question. And one more, my suggestion is that we have leading developers are there, Kaviratna Group, Mr. S.K. Patel is there, and Mr. Sayan Sai is there. With the help of all these developers, why can't GIFT Authority do something for parking facilities? Please.
Thank you. We are pretty much aware about, your concern, right? Overall GIFT master plan does not have an idea of open parking, right, as a master planning. And GIFT as a city is in making. We cannot say entire city is ready. Some of them are operational, some of them are under construction. So for the parking part, right now around 3 car parks, multi-level car park is under construction, which will give you supply of around 4,500 kind of car parks in near future. Okay. What has happened that initially, the development which took place, the Gift One Tower and other places, right? As per the demand, they created, one basement, and rest they have taken an option to block in the multi-level car park, which was as per the plan. And now, because of the feasibility, the car parking, the multi-level car parks, we have already allotted. This is under construction. But we have taken care that the new allotments that we have done, right? So, for example, the MLCP, few of the projects they are doing, we are making sure that whatever the car park requirement is there as per the DCR, it has to be completed in the basement. So the car parking requirement is a very temporary stuff, which will get addressed very soon by once the car parking will be ready. But meanwhile, what we have done, the open area, the open plots that we have identified, that we are, allowing for the car parks. Some of the areas we have done the paver work, which can be used all 12 months, 365 days. Some of the areas is yet open, that we will be doing the paver work. But sometime in monsoon, that open area is not usable, right? So for a temporary, they, might park on the side of the roads. So these are some of the temporary teething issue which you will, face in any growing city. But I'm sure within next few years, you will not have this kind of problem.
We do have room for one more question if anyone wants to. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. My question is addressed to Mr. Shan Zaveri. Sir, you recently spoke about digital real estate tokenization and your platform Terrazzo in Gift City. Now, you said that it is a regulated platform. I mean, there are many other asset tokenization platforms in India who sell land in the asset tokenization form and other assets also, which are pre-lease assets. Are they also regulated, or only the IFSC is the body who authorizes regulates asset tokenization platforms?
Thank you. That's a great question. India has for securitization and securities, India has a regulator, SEBI. Similarly, in GIFT IFSC, there is the IFSCA. There are only two regulators who can regulate these kind of activities. Often activities may continue, particularly new models, new business models, sometimes evolve, and and regulation catches up. So in domestic India, to my knowledge, there is no current formula for tokenization. There are some formulas for fractionalization. SEBI has come up with the SM REIT structure. In GIFT IFSC has come up with a consultation paper on asset tokenization. And until there is regulation in place, they have a regulatory sandbox. So we are regulated under a regulatory sandbox. Similar sandboxes exist in SEBI, but to my knowledge, they have not enabled any project so far. But hopefully this will see the US suddenly under new leadership has taken a turn on digital assets. And suddenly when a very large economy takes a fast turn on new technology, everybody has to wake up. So I think it's only a matter of time before the world wakes up to this. We hope that India and GIFT IFSC remains at the forefront, and we want to really be one of the front runners. So this is a great opportunity, and we hope that tokenization becomes mainstream. We, as Terrazzo, we would love to see growth of this industry and have a lot of high quality players only then a market develops. This cannot happen with one or two people doing it. So I think it's only a matter of time. But currently, to my knowledge, there is no regulated platform operating in the country.
Thank you.
And with for one more question. So if anybody is willing to ask one more question, we can take that. Please, can we have the mic for sir? Just pass the mic to sir, please. And any further questions beyond this, we can take it in the networking zone ahead. Thank you.
Hello. Hey, Shan, this question is for you. So the tokenization is not available for investors within India. Is that correct or no? Because that's still a confusion what we heard from you.
So tokenization per se would be only under this regulatory sandbox. The project that we proposed envisaged investment in India. So the project is in India. So as per FEMA rules, which we are required to comply with, you can't raise money from India, take it to GIFT and invest it back in India. So for that reason, we can't do it. Once there is a regulation, there will be no restriction. The only thing is, if you want to collect money in India and invest in India, SEBI will have to come up with their policy, which I'm sure they will. I think SEBI is also waiting for IFSCA's experiment to play out. And because the people who are working in IFSCA, most of them are from SEBI. And they have colleagues or they are on deputation from SEBI, or they've come from SEBI, or they have friends in SEBI. And they work closely to see that India's ecosystem, India has done many things which are first in the world. We have, the way we've popularized UPI, for example. So it's only a matter of time before the country sees this in a regulated medium for people to participate in the economic success of real estate.
No, that's perfectly all right. I understand in future, yes, the policy framework will be there for tokenization for an Indian resident to be able to invest in an Indian real estate as a token. But today, as it stands, your project, which is in India within the GIFT city, only an NRI can invest in that project.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That not because of IFSCA's regulation,
Correct. India
but
doesn't
because
have
of
regulation.
India's, RBI's FEMA regulation.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Thank you so much for the answer. Wonderful queries resolved, and of course, brilliant insights shared. Ladies and gentlemen, please, Zor se taali for this very incredible panel. Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to please kindly wait on stage, and I'll request Mr. Rohit Chakravarti, Vice President Sales, Wallplast Products Private Limited, to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Rohit as well, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. The moment will remain incomplete if we don't do a nice group photo. So I'll request all of you to come forward, please, so that we can do a nice group photo over here. We have our in-house photographer alongside Ms. Patel, turning a photographer as well for all of us over here. Give a big round of applause for Avantika as well, please. She's been a part of the Realty Plus team for a very, very long time. Ever since I've been associated with them, hosting their events, etc. So she deserves a bigger round of applause indeed. Thank you so much. Ek aur baar zor se taali for Avantika, please, everybody. Thank you. All right, so I'll need help on stage. We need to remove 2 chairs. So, sir, please, aap 2 chairs kindly hata denge. Redevelopment, transforming residential reality. This is going to be a fireside chat. Like always, I'm going to be introducing our moderator, then I'm going to be introducing our speakers, and then I'll request my honorable moderator and my honorable speakers to join me on stage together. Thank you. So this session is going to be moderated on stage by Rocky Israni, Managing Director, India Investments, Pacifica Companies. Mr. Rocky spearheads Indian operations at Pacifica Companies. He has been responsible for the group's growth and expansion since the year 2006. Earlier, he was involved in residential and lodging operations and development for Pacifica Companies in the US from the year 1994 to 2005. Back in India, he has expanded the portfolio across residential, hotels, senior housing, IT parks, townships, commercial and plotted development across 7 different cities across India. If I have to name the cities, they would be Ahmedabad, Vadodara, Disa, Chennai, Hyderabad, Bengaluru, and NCR. What I'm going to do is right now I'm going to be introducing our honorable speakers in alphabetical order. We have with us today Anand Choksi, founder and managing director, the Real Estate Connect. Ladies and gentlemen, the Real Estate Connect, under the able leadership of Mr. Choksi, offers personalized and tailored solutions to buyers and sellers alike. He holds a certified professional realtor status accredited by Association of Certified Realtors of India, and having worked with several multinational and Fortune 500 organizations in India and Canada for 14 years, he has been transforming real estate brokerage services since 2009. Thank you so much. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Choksi, please. Thank you. I'm going to be introducing our remaining speakers, and then I'll request all of them to join me on stage together. We have with us, no problem, that's fine. We are very happy to welcome you before, no problem. We have with us today Paresh R. Jani, founder and proprietor, Jani & Co. Solicitors and Advocates. Mr. Paresh is a veteran of the real estate sector in Gujarat and is very well recognized for his experience in advising on real estate matters, including litigation. He established his legal practice way back in the year 1974, and the firm is now known for its expertise in documentation, property laws, and most importantly, building laws in Gujarat and real estate legal matters. We also have with us today Mr. Suresh D. Patel, who's the CMD of Surya Group. He's also the Honorable Secretary, Naredco National, President, Naredco Gujarat, and the former chairman of Credai Gujarat and the former president of Gaihet. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request all our esteemed speakers to please join me on stage for this fireside chat? A big round of applause for all of them, please. तालियों की गूंज सामने से लेके पीछे तक हमारे जितने भी guests से, if I may request all of you, clap loudly and appreciate their presence. Let's value the time that they have taken from their end to be with us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to be over here as per the seating arrangement. That would be perfect. All right, so thank you so much, sir. And over to you. The timer is over there for your reference.
A warm good afternoon to everybody. And really appreciate the pleasure of having me here and conducting this session on redevelopment. Let me introduce they've already introduced the eminent speakers. One of them comes from the sales side, Anand. Jani Saib is a solicitor. So we have him here for the legal side of the opinion on the redevelopment projects and the processes that we go through for redevelopment. And Suresh Bhai is here. He's a big lobbying authority from when he was with Gahead and now with Naredco. He's current president of Naredco, which has a big industry voice when we lobby this policy making to with the government. So that's why we have him here. So there are several types of redevelopment in real estate. Few of them being, we're only discussing residential here, but few of them being SRA. One is private redevelopment, which is where the land is owned by either the residents or the society. And the other is the GHB redevelopment, which is Gujarat Housing Board, where Gujarat Housing Board owns the land, and then the residents are the actual tenants with a 99-year lease on them. When these buildings reach their life expectancy of, I think the policy says, Jani sahab, 25 varas? So minimum 25 years if the building is minimum 25 years old from the date of their OCBU, then they become eligible for development. But actually the life expectancy is between 40 to 50 years of these residential buildings. That's when they become more eligible for development process. So we are going to discuss here predominantly private and GHB redevelopment processes and in this forum. As developers, we are concerned about the aesthetics of the city and how our city should shape up for future and modern living, and hence making redevelopment mandatory for the old and dilapidated buildings. We all understand that. The aging process is paramount, and our buildings also age and become beyond repair. That's when, meaning in 30 to 40 years, they become old and dilapidated when they need redevelopment. Now, what is the process that that goes through for redevelopment is what we're going to discuss here, and we're going to take all of you through the process, the audience here, and the challenges that we face. So Suresh bhai, I'll ask you this first question I'll pose to you. Why do you think that it is mandatory to redevelop these old buildings?
Good evening. Thank you, Realty, for giving us an opportunity to share our views related to different real estate subjects. यहाँ जो बैठे हैं सभी श्रोताओं के लिए एक बात मुझे बताते हुए बहुत खुशी हो रही है कि रीडेवलपमेंट का जो गुजरात सरकार का एक्ट है दैट इज पास इन 2016 और उससे पहले बहुत सारी सोसाइटी रीडेवलप करना चाहती थी और उसके लिए प्रॉपर फ्रेमवर्क नहीं था, इसीलिए 2016 में गवर्नमेंट ने रीडेवलपमेंट के लिए ये एक्ट लाए। एक्ट के हिसाब से अगर को ऑनर्स यानी जॉइंट जितने भी ऑनर्स हैं वो सब मिलके पॉलिसी डिसीजन लेते हैं कि हम उनको रीडेवलप करना है, तो प्राइमा फेसी ऐसा बताया गया है कि 25 इयर्स ओल्ड बिल्डिंग, मगर अगर रीडेवलपमेंट दूसरे ही दिन करना है तो भी विद द कंसेंट ऑफ द ऑल को-ऑनर्स आप कर सकते हैं। एक्चुअली रीडेवलपमेंट 100% कंसेंट है तो आप दूसरे ही दिन रीडेवलप कर सकते हैं। अगर 100% कंसेंट नहीं है तो 25 इयर्स ओल्ड प्रोजेक्ट होना चाहिए और उसमें 75% लोगों का कंसेंट होना चाहिए फॉर द रीडेवलपमेंट। दैट इज द बेसिक क्राइटेरिया। रीडेवलपमेंट क्यों करना चाहिए, जैसे आपने पूछा, रीडेवलपमेंट की अहम बात क्या है? 3 एंगल होते हैं रीडेवलपमेंट में। सबसे पहला जो एंगल होता है दैट इज बिल्डिंग का सेफ्टी, स्ट्रक्चरल सेफ्टी जो ज्यादातर होता है। अगर बिल्डिंग सही में स्ट्रक्चरली सेफ नहीं है तो मेरे हिसाब से ऑनर या को ऑनर को उसमें गवर्नमेंट का लॉ चाहे कुछ भी हो, एक दिन भी वहां रहना नहीं चाहिए। उसको वैकेंट करके पैसा है तो दूसरी जगह ले ले, पैसा नहीं है तो रेंट पे चला जाए, मगर स्ट्रक्चर सेफ्टी के लिए उनको बाकी के 75% लोगों के कंसेंट की आवश्यकता का वेट नहीं करना चाहिए। दूसरी जो बात है दैट इज बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट। अभी कुछ ही मिनट पहले 45 स्टोरी से बनने वाले डायमंड्स बिल्डिंग से भी जो क्वेश्चन ऑडियंस से आया दैट वाज अबाउट द पार्किंग। तो अगर आज नए बन रहे प्रोजेक्ट में भी पार्किंग इज द इश्यू, तो 1970 में या 1980 में बने बिल्डिंग जिसमें ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे हॉलो प्लिंथ नहीं रखा जाता था, यानी बेसिक ग्राउंड फ्लोर से ही फ्लैट चालू होते थे, और ज्यादातर फ्लैट 80s में जो बने हैं दैट इज ग्राउंड +2 या ग्राउंड +3 स्टोरी बिल्डिंग जिसमें न पार्किंग है हॉलो प्लिंथ में, न वहां पे लिफ्ट का फैसिलिटी है, न फायर सेफ्टी है। तो दैट इज बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट, यानी सबसे पहला है स्ट्रक्चरल रिक्वायरमेंट, दूसरा जो है दैट इज बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट। अगर बेसिक रिक्वायरमेंट है तो फॉर द सीनियर पीपल, फॉर द इमरजेंसी ये सारी चीजों की आवश्यकता है, तो उस सर्कमस्टेंसेस में भी ज्यादा से ज्यादा मेंबर को कंसेंट लेके रीडेवलपमेंट करना चाहिए। और तीसरी जो रिक्वायरमेंट है दैट इज लाइफस्टाइल। तो लाइफस्टाइल में कॉमन एमिनिटीज अब जो दूसरे कॉम्प्लेक्सेस में नए फैसिलिटी में मिल रहे हैं, जीडीसीआर में भी बहुत सारे प्रोविजन किए गए हैं, और रियल एस्टेट के नए नए टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ जो अच्छे अच्छे बिल्डिंग बन रहे हैं, दैट इज लाइफस्टाइल मैटर्स। तो ये 3 वजह से रीडेवलपमेंट करना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से। मगर 2016 में ये एक्ट आने के बाद आज की तारीख में पूरे अहमदाबाद में, इंक्लूडिंग जो 2 कैटेगरी आपने ली, गुजरात हाउसिंग बोर्ड का रीडेवलपमेंट और दूसरा प्राइवेट सोसाइटी का रीडेवलपमेंट, दोनों मिला के ये 10 साल में 120 प्रोजेक्ट्स के एमओयू भी साइन नहीं हुए होंगे। दैट इज द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज इन दिस फील्ड कि इतना एक्ट 2016 में गवर्नमेंट लाए, जिसके लिए एग्रेसिव है गवर्नमेंट भी कि आपको रीडेवलप करना चाहिए। उससे भी 10 साल पहले लोग रीडेवलप करना चाहते थे, तो भी आज 120 बिल्डिंग से ज्यादा एमओयू नहीं हुए। गुजरात हाउसिंग बोर्ड के तो जब मेरे हिसाब से 6 या 7 प्रोजेक्ट ही जीएचबी ने लॉन्च किए, उसमें से एक ही प्रोजेक्ट खत्म हुआ है गुजरात हाउसिंग बोर्ड का। और प्राइवेट सेक्टर के 115 प्रोजेक्ट में से मेरे हिसाब से 25 प्रोजेक्ट भी खत्म चालू है या तो खत्म होने आए, कंस्ट्रक्शन पूरा होने में है। तो मेरे हिसाब से इसमें बहुत बड़े चेंजेस और लूप होल्स जो हैं स्पेशली रीडेवलपमेंट के, उसके लिए बहुत सारी आवश्यकता है कि इस एक्ट को किस तरह से ज्यादा पब्लिक फ्रेंडली और वायबल बनाया जाए।
सो ये एक्ट जो आप बोल रहे हैं 2016 में ये गुजरात में आया, दूसरे स्टेट्स में ये एक्ट ऑलरेडी कई जगह ऑलरेडी बहुत पहले से है। एक्ट आने से ये मैंडेटरी नहीं हो गया कि रीडेवलप करना है। मैं टू अवर ऑडियंस आई वांट टू से कि दिस एक्ट से आपने फैसिलिटेट करने की कोशिश की है एज अ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, बट ये एक्ट ऑलरेडी दूसरे स्टेट्स में थे। मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि हाउ डू यू मेक इट मैंडेटरी, मतलब आप उसको कंपलसरी कैसे बनाओ रीडेवलप करने के लिए, क्योंकि ये अभी भी एक्ट आपको कंपलसरी नहीं बोलता रीडेवलप करने के लिए। ये एक्ट बोलता है आप वॉलंटरीली अगर ये क्राइटेरिया मीट करते हो तो आपको रीडेवलपमेंट का ऑप्शन अवेलेबल है, कंपलसरी नहीं है वो।
पूरे विश्व भर में जहां पे जैसे ऑक्यूपेंसी सर्टिफिकेट दिया जाता है, मेरे हिसाब से जहां स्ट्रक्चर स्टेबिलिटी नहीं हो, चाहे वहां 75% ऑनर की कंसेंट हो या नहीं हो, अगर स्ट्रक्चरली स्टेबल बिल्डिंग नहीं है तो उसमें नॉन ऑक्यूपेंसी सर्टिफिकेट देना चाहिए। यानी बिल्डिंग को आप इमीडिएटली खाली करो। अगर वैसी चीजें आएगी तभी मेरे हिसाब से रीडेवलपमेंट का सही मायने में इसका सॉल्यूशन हो पाएगा। कभी कभी क्या होता है, जो जितने भी मेंबर्स हैं रीडेवलप सोसाइटी के करते हैं, उनके लिए रीडेवलपमेंट जो है वो एक लॉटरी के तौर पे, या तो उनको क्या फैसिलिटी उसमें ज्यादा मिलती है, किस तरह के स्पेसिफिकेशन है, उसको देखे बगैर कितना एरिया ज्यादा मिलेगा, कितना आपको अमाउंट ज्यादा दे पाएंगे, कितना ज्यादा एफडी उनको मिलेगा, वो चीज के ऊपर ज्यादा कॉन्सेंट्रेट हो रहा है, बजाय उसके उनको अच्छा बिल्डिंग मिले उस हिसाब से कंसंट्रेट होना चाहिए।
वो पॉइंट है, हम डिस्कस करेंगे। इट्स वन ऑफ द मेजर पॉइंट ऑफ कंटेंशन वेयर व्हाई द रीडेवलपमेंट्स आर नॉट हैपनिंग। आई विल पोज अ क्वेश्चन टू जानी साहब। जानी साहब, ત્યાં અહીંયા hundreds and thousands of societies છે, કદાચ હજારોમાં, જે ડેવલપ કરવા ઈચ્છે છે। એ લોકોએ પ્રાઇમરી મીટિંગો કરેલી છે અંદર સોસાયટીઓમાં, જે ઈચ્છા જતાવે છે કે અમારે ડેવલપ કરવું છે, પણ એ પ્રોસેસ થતું નથી। અને જેમ સુરેશભાઈએ કીધું કે કદાચ પ્રાઇવેટમાં 25 સોસાયટી થયેલી છે અને જીએચબી ની કેટલી થયેલી છે આપની?
6 or 7
6
projects.
કે 7। એનું કારણ પ્રિડોમિનન્ટલી લીગલની જે બી વ્યાખ્યાઓ હોય કે આપના દ્રષ્ટિએ શું કારણો છે કે ડેવલપમેન્ટ ફ્રુટિફાઈ નથી થતું?
એનું કારણ સાચું કહું તો જે આ બિલ્ડરો બેઠા હશે ને એમને કદાચ ખોટું લાગશે, કારણ કે જે મેમ્બર્સ ઓફ ધ સોસાયટી they do not have any confidence in their managing committee members, so that if managing committee members suggest that Mr. X is a proper developer or proper contractor for redevelopment of our society, then they will think otherwise કે આને કંઈ મળતું લાગે છે એટલા માટે આવું કરતો લાગે છે. એટલે they will try to find out other developers કે છે કે નહીં. અધર આવે ત્યારે જે જૂના હોય છે એ લોકો કે આના કરતા તો અમારો પેલો જૂનો વધારે સારો હતો. એટલે આ જે છે ને માથાકૂટ એની અંદર આ રીડેવલપમેન્ટની બહુ તકલીફ પડે છે. મોટાભાગના લોકો તો અમારી ઓફિસ આવીને ઘણી વાર પૂછે છે કે સાહેબ કોઈ અચ્છો રીડેવલપર હોય તો કહો અમને, અને અમને જરા કંઈ 1-2% આપે એમાંથી એવું જોજો તમે એમ. તો અમે બધું ઊંચું મૂકી દઈશું, કોઈને બોલવા નહીં દઈએ, કોઈ બોલશે તો ફટકારીશું એને સોસાયટીમાં એમ. પણ અમને રીડેવલપર માટે સારો ડેવલપર આપો, રીડેવલપમેન્ટ માટે. આ જે વસ્તુ છે ને ઇટ ઇઝ અ લોભ, બરાબર આમ જોવા જઈએ તો. અચ્છા, એવું ને એવું ડેવલપરનું હોય છે કે એ લોકો જઈને પહેલે જ દિવસે દે વિલ ટ્રાય ટુ મીટ ધ સેક્રેટરી એન્ડ ચેરમેન એન્ડ દે વિલ ટ્રાય ટુ કન્વિન્સ હિમ ટુ ગેટ સમથિંગ આઉટ ઓફ ધ કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ. અને પછી એમ કે સાહેબ તમને 5 લાખ આપીશું કે 2 લાખ આપીશું કે 50,000 આપીશું, પણ અમારી જોડે તમે આ કરો. હવે આ વસ્તુ એવી છે કે ઇટ વિલ બીકમ નોન ટુ ઈચ એન્ડ એવરી મેમ્બર ઓફ ધ એપાર્ટમેન્ટ. આમાં કદાચ 2 દિવસ છાનું રાખો, 3 દિવસ છાનું રાખો, 4 દિવસ છાનું રાખો, પણ 15-20 દિવસમાં તો 100% બધાને ખબર પડી જશે કે આપણો સેક્રેટરી છે ને શંકરલાલ એ ચોર છે આની અંદર, એમાં કંઈ ખબર નથી એમ. એટલે આપણે કહીએ આ મેઇન વસ્તુ આ છે. જે શબ્દ છે ને કાયદાની અંદર એ 75% લખ્યું છે, અને બેની વચ્ચે બીજા પેરેગ્રાફની વચ્ચે ઓર શબ્દ લખ્યો છે એમ, કે ભાઈ બિલ્ડિંગ સાવ જૂનું થઈ ગયું છે, જર્જરિત થઈ ગયું છે, તો પણ એને રીડેવલપમેન્ટમાં જવા માટે કોર્પોરેશન કે સરકાર ચોક્કસપણે ફોર્સ પાડી શકશે એમ. તો એ જે જૂનું થયું છે એ કેમ જૂનું થયું એમ ખાસ તો જોવા જઈએ તો મને યાદ છે 2001માં આપણે ત્યાં ધરતીકંપ આવ્યો ત્યારે જે બિલ્ડિંગ ફ્લેટ્સની જે ટેરેસો હતી ને છૂટી એમ, જે ખરેખર દિવાલથી જુદી હોય પણ હોય દિવાલની ભેગી પણ ખરી, તો એનું આ લોકોએ સેફ્ટવાળા પાસે બધું જોડાવ્યું. કારણ કે એ ટેરેસની અંદર જેટલો જાડો સળિયો વપરાવો જોઈતો હતો એના કરતાં અડધો જાડો સળિયો પણ વપરાણો નથી એમ, અને એટલા માટે સડસડાટા નીચે પડી ગયું છે. તો આવું બધું બધાય પેપર ઉપર પણ આવી ગયું છે. તો માફ કરજો પણ એ બિલ્ડરનું ધારો કે પોતાનું જ ઘર હોત ત્યાં અને એમના જ સગાવાળાની ઈજા થઈ હોત તો આપણે એમ ન કહેત કે આ બિલ્ડરને સજા કરો. આ વિમાન જતું રહ્યું, ઉડી ગયું, તો આપણે એમ નથી કહેતા ચાલો એર ઇન્ડિયાને કંઈક તો સજા કરવી જોઈએ આની અંદર, આવું કેમ થયું એમ. એટલે એ રીતે જોવા જઈએ ને તો કોઈ સજાની જોગવાઈ નથી. આ જે નવો કાયદો આપણે ત્યાં આવ્યો છે એમાં સજાની જોગવાઈ છે, પણ કઈ 10,000 રૂપિયાનો દંડ ઘણી જગ્યાએ તેવું લખ્યું છે. પછી ઘણી જગ્યાએ લખ્યું છે કે પ્રોજેક્ટ કોસ્ટના 5%. હવે 5% પ્રોજેક્ટ કોસ્ટ કોણ નક્કી કરશે? તો કે એમના ને એમના આર્કિટેક્ટને એમના ને એમના માણસો એમ. તો એ રીતે 5-25 લાખ રૂપિયા આપીને એ લોકો છૂટી જવાના છે. એક બે જગ્યાએ એવું લખ્યું છે કે 1 વર્ષની સજા થશે અને આમ તો, અને વધારે સજા લખી હોય ને તો પેલા એસ્ટેટ એજન્ટને દલાલોને કરવાનું લખ્યું છે કે તમને 1 વર્ષ ઠોકી દઈશું અમે જો આખા પાછા તો. એટલે આ બધી વસ્તુ એવી છે કે જેના લીધે રીડેવલપમેન્ટના પ્રોજેક્ટો થઈ શકતા નથી. ઘણી વખત એવી છે કે દયાજનક કેસો બનતા હોય છે. બિલ્ડર જાય, લગભગ 100 જણા હોય એમાંથી 90 જણા તૈયાર થઈ ગયા હોય, પણ 10 જણા આવ્યા તો કે દે આર વેરી ઓલ્ડ પીપલ, અને દે મે રિક્વેસ્ટ કે હવે અમને ઓલરેડી 80 થયા છીએ, મેક્સિમમ વી વિલ લીવ ફોર 2 or 3 years, અમને શું કરવા આને ખાલી કરીને બીજે જવાનું કહો છો, અને તમે બીજું બાંધશો ત્યાં સુધી તો કદાચ અમે ઉડી જઈશું એમ. એટલે આ જે થાય છે, મને એક યાદ છે 2001ના ધરતીકંપની જ રીડેવલપમેન્ટની વાત કરું. 24 ફ્લેટ હતા, 24 ફ્લેટ પડી ગયા. એમાં એક બા એવા હતા કે જેમની ઉંમર પ્રેક્ટિકલી 90 યર્સ હતી એમ, કે અમે લોકોએ બધી બચત કરીને આ ફ્લેટ વસાવ્યો તો મારે બીજે કશે નથી જવું, અહીંયા ફ્લેટ બાંધીને મને આપો. પણ કીધું તમારો સામાન તો અંદરથી બહાર લેવા જાઓ, એટલી ગાળો દે, બિલ્ડરે ભાગી જાય, કોઈ પણ આવે નહીં એમ. પછી અલ્ટિમેટલી મને કે આનું શું કરવું? મેં કહ્યું એક કામ કરો, એમને એવું સમજાવો કે તમને આ જમીનમાં જ રસ છે ને, એટલે કે આ તમે કોઈ કોર્નરની અંદર એમને એક રૂમ 12x10 કે 12x15 બાંધો અને સંડાસ બાથરૂમ મૂકી આપો. 90 વર્ષના છે, સિવિલ એગ્રી કે પછી બંધાશે ત્યારે હું ઉપર જતી રહીશ, પણ અત્યારે હું તમને સંમતિ આપું છું. એન્ડ ઇટ વોઝ ઓલ ડન. અને આખું બિલ્ડિંગ અત્યારે બંધાઈ ગયું, ફ્લેટ બંધાઈ ગયા. અડધા ફ્લેટ બંધાયા પછી બિલ્ડરને કંઈ વધારે પૈસા મળતા હશે એટલે એમણે ત્યાં આગળ મકાન બાંધવાના બદલે શોપિંગ સેન્ટર આખું કરી કાઢ્યું. પછી મને માજીએ બોલાવ્યો, મને કે આ તો આવું થઈ ગયું. મેં કહ્યું તમને સરસ આગળની સાઈડે એક રૂમ મોટી કાઢી આપીએ. એટલે એ રીતે થાય છે. એટલે આમ તો આપણે છેતરપિંડી જ કરી ને, આઈ વોઝ ઓલ્સો આ પાર્ટી, એટલે મેં છેતરપિંડી કરી, એમાં સવાલ જ નથી આવતો. એટલે આ બધાના કારણે આવું બધું થતું હોય છે.
જાની સાહેબ, આ તો આપને સલાહ આપી બિલ્ડરને કે કેવી રીતે બેસ્ટ પ્રેક્ટિસ કરવાની. કોઈ એવી પોલિસીમાં કે કાયદામાં આપ એવી ચેન્જીસ સજેસ્ટ કરી શકો જે સુરેશભાઈના મારફત, નારાયણકોના મારફતે આપણે
કાયદો બહુ
પોલિસીની અંદર કઈ
કાયદો
ચેન્જીસ
સરસ
થાય?
બનેલો છે કે સારું બાંધકામ કરવું, ક્વોલિટી બાંધકામ કરવું. ક્વોલિટી ઇઝ ધ વર્ડ વિચ ઇઝ યુઝડ ઇન ધ કાયદા. હવે વોટ ઇઝ ક્વોલિટી? તો એના માટે તો વી હેવ ટુ ગો અગેન ટુ ધ મ્યુનિસિપલ કોર્પોરેશન કે ભાઈ પ્લીઝ સર્ટિફાય વેધર ઇટ ઇઝ quality construction or it is not quality construction. Now, how can we obtain such a certificate from municipal corporation that we all know કે ભાઈ આટલા પૈસા આપો તો ક્વોલિટી કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન છે એવું લખીને આપી દેશે? એટલે એ જ્યાં સુધી આપણા જે મેન્ટલ સેટબેક છે ને એ જ્યાં સુધી પણ આપણે સુધારીશું નહીં ત્યાં સુધી આ પોસિબલ નથી. એમ દાખલા તરીકે એન્જિનિયરના જ 5 જણનું આપણે ગ્રુપ બનાવીએ કે આપણે મ્યુનિસિપાલિટી પાસે પછી જઈએ, પહેલા આપણી એન્જિનિયરિંગ કોમ્યુનિટી છે, ડુ દે સે દેટ ધીસ ઇઝ અ ક્વોલિટી કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન? એન્ડ ઇફ દે સે ધેન ઇટ ઇઝ અ ક્વોલિટી કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન. પછી મ્યુનિસિપાલિટી ના કહે તો પણ ઇટ ઇઝ અ ક્વોલિટી કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન. અને એક વખત સુંદર મજાનું બિલ્ડિંગ બંધાઈ જશે તો બાજુવાળું બીજું આવશે, એના પછીનું સ્વસ્તિક સોસાયટી આગળ હમણાં જ એક બિલ્ડિંગ બંધાયું, 12 કે 15 ફ્લેટનું હતું, એના 18 ફ્લેટ થયા. દે આર સો મચ હેપી કે અમે તો એટલા બધા ખુશ છીએ અને બાકીના 6 જણા આવ્યા છીએ ને એ અમે જ શોધીને આપેલા છે. એટલે અવર ફેમિલી હેઝ બીન એક્સપાન્ડેડ એનાથી એવું થયું છે અને દે આર વેરી 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 હેપી. આમ તો
Anand, let me ask you this question. We see that most of the redevelopment projects that are being done successfully are in a very central locations, but they still don't command a selling prices which are equivalent to newer upcoming areas. To give a reference is Narayanpura is being redeveloped by GHP at several projects. Comparing Narayanpura pricing to Amli Road pricing or a Thaltej pricing, what is your opinion? Why does that happen, and what are the remedies to that?
So you are absolutely right. If we see traditionally, the Ahmedabad has been moving towards the western side, and that's true with a lot of developed cities in the world. That they somehow, for whatever reasons, let's not get into that, they move towards western side. One of the fundamental reasons that we see here in Ahmedabad and prominently in all over India is that our mentality of our members of the societies is not so much focused towards maintaining the building. So the buildings are not being maintained. For that one reason, the community, the entire society, the surrounding is also not that plush. If you see downtown, for example, New York downtown, the pricing of downtown keeps on appreciating. Here, what happens is the new construction reaches to a level and then it plateaus, and then the pricing starts dropping, which is happening right now on Ashram Road and CG Road and so on. People want to get out of those areas. Because not only that building is new, if the building is new, that's okay, but my surrounding is not so nice. My road infrastructure is not that great. The buildings I'm going to look at from the windows are not that nice. So people, what is happening actually in our country is that people are moving out, and that is actually a burden to not just the nation, but the environment also. So if I look at the larger picture, redevelopment is absolutely must for national interest and the environmental interest for all the global citizens. Because what is happening is that people are moving out. The older buildings are not being developed, where the building was 3-story, now could be a 30-story building. And we are moving towards outside. Government has to build more roads, more gutter line services, more electricity. The farmlands are being used for that. And that whole petrol, diesel, the fossil fuel is being spent more. So if the development is happening, not just of that one building, but the entire surrounding and the government infrastructure as well, how it is being done internationally, where if you would have gone to New York 15 years before and you go today, you'll find pretty much no difference. It's
downtown gets even better and better as
probably
time
yeah.
passes.
So that is where our actual tragic situation is. So, and that's the reason, like, what we can do in our personal interest that, okay, I'm going to go and live in a better area because I can afford it. Let people there who cannot afford it, they will live there and they will pay a certain amount of price that they can afford. So that is one reason why people, in spite of the building being new, they're not able to fetch the price that they should ideally speaking, because the area is a lot better developed. There's a lot more concentration of businesses and people around there. Still, people keep on moving outside. So I fail to understand how the pricing of Rachada is more than pricing in Naranpura. This is tragic.
But that's not the case with all the cities. This is, we're specifically discussing the problem with Ahmedabad. And because if the pricing is not going to be better or equivalent to the newer upcoming areas, the viability of those economic, financial viability of these redevelopment projects is going to not happen. Why I'm asking this question is this, meaning you go to South Delhi, a old project gets redeveloped, it demands premium. You go to Bandra and Juhu or Khar in Mumbai, it demands much premium pricing than Thane. But that's not the case in Ahmedabad. What, meaning there is a problem. How do you fix it is my question to you.
Yeah, and that's a lot to do with the geography as well. Ahmedabad, from pretty much all the sides, is open for the development. The new development can happen. While Bombay, I can talk about Bombay is because I've lived there, I've spent enough time there. There's a lot of natural barriers. One side is completely ocean, the other side is not developable. So the core downtown has its own value, and the infrastructure for whatever reasons is a lot better. Even if at the Connaught Place you go today, the infrastructure of that area is so much more better than what Ashram Road or CG Road has, and it's like that. So when the development is not that great and people want to move out, and there is possibility of moving out with Ahmedabad geography, people are moving out, and that's not so much happening there versus what is happening here in Gujarat. Though it is happening there also comparatively versus the more developed countries, but so much lesser than what is happening in here in Gujarat, because the land is available everywhere. Though government lately has restricted the development, still illegal construction is happening all over. We know that the Arsad Gams are in place, but how much implementation is happening, we only know. The laws is one thing and the implementation of law is a different thing. So that is one reason as per me.
So you don't see that trend changing. You see that the redevelopment in the olden areas, even with the best public infrastructure, best public transportation, they'll continue to stay depressed. Is that what your opinion is?
Unfortunately, yes, because not just redevelopment, even if you see there's a lot of tenders come out for Sabarmati riverfront development with such great connectivities, close to the airports, close to the business districts and so on, 5.4 FSI given versus 2.7 in R1 areas. Still not a lot of bidders are there to develop the infrastructure there. Why? It's because the people want to be on Ambli Road, Rajpath Club Road, Sindhuban Road, newer buildings, newer infrastructure, wider roads and so on. So that is unfortunate. I think unless government enforces a lot of 360-degree approach for the development of not just the buildings, but also the infrastructure and maintenance of that, this is not changing.
So you mean to say if only one building gets redeveloped or one project gets redeveloped in those areas, that is the predominant reason that the area is not getting uplifted. So my point was when I asked the first question to Suresh Bhai, if the entire area gets redeveloped, if it's mandatory to redevelop any 40-year-old building, which are all built at the same time in that one micro market, then you think the area can be upgraded and the pricing?
Absolutely. Yeah. People want to live not just in a great building, but also in a great neighborhood.
Great neighborhood.
So unless that is happening, there is no way out.
Correct. Suresh Bhai, let me ask you a question. Please, go ahead.
અમદાવાદી ભાષામાં વાત કરીએ તો આનંદભાઈની વાતને સહેજ આગળ વધારું. આપનો ડર, અમદાવાદ એક જ એવું શહેર છે મેટ્રો સિટી કે જેમાં CBD ચેન્જ થાય છે,
રોજ ચેન્જ થાય છે,
એવરીડે ચેન્જ થાય છે. માણેક ચોક થી આશ્રમ રોડ થી CG રોડ થી SG રોડ થી SBR અને હજુ આગળ. તો આ પ્રકારનું શહેર કદાચ મેં વિશ્વમાં ભાગ્યે જ ક્યાંક જોયું હોય એવું છે. જ્યારે મેકર્સ ચેમ્બર્સ કે નરીમાન પોઈન્ટ આજે પણ it's a Nariman point. Same in Connaught Place as Mr. Choksey says. તો Connaught Place આજે પણ એટલી સરસ જગ્યા છે. એટલે આ જે પ્રશ્ન છે અને રિવરફ્રન્ટ જેટલી સારી જગ્યા ડેવલપ હોવા છતાં આપણે નથી થઈ રહ્યું, એનું મુખ્ય કારણ છે માઇન્ડસેટ ઓફ ધ પીપલ. જે એમણે કહ્યું એ પ્રમાણે કે એ લોકો બહાર જઈ રહ્યા છે અને એને રિસ્ટ્રિક્ટ કરવા માટે માત્ર કાયદો નહીં, અવેરનેસ અને એરિયાનું સ્પેશિયલ ક્લાસિક બ્યુટિફિકેશન કરવું પડશે. અધરવાઇઝ ધીસ ટ્રેન્ડ્સ વિલ goes on and on. That is my perspective.
And Rocky, I just wanted to add one more thing. Even developing that one area is probably not practical, because how will government manage? If the SOPs are made in place that every time the road is being developed, it gets developed in this format. For example, let's say if we go to Adani Shantigram today. Shantigram is a great township where people would love to stay there. Why? Is because the walkways, the cyclist path, the roads, all infrastructure are done as per SOP. It's standardized. Our problem here in the city is Rajpath Club is developed in a different way. CG Road is developed in a different way. Amli Road is developed in a different way. The construction quality is not so great. It doesn't last a monsoon. So if these things, whenever new road is being done, if the walkways, footpaths are done along with it, then the neighborhood will develop. Right now, what is happening? It's very patchy. Wherever we have little footpath left is encroached. In the areas like Amli Road, and this is a fully developed area. It's one of the most premium areas where, like, apartments are costing around 10 crores and above. We don't have walkways today. That's a tragedy. Like an elderly lady wants to walk out for a morning walk. They don't have a place there to walk on the road. So if the development is done, whenever now the old development is done, if the new development is done as per an SOP, that it's very friendly for the people around, then this problem will resolve to a larger extent over a period of time.
So you mean to say in the olden areas also where we are contemplating development, redevelopment, the infrastructure should also be upgraded to the standards of newer area or by the SOP?
They're doing it. As such, every monsoon the roads breaks. We know that. As such, they're doing it. Might as well do a quality infrastructure along with, and not just put layers on the roads. I'll tell you this, I'm just not kidding. When I moved back from Canada, that is like about 17 years back, the first place I took my residence was at Prahlad Nagar. Literally, Prahlad Nagar's divider in between was this, from the stage level, it was this high. Right now, you go to Prahlad Nagar, the same street, it is this much. So what they did was they kept on applying layers after layers after layers over these years. And now that is not only because the road underneath is not sturdy enough, it's not going to hold. And the water clogging issues are there in the society's next door. So this is not, if you see everywhere in the world, they take away the layer of the road.
Of course.
And then they put another road. So the levels are maintained everywhere. And the societies are governed that you cannot raise your level, your plinth level beyond this. That's how the water management happens.
Right.
So that is not happening in that's a town planning issue, serious town planning issue.
So if the cities have to just go and develop in the newer areas, why would they put public transportation like metro and BRTS is all in the old established areas? Why do you think that is happening?
That is a lot to, I think personally, a lot to do with the vote bank. If the government is going to do, there's a lot of concentration of people there. They have to give, if they're going to give public transportation, they have to give where the concentration of people is there. So right now, if we zoom out on Google and if we see Amli Road's concentration, you will see a lot of green. But if you go Ashram Road and CG Road, it's all concrete, right? So there's a lot of concentration of people there. So you have to give them infrastructure and the transportation. The tragedy again is, hardly like people like you and me will probably not use public transport. Like we're not probably using on daily basis our public transport is primarily because that last mile connectivity is not there. For me to go to a metro station, if I have to go to Gift City, it's great if I can take a metro, but how will I reach there to the metro station? After reaching the metro station, do I have the parking there or not? If I drop out somewhere in Gift City, do I have walkways? Well, Gift City is a different case, but if I go to somewhere in Gandhinagar or let's say Ashram Road somewhere, do I have walkways to walk? Internationally, public transport has this also. This is part of public transport, that you have parking infrastructures, you have walkway infrastructures, and so on. And that's when people feel like taking that metro or BRTS and so on.
સુરેશ ભાઈ તમને એક પ્રશ્ન પૂછું કે what are the legal challenges to successful completion of the redevelopment projects? આપણે જેમ એક કીધું કે ચાલુ નથી થતા, એટલે હું ચાલુ નથી થતા એને બી કમ્પ્લીશન નથી થતા એવું ગણું છું કે 200 ના MOU થયા પણ 15 જ બાંધકામ ચાલુ થયા. રીડેવલપમેન્ટ ત્યારે જ કહેવાશે સક્સેસફુલ જ્યારે એ હેન્ડઓવર એક્ઝિસ્ટિંગ રેસિડેન્ટ્સને રીડેવલપ કરેલો મકાન આપીએ અને સોસાયટીનું નવું બીયુ લઈએ ત્યારે જ એને કમ્પ્લીશન ઓફ હું રીડેવલપમેન્ટ કહું. આ બધા પ્રોસેસ ચાલુ કરે છે પણ કમ્પ્લીટ નથી થતા, એના શું કારણ?
મારી પાસે જે ફિગર છે એ પ્રમાણે એકલા અમદાવાદમાં અત્યારે 500 કરતા વધારે સોસાયટી રીડેવલપ કરવા માંગે છે. they want to do.
મારી પાસે 1000 ઉપરનો આંકડો છે.
મિનિમમ ફિગર. અને મીન્સ કે એક એવા સ્ટ્રેચર પર આવી ગયા છે કે એમને ખરેખર કરવું જ છે, પણ કરવા માટે એમને જે ખરેખર ક્લચ છે જે નથી થઈ શકતું એનું મેઇન રીઝન છે કે જૂની જે સોસાયટીઓ ડેવલપ થઈ જે તે વખતે ઇન 80s એ વખતે 1 FSI હતો પ્લસ 1.2 મીટર બાલ્કની વોઝ ફ્રી, મોર દેન 1 FSI. એટલે એકચ્યુઅલી એ જે સોસાયટીઓ બની તે લગભગ 1.5 FSI ની બની. ઓવર અ પીરિયડ 30 વર્ષમાં સરકારે FSI વધાર્યો, આપ જેમ બોલો છો 5.4, 4, 2.7, 3.6. આ બધો FSI પ્લોટ સાથે જોડાયેલો નથી, પ્લોટ સાથે છે 1.8 જ. એટલે કે 1.5 જૂની સોસાયટીઓનું બનેલું છે, નવો FSI 1.8 જ બેસિક છે, બાકીનો બધો પેમેન્ટ FSI.
કદાચ 1.2 બી હોય.
1.2 બી હોય, that is in R2, but I am talking about 1980s societies. એટલે કે 1.5 FSI ની સોસાયટીઓ બનેલી છે, એ સોસાયટી પાસે અત્યારે લીગલી 1.8 FSI છે. 1.8 થી શરૂ કરી અને 3 બનાવો કે 4 બનાવો, આ બધો જ FSI સરકાર પાસે છે, ઓથોરિટી પાસે છે. એટલે વેચાણ લેવાનો છે. એટલે મેમ્બરોને 1.5 FSI છે, એને કંઈક 10%, 15% એક્સ્ટ્રા જોઈએ છે. એટલે એને અત્યારે જ 1.8 બાંધવું છે. તો જમીન જ છે એમની પાસે, 1.8 બાંધવું છે, તો 1.8 થી ઉપરનો FSI કોઈ પણ ડેવલપર બાંધે તો એને જે કન્સ્ટ્રક્શન કોસ્ટ આવે પ્લસ સરકારમાં એને FSI ના મીન્સ કે ઓથોરિટીમાં પરચેઝ FSI ના પૈસા ભરવા પડે કે એને TDR લેવો પડે. ઉપરાંત જૂના જેટલા 80 થી અત્યાર સુધીના મેમ્બરો છે એ બધાને એલોટમેન્ટ ઉપર સ્ટેમ્પ ડ્યુટી ભરવી પડે, જે અત્યારે સરકારે ફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી 80% બાદ આપી. એટલે એ બધું થયા પછી પ્લસ સ્ટેમ્પ ડ્યુટી ઓન ન્યૂ એલોટમેન્ટ પ્લસ GST ઓન મટીરિયલ પ્લસ GST ઓન લેબર પ્લસ GST ઓન ટ્રાન્સફર, આ બધું જ જો ભેગું કરવામાં આવે તો લગભગ 16 લાખથી 20 લાખ રૂપિયા ઓથોરિટીને આપવા પડે. એટલા માટે ધીસ ઇઝ ધ બિગેસ્ટ ક્લચ. એટલે મારી સરકારને પણ આ માધ્યમથી વિનંતી છે, રીડેવલપમેન્ટ કરવા વાળી 500,000 સોસાયટીઓને બી વિનંતી છે, અને ગુજરાત ભરની મહાનગરપાલિકાઓ જે 18 કે 20 મોટા શહેરો છે એ શહેરોના પ્રજાએ સરકારને કહેવાની જરૂર છે કે આ 1.8 થી લઈ અને 3.6 સુધીનો જે FSI છે એ સાહેબ અમારો મજબૂરીનો FSI છે, એટલે અમને ફ્રી ઓફ ચાર્જ આ FSI માં બિલ્ડિંગ બાંધવા દો. ધેટ ઇઝ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ.
આપનું કહેવાનું એવું છે કે રીડેવલપમેન્ટ પ્રોજેક્ટમાં FSI પરચેસેબલ ફ્રી હોવી જોઈએ, ભલે બીજા નોન રીડેવલપમેન્ટ પ્રોજેક્ટમાં જે બી કાયદો GDCR નો લાગતો હોય આપણે લાગવા દઈએ, પણ સરકારને આપણી એટલી રજૂઆત હોવી જોઈએ.
Benefit of the member, it should be goes to the members, not to the authority.
એટલે આપને કીધું 15% ની GHB ના ટેન્ડરની પોલિસીમાં 40% છે વધારો, તો 15%માં કોઈ માનતું નથી 15% વધારામાં, અને પ્રાઇવેટમાં તો પછી એ લોકો એક્સેલ જ ગણી લે છે પોતાનું જ કે ભાઈ કેટલું મળવું જોઈએ. એનીવેઝ હવે ટાઈમ ઇઝ અપ. આઈ હેવ લોટ ઓફ
ફ્લેટની સોસાયટી હોય તો 80-90 આર્કિટેક્ટ, 80-90 ચાર્ટર્ડ એકાઉન્ટન્ટ અને 80-90 એન્જિનિયર સાથે બિલ્ડરે કામ કરવાનું. અત્યારે એટલે માત્ર 20 જ સોસાયટી ડેવલપ થઈ.
I would like to have a closing statement from all our eminent panelists, or we can just take questions if you have questions, depending on what the host wants to do. If we can take questions from the audience.
Does anybody over here have any question? You're opening the floor for questions, right, sir?
Because our time is up.
Yeah.
So we're,
So if anybody wants to ask, we can accommodate one question. If anybody wants to ask over here, or you can connect in the networking zone. You have both options, whichever you feel is better. Anybody wants to raise their hand or any questions? सवाल जवाब का सिलसिला कुछ होने वाला है by any chance?
so
I
if
believe
they-
not, sir.
if we have like a minute left, then we can even ask all the panelists to have their closing statements
Take a
on.
minute for that.
Closing statement, you can start with Anand, yeah.
Well, all I want to say is that, as I said earlier, redevelopment is in the national interest and also in the environmental interest. So government should definitely promote redevelopment, and that's not going to happen effectively until the areas, the infrastructure is also being redeveloped in the right manner. And that's when we will see a lot of our farmlands being saved for the future agricultural requirement that our country already is having tremendous requirement. That's all I have to say.
રીડેવલપમેન્ટ ખરેખર ખૂબ સારી વાત છે જોવા જઈએ તો, પરંતુ એના માટે નંબર 1 એક તો ફોર્સફુલ સરકારે થવું પડશે કે ભાઈ તમારે કરવાનું જ છે રીડેવલપમેન્ટ. એમાં 70% હોય કે 7% હોય, પણ બિલ્ડિંગ તૂટી જાય અને 5 માણસ મરી જાય પછી કરશો એ નહીં ચાલે. અને આ બધું જે કરવાનું છે એ એટલું જલ્દી કરવું જોઈએ સરકારે કે એની અંદર કોઈની તકલીફ ના થાય. બીજું કે આપણે આજે રીડેવલપિંગ માટે ડેવલપરની નિમણૂક કરવાની છે તે સોસાયટી ઉપર આપણે છોડ્યું છે. એના બદલે જો હાઉસિંગ બોર્ડ કે મ્યુનિસિપલ કોર્પોરેશન જ નક્કી કરી આપતી હોય, બિલ્ડરોનું આખું લિસ્ટ બનાવે કે આ બિલ્ડર આ બિલ્ડર આ બિલ્ડર આ બિલ્ડર આ બિલ્ડર સારા છે અને એની પાસે તમે રીડેવલપમેન્ટ કરાવી શકો છો, તો પછી શું છે કે મેં તમને કીધું ને પેલા મેમ્બરોને લાલચ જાગે છે કે આપણે ઓળખીતો ડેવલપર આવશે તો આપણને આટલા ટકા મળશે. એ બધી વસ્તુઓ ઘણી બધી ઓછી થઈ જાય. શું થયું વસાર સાહેબ? આ એક હકીકત જ છે ને આમ તો જોવા જઈએ તો. સભ્યોને એમ થાય કે આ આવે તો સારું, મારે ઓળખીતો આવે તો સારું, પણ બધાને ઓળખતા જ હોય છે એકબીજા. આમ જોવા જઈએ તો અમદાવાદ ઇઝ અ વિલેજ, ઇટ ઇઝ નોટ અ સિટી. આમ બધા તમે ઓઢવવાળાને ઓળખો ને આંબલીવાળાને ઓળખો, એના જેવું છે. એટલે એટલું થાય તો વધારે સારું મારી દ્રષ્ટિએ. થેન્ક યુ.
રિયલ એસ્ટેટ રેગ્યુલેટરી એક્ટ રેરા આવ્યા પછી રીડેવલપમેન્ટની સોસાયટીમાં પણ રેરા લાગુ પડે છે. એવા સંજોગોમાં દરેક સોસાયટી કે જેમાં ખરેખર બિલ્ડિંગ ડેમેજ સ્ટેજ પર હોય તો એમણે જે ટાઈમ બોમ્બ છે, ખરેખર બિલ્ડિંગ તૂટવા ઉપર છે, એની ટીક 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 જે ચાલુ છે એ ટીક ટીકમાં ડિઝાસ્ટર થઈ જાય ત્યાં સુધી રાહ ના જોવી જોઈએ. બીકોઝ રિસ્પોન્સિબિલિટી ઓફ ધ ડિઝાસ્ટર ઇઝ ચેરમેન સેક્રેટરી, મેમ્બર ધેમસેલ્વ્સ કે મેમ્બરના લીડર તરીકે કે પછી જૂના ડેવલપર કે પછી સરકાર કે પછી જે તે વિસ્તારના કોર્પોરેટર. સૌથી વધારે તાતી જરૂરિયાત છે જૂના બિલ્ડિંગોના રીડેવલપમેન્ટને અર્લીએસ્ટ કરવામાં આવે.
Thank you, everybody, for joining this session.
કે બિલ્ડિંગ તૂટી જાય તો જે સભ્યો 75%માં નથી અને જે લોકો ના પાડે છે કે નહીં અમારે રીડેવલપમેન્ટ જોઈતું નથી, એ લોકોની પણ જવાબદારી આવે એવો કોઈ કાયદો થાય તો એ લોકો વિચારે કે ના આ તો અમારી જવાબદારી આવશે, ક્રિમિનલ આવશે, સિવિલ જવાબદારી પણ આવશે. તો મને એમ લાગે છે કે એ લોકોનું મગજ થોડું ખુલે, બંધ મગજ એમનું, એવું કંઈ કરવું જોઈએ.
બહુ સરસ આઈડિયા આપી.
Thank you so much. Please, जोर से तालियों की गूंज everybody for all of them. Please, मैं आप सबको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा रुकने के लिए एंड मैं स्टेज पे बुलाना चाहूंगा मिस्टर शोएब शेख, सेल्स हेड नेमेचेक आर्किटेक्चर एंड डिजाइन बिजनेस नेमेचेक इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड. Can I please have him on stage to give the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers? शोएब जी के लिए भी please एक और बार जोर से ताली. He's been a part of our panel before as well. Always happy to see him. And a big round of applause for Anand ji, Paresh ji, Suresh ji, and Rocky ji as well for this very, very fascinating session. And it felt so personalized, right? You know, Hindi, Gujarati, everything blended with the right emotions. Fantastic indeed. We'll do a nice group photograph. हो गया group photograph? हाँ, so बाकी है ना? We'll do a nice group photograph, sir. आराम से, relax, no problem. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I'll request all of you to take your seats. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ ये साल जुड़ने के लिए. All right, so in the best interest of time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be quickly moving to the next panel discussion. This is going to be a panel discussion on Vision 2030, Gujarat Real Estate Development Forecast. This is going to be about deliberating on the real estate predictions, and we'll be delving deep into that. So the topic that's going to be discussed right now is Vision 2030 Gujarat Real Estate Development Forecast. As always, I'm going to be first introducing our honorable moderator, and then I'm going to be introducing our honorable speakers, and then I'll request our moderator and speakers, all of them to join me on stage together after all the introductions are done. Our moderator for this session, ladies and gentlemen, Jigar Mota, Director and Head of Transactions, Cushman and Wakefield, Gujarat. Jigar ji has experience of more than 18 years in real estate and has been instrumental in assisting many multinational and large Indian corporate clients in setting up their office, showrooms, industries, warehouses, and in acquiring land across Gujarat region. He has been actively creating awareness amongst the general public on their queries on real estate through various mediums. To tell you all about our speakers, ladies and gentlemen, in alphabetical order, we have with us today Kamal Singhal, Managing Director and CEO, Arvind Smart Spaces Limited. Kamalji has been associated with the Lalbhai Group since 2001 in various capacities. He has elevated to head the real estate business of the Lalbhai Group in the year 2008. And currently, he is responsible for giving strategic direction to real estate business and also identifying new business opportunities and to further expand the product portfolio of the real estate business. We also have with us today Mudit Shah, partner Khaitan and Co. Mudit ji is a partner in the real estate and general corporate practice group. He's a corporate lawyer with an experience of more than 15 years. He regularly advises clients across various sectors on various matters such as acquisitions, joint ventures, business transfers, commercial contracts, arrangements, infrastructure projects, real estate, banking, finance, and everything. Prior to joining the firm, he was a partner at Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas in Ahmedabad. We also have with us today Sharvil Sridhar, promoter A Sridhar Group. Sharvil heads the company along with his father, Mr. Ajay Sridhar. He has been the president of the first youth wing of the real estate fraternity Guy Head in the Ahmedabad city, and he leads the group with the focus of creating value at each and every level where he's operating, be it for the customers or for the team. He has the pulse, ladies and gentlemen, on the changing demands of the market and converts it into demand-driven products, of course, to add value to the company. And we also have with us, once again, the pleasure of having with us right now, Mr. Suresh D. Patel, who's the CMD Surya Group, Honorable Secretary, NAREDCO National, President, NAREDCO Gujarat, former Chairman, CREDAI Gujarat, and former President, Guy Head. Ladies and gentlemen, can I request all our esteemed speakers and moderators to please join me on stage? I know it's been a long wait, मैं बहुत बोल रहा हूँ, but then that is the kind of credibility that you all have created over a period of time. So the introductions are definitely justified. So of course it takes a little longer, but thank you so much. Pleasure. I'll request all of you to take your seats as per the seating arrangement. And yeah, and I believe Mr. Suresh is, yeah. Thank you, sir. Pleasure. And stage is all yours. Can we update the timer, please, quickly for the reference of our speakers?
Check.
Just a moment. They're just updating the timer.
Sure. Yep. So, good evening, my friends, colleagues, esteemed panelists, and lovely audience. First of all, I would like to thank Sapna and entire Realty Plus team organizing such a wonderful event with so insightful topics in presence of large number of industry experts and wonderful audience. What is vision? Vision means ability to see. Vision means SRK thinking to win World Championship of Hockey with the most inefficient team.
Vision means a small-time petrol attendant to establish world's largest glass root oil refinery. So friends, fasten your seatbelts as we will take you through the Vision 2030 with Gujarat's potential on real estate development. To start the journey, let me first run you through some fantastic statistical data points. Financial year 2022, Gujarat surpassed the benchmark of $259 billion of the economy. Since then, the state contributes with 5% of Indian population, nearly 8.3% to the Indian economy, with the highest share, which is 18% in the national industrial output, and around 1.7 times higher per capita income than the national average. A vision of government is future where every citizen in Gujarat will be living well, earning well within the fabric of valued and valuable society. Gujarat aspires to unlock and harness women's true and compete potential, creating avenues for their growth, empowerment, and leadership by providing them with the right platform. Merely 10 years back, if we really observe in real estate, it was hardly we used to see any, female co-workers, and the change is visible now. So let's have a big round of applause for all our women colleagues who are sitting over here. With that, by not taking much of your time, I welcome our esteemed panelists to enlighten us with the torch of their knowledge and experience. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause, please. Come on, guys. Thank you. So my first question goes to Mr. Mudit. Policy is the key for any development of any country, city, or town. How Gujarat's economic growth and policy reforms are shaping real estate?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Realty Plus, for inviting me for this insightful discussion. Jigar bhai, basically to respond to your query, I divided into two buckets. First is your economic policy. Now, as a state, as the statistics and data point what you mentioned, it is no-brainer. It is very clear that Gujarat has always been in forefront in the manufacturing sector. Okay. Now, whether you pick up your typical pharma, chemical, ceramics, engineering products. Now, what has happened is Gujarat has also tried to take a lead in the new age sectors, which is your data centers, semiconductors. Semiconductors, when couple of years back, we had an opportunity to, in fact, work together. So semiconductors is there, then your green hydrogen is there. So in terms of, Gujarat as a state is trying to develop its economy, rather I would say bolster its economy with this new age sector, wherein it always had sort of has had an ecosystem and an advantage to it. So that is one big, rather economic shift which is happening apart from your typical traditional sectors for Gujarat. Another sector which, maybe which is not really much spoken about, but has a huge impact across the value chain from ESG perspective, everything is your renewable energy sector. Now, Gujarat is sort of, comes in top 3 or 5 in the terms of established and commissioned project. Now, Gujarat government has done a lot to develop that as a sector, not just from electricity regulation perspective, but even from your local land laws perspective, starting from your easing out of conversions and leasing process and everything. So that has, so demand was there from a real estate perspective, economic perspective, plus there was a strong push from the side of policy decision from the government on each of these facets. Now, speaking about real estate, maybe if we can drill down quickly for 30 seconds in real estate, what Gujarat as a government at a policy level has done is they have digitized. Now, if you look, again, like when I speak to my counterparts in other states, like Pan-India, be it North or South or Kolkata, anywhere, the way the records are maintained in Gujarat are in a much better shape. I would not say that we are 100% through. Still, there are times and places where records are not available or something, but generally it is digitized. For us as lawyers to pull out documents, to do diligence, review the documents, to prepare a title flow and everything has become much easier and faster, I would say. Thanks to all your records being available, at least from 2004-5, everything is digitized. Recently, what government has further done is it has taken digitization also into a next level. Now, since last year or so, all your encumbrance searches, which used to happen for registered mortgages and encumbrances, it is now digitized. You can get it, you can easily do it sitting at a desktop. It's now a desktop diligence rather than the field diligence which used to happen earlier. So it's a big change. Again, in our practical experience, it's not full through. Still, there are certain lacunas in diligences, but it is still evolving. At least a bold step or a positive step what has happened. All your mutation entries, everything, all your title flow, you can easily pull out from your desktop.
So that's the real cost and the time saving per se when we
Indeed,
really
indeed.
talk about the larger picture practically. So that's really great, Mudit bhai. Thank you so much. So Suresh bhai, my question to you is that you are a president of Naredco and you have seen cities infrastructure developing from Ashram Road to SG Highway to again riverfront development. I mean, that's a great journey and you are such a senior person in real estate. So can you please enlighten us stating the role of infrastructure development in boosting urban real estate?
Yes. If you will check the data of the urbanization, especially in Gujarat, at present, before 4 or 5 years, it was around 39.5%. That is the urbanization's area. Means in Gujarat, if you will consider the current population of the Gujarat, it is around 6 to 6.25 crore. Almost in 40% people, means 2 crore 40 lakhs people are staying in the first 26 urban cities of the Gujarat. Now, what is the scenario? The urbanization growth is now going in a rocket speed with 39.5% to 51%. Means within 10 years time, when the population of Gujarat will be around 8 crore, at that time, 51% means 4 crore people will stay in these urban areas, 26 cities. In that case, the growth of the population is equally important if we will establish a proper infrastructure to the cities. If we are talking about the infrastructure, it is about the city infrastructure. Either it's a parks, it's a road, drainage facility, or either it's a lighting facility or whatever facilities considering as urban facilities. But over and above, we required the mass transportation also. That is like BRTS, and now we are going to develop the metro rails also. Over and above, the Ahmedabad is going to be connect with the Bombay with a bullet train. That is also the infrastructure investment. If you'll consider a tourism circuit like the Statue of Unity or a new Dharoi development plan or even Shivrajpur beaches, all are part of our infrastructure. Over and above, if you'll consider Gujarat, we are having an airport nationally or international or a domestic under pipeline. 19 airports are there, 19. Ports are 11, with the 11 new jetties, ports are 42 under pipeline in Gujarat. The railway bullet train is having the facility. Over and above, 7 new railway station projects are under pipeline. That is also the infrastructure. Freight corridor, out of Delhi to Mumbai freight corridor, 37% area is coming through Gujarat. That is also part of our infrastructure. Cargo airport, the biggest cargo airport of India, rather Asia, is going to be developed in Dholera. That is also infrastructure. Over and above 7,400 infrastructure projects are under central government or a state government within Gujarat. That is the infrastructure project. Metro and BRT is also part of it. Even you can consider GIFT City as an infrastructure project. You can consider Dholera. You can consider the Statue of Unity, or even exciting news, Ahmedabad is officially a host city for the 2036 Olympic. So many infrastructure project is coming, and that all will give a boost to the real estate industry. So infrastructure and real estate industry are interconnected. That is the main part of that. Over and above, as Mr. Mudit says, the automobile industries, chemical industries, pharmaceutical industries, gems and jewelry industries, textile and fabric industries, petrochemical, ports, energy, dairy, education, semiconductor in Sanand, manufacturing hub of many engineering in Rajkot, medical tourism, education tourism, and sanitary and tiles industries are part of a industry as well as infrastructure. So if you will consider Gujarat, this is the time हमने जितना भी अभी तक लास्ट 10 years में डेवलपमेंट देखा है, आपको अब रॉकेट में टाइटन द सीट बेल्ट जैसी पोजीशन गुजरात में आने वाली है फॉर नेक्स्ट 10 years.
So that's a big hack which Suresh bhai has given. So guys, investors, now put in money. I mean, that's the time. You know, Suresh bhai has already given a lot of insight on what is happening on ground. There is a boost which is going to come in Gujarat for sure. So that really takes me to Kamal bhai. You know, last year India has seen historical sales in residentials across all the major cities. What's driving housing demand across key cities, sir?
Hello. So thank you very much. I mean, what drives housing in India is a question which has many answers. And there are obviously more than one drivers here. The most important one to me is the demography, the sheer number of young people who are becoming adults and then joining the workforce, active workforce, and the proportion thereof with the base that we have and the skill that we have in terms of overall population. I think this is one driver which is unbeatable. There are several other countries which are as populous as we are, or maybe little less, but still populous enough to drive growth. But the scale, size, and the demography that we are witnessing possibly is one of the finest. And this will continue to give us impetus in housing and real estate development, and I think at least 2 to 3 more decades uninterrupted. And some of similar size countries actually are maturing and kind of getting saturated to that extent. That's one. The other is the scale of urbanization itself, as my co-panelist just said. I think that humongous shift, in a way, it is something which the mankind has never seen before. The scale and size of urbanization, a 2% shift is a 3 crore shift, is unheard of. A 10 crore shift is Europe shifting from one place to another, right? And we are talking about 10% shift in any case in our population from rural to urban. Gujarat is already at 39%. That is not a small number. And we are going out there. And Gujarat, by the way, is one of the most urbanized states. And we got scope. At national level, the numbers vary dramatically and the scope remains as high as it is. So these two shared numbers are mind-boggling. There are quite a few others, but I rate these two to be the most important factors behind. And on top of that, I think the organic growth that we are seeing in economy in general, last 10, 15 years have been extraordinary in terms of that we've seen in the country. That reflects into the momentum that we see in real estate. If you were to compare ourselves with the rest of the economies in the world and countries in the world of scale and size that we are talking about here, I think political stability is another factor which is driving economy in general, and consequently, it is having a very direct impact on real estate in general. So that's another very important reason. I can keep counting these reasons, but these four to me are possibly the most important ones.
Oh, that's really insightful, sir. Thank you so much. So Sharvil bhai, today I'm gonna put a lot of focus on you. So just starting with this one question. You are amongst the youngest developers who have contributed in delivering many real estate projects across all the segment, be it commercial, be it residential, be it plotted development. So how do you evaluate risk versus return? I mean, how developers are rethinking on their capital strategies?
First of all, thank you, Realty Plus, for inviting me as a speaker, and I'm absolutely blessed to share the stage with such amazing dignitaries. I started my journey with my father's guidance. He was into land investment. And when I started as a developer, my first focus was to have a very organized real estate firm. Meaning organized real estate, I didn't want the cash part to be part of this industry. And that is why my only focus was on the mid-segment housing. But as I graduated more into this industry, as I matured more into this industry, I realized that I'm losing out on a lot of opportunities. And that's when we kind of diversified into various different products and various different segments of the real estate. Today, our company is into all the facets of real estate, starting from affordable housing, mid-segment, upper mid-segment, luxury segment, bungalows, villas, weekend homes, plotting, commercial. The only thing missing right now is industrial plotting, where probably we'll take your guidance, Jigarway, later on. And I think it has come quite naturally and gradually as per the demand, as per the market situation. And we have analyzed every segment as per not only the demand that is in the market, but also we have also analyzed it how profitable or at times how important it is to have a cash flow. So sometimes you look at few projects where more than the profits, the cash flow generation is very important, meaning the turnovers are more important. There is a faster. So for example, plotting development. Yes, there is good profits, but if you see, you have lesser permissions to take, especially when you're doing in the remote areas. The permissions are much faster. Probably in a couple of months, you can start the construction work. You can deliver it fast if it's only plotted development and you don't have the villa development. So you can finish the project faster, you can complete the project faster, you can have faster turnovers. So there are strategic decisions based on not only the market, but also where your company is placed at. So you're always analyzing the risk versus the returns, and the risk versus returns are not always seen as profit. They are a lot of times seen as better cash flows. Also agreeing with what Suresh Uncle has said, what Mudit Bhai said, and even Kamal sir said, Gujarat is growing at a great speed. There is great urbanization happening. And unfortunately, I think as a developer, sometimes we are very satisfied with what our government is doing. You look at the pace of, I mean, global governments or even the other state level governments, there are good big promises being given by the government that, and there's a vision being put up for sure, and we are seeing good growth. But then if you check the reality, or if you ask any other developer, still the permissions for any project would take anywhere from 6-7 months to say about 12-15 months. And the reality is that if you are still buying a land, you are acquiring a land and you're putting money into land acquisition, and say your project is not starting for 12-15 months, then just imagine what kind of profits you would make out of those projects. So I think definitely a better vision is required. Just to exaggerate and say it on a lighter side, our team is like a Lagan team right now, and the vision is of beating the Goras. So it's a big vision that Gujarat has, but the first good step that our government has taken is to imagine and have a dream of a big vision. So that tick mark we have to put, that we have a big vision. Our government wants to host international events. Our government wants to invite big events like the Defense Expo was here. The Plastic Expo now happens over here. And the biggest thing that we are expecting now is the Olympics being hosted, the Ahmedabad-Mumbai bullet train, which Suresh Uncle talked about. So our government has started dreaming big, has started putting into implementation the big things. But I think the local developers and developers like us have a big role to play to be a support system to all this kind of vision. We need to support them by developing good homes, give them a good supply of good offices, good investment opportunity for the rest of the investors across the country. And for that, the local developers are going to play a big role. So I think that's where faster approvals and faster government involvement would play a key role.
Great. So that really takes me to the Suresh Bhai. Sir, as you know the pulse of the Gujarat's real estate market, can you please tell us that what makes Gujarat attractive for domestic and foreign investors? ऐसा क्या है गुजरात की मिट्टी में?
बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, मगर मैं इकोनॉमी के एंगल से बताता हूँ. इंडिया इज द फोर्थ लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड, $4.19 trillion economy. In 2027, we will definitely beat the country and we will achieve the post of number 3 position. That is by sure जिस तरह से हमारा growth चल रहा है. स्पेशली रियल एस्टेट इंडस्ट्री का जीडीपी में जो योगदान है वो 8.13% है अभी। यानी 8.13% के हिसाब से अभी जो हमारा ग्रोथ चल रहा है, तो आज की तारीख में मैं फिगर उसका बताऊं तो दैट इज अबाउट 36.4 ट्रिलियन का इकोनॉमी हमारा आएगा। रियल एस्टेट का 8% जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है वो आने वाले 20 साल में 15% होने वाला है जीडीपी ग्रोथ में। इन दैट सर्कमस्टेंसेस अगर 8% इन जीडीपी 2025 में है तो रियल एस्टेट 0.33 ट्रिलियन डॉलर है आज इकोनॉमी में, और 15% जीडीपी से 2047 में रियल एस्टेट इंडस्ट्री ओनली will be 5.65 trillion dollar economy, which is higher than current whole India economy. That is the position. अब उसको ग्रैब करना है तो उसके लिए जैसे बताया शर्विल भाई ने कि उसके पेस के साथ अथॉरिटी को भी अपना पेस मिलाना पड़ेगा। We were there in Delhi before 3 days. हरियाणा रेरा अथॉरिटी ने 1500 एप्लीकेशन उनके पास जो आई है, उनका जो क्लोजिंग पीरियड है एप्लीकेशन को अप्रूव करने का, द मिनिमम क्लोजिंग पीरियड इज 24 आवर्स एंड द मैक्सिमम क्लोजिंग पीरियड इज 6 डेज। 6 डेज के अंदर वो लोग सारी एप्लीकेशन थ्रू कर देते हैं। दैट इज द परमिशन। यानी इंडिया भी स्पीड कर रहा है, हमें दूसरे राज्यों के साथ स्पीड करनी है। मैं अभी दूसरे स्टेट का एक फिगर बताऊं, डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट जो एनएसडी है हमारा गुजरात का, दैट इज हायर देन तमिलनाडु एंड कर्नाटका। दूसरा जो ग्रोथ स्टेट डोमेस्टिक प्रोडक्ट है जीएसडीपी, दैट इज 25.63 ट्रिलियन है, और वो ट्रिलियन डॉलर्स और रुपीस। और कंपाउंड एनुअल ग्रोथ जो सीएजीआर है वो 15% 2002 में था, वहां से 2024 में हायर देन नेशनल एवरेज हम गुजरात का ऑलरेडी हो चुके हैं। और इंडिया का जितना भी इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्शन है उसमें से गुजरात 16% जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूशन देता है। तो वो सारे फिगर को देखते हुए गुजरात के सभी अथॉरिटी को, सभी इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को और सभी डेवलपर इंक्लूडिंग रियल एस्टेट को बनाना पड़ेगा। तो आज हम अभी बैठे हैं रियल्टी प्लस, यानी इसको रियल्टी अगर हम बोलते हैं तो रियल एस्टेट जो नाम है वो हमने नहीं दिया है। सैकड़ों सालों से इन्वेस्टमेंट इन रियल एस्टेट इज द रियल इन्वेस्टमेंट, वो फैसिलिटी है। तो आज 2030 की अगर हम बात करते हैं तो यहाँ जो लोग बैठे हैं किसी भी फील्ड से, और आपने जो प्रश्न पूछा इंटरनेशनली एज वेल एज डोमेस्टिक जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है वो रियल में रियल एस्टेट के साथ जुड़ेगा तो पीपल विल ग्रो, जो पहले पास्ट में नहीं हुआ उससे कहीं ज्यादा।
Those are wonderful numbers, sir. I mean, that's really, really insightful to know that, where the actual economy is really, really progressing on the real estate front. But that, when it comes to that commercial discussion, I would like to ask Sharvil bhai a question that, where do you see in that case, because you have already done commercial projects as well, how do you see Gujarat's edge in commercial real estate and emerging asset class?
So commercial has had his ups and downs, but I think just like both the delegates have spoken about how so many industries are coming to Gujarat. I think every 5 years, Gujarat is becoming a new industrial hub, meaning say about 2 decades ago, we never had an automobile industry which was part of Gujarat. And now suddenly we are one of the leaders in automobiles. When Tesla is thinking about coming to India, Gujarat is one of the most preferred destination. So any automobile industry who wants to come to India, Gujarat suddenly becomes the first preferred destination. Similarly, for conductor industry, Gujarat is the #1 destination right now. Similarly for solar, for whatever. So I think every 4 to 5 years, Gujarat is creating a new industrial hub. What that means is that a lot of demand for offices and commercial real estate is coming into Gujarat. A lot of companies are coming into Gujarat. Recently, I had a very interesting conversation with somebody who came to buy an office with us. So they are a 100-year-old law firm, and they were originally from Gujarat, and they shifted that base to Mumbai because Mumbai was the central hub of India. And they thought that Mumbai is and it is the financial capital of India. And they thought that's where the business lies. And they made
There's a pedigree of architecture that we've seen in IIM Old Campus. And that pedigree has only grown better. I'm not naming few of the guys that I would have worked with in terms of architects and the firms here. They are the best in India. And we already have this innovation of facades and look and feel and that earthy look, the stone finish and the rustic feel, etc., etc. They don't exist. The prices are very different elsewhere, but the sheer maturity of the design here is much better than many cities that we know. In horizontal development, for example, Gujarat is already a benchmark. I mean, when we say Gujarat, it basically means Ahmedabad. And by the way, we've done great ourselves on that. We've set benchmarks on what can be done on large swaths of land, what kind of facility and infrastructure can be brought. In fact, you'll be surprised. We did few things which were great here. They were liked by the consumers. And we got a confidence that, okay, this size scale, possibly we can take it to a city like Bangalore. Bangalore otherwise is almost like 6 to 7 times what we do in real estate. But when that scale was taken there, it was lapped up by customers like anything. And when we did it, maybe some 5, 7 years back, now people have started doing bigger things. This essentially means that we should all be proud that one Ahmedabad player, Ahmedabad innovation, went into a city in a segment which was otherwise not that developed, in a city which was 5 to 6 times bigger than us. And it did wonders, and now many people are actually replicating. So that extent, I think we are fairly comfortable. We are quite innovative already, and we'll keep innovating as a state and city.
No, that's really good to know, and I completely agree with you, Kamal sir. And that really takes me to, ask this question to Mudit Bhai, that, as per you, what are those legal framework changes which in past and maybe going forward in future will change the landscape of real estate?
So in past, quickly speaking about the past, everyone knows it's RERA is a game changer. Okay. It has like created a lot of confidence in the mind of investors and everyone. Now, I think maybe Kamal Bhai and all must be they may have better data and insights, but I think now it's the time when we will start realizing the fruits of RERA as an authority. And RERA as an authority is also developing itself, started bringing up policies for digitization, marketing, how you digitize your advertisements and everything. So if you look last year and presently recently, or what they came up in June. So it's an example. They are also coming up, upgrading themselves in terms of policy wise. Another small impetus to demand what Gujarat as a state tried to do apart from manufacturing is its industrial policy, which cater to manufacturing, and ITS policy. Now that also as a policy level is kind of fueling that while it's a legal framework, but it is fueling the demand in terms of commercial spaces. Of course, we are not as compared to other cities or states in India, but at least there is an intent, and with Gift City being there, and Twin City, what we speak about Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad, if you look in Gujarat IT circuit, I think that policy is going to be a big impetus. And more importantly, what it contains is data center. So while it is sitting part of your ITS policy, it is in a way speaks about a real hardcore infrastructure. We are speaking about data center, which is expected to boom and create a lot of demand in terms of entire real estate. And all these industries, what they do when they come is it needs an entire ecosystem. They need their ecosystem partners, their players, their workers, housing, your social infrastructure. They need everything. So it creates those, this kind of policies create those economic demand to it.
Though we have more questions, but I think the time is really short. So with this, it takes us all to the end of the session. And before I call for the questions from the audience, once again, I would like to extend my gratitude to the entire Realty Plus team and the lovely audience for having patience. Thank you so much.
If you could give them a bigger round of applause, please, they definitely deserve every bit of it. Right from all the acknowledgements to all the humor, the fun, the knowledge, insights, we loved every bit of it. Thank you so much. I'll request Tripti Keria, publisher and business head, to please kindly come up on stage and give away the token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers over here. Ek aur baar zor se Tripti ke liye taali, please, everybody. Thank you. photo with all of you as well, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with so many wonderful people on stage, of course, it calls for a moment of clapping and appreciation indeed. Thank you so much. The warmth is felt wonderfully. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much to all of you for coming, and we look forward to seeing you the next year as well. Thank you. So I'll quickly request the hotel staff to please kindly clear the chairs over here. Please, sir, you can clear the chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, after an end of the final panel discussion for the day, we will now be moving forward to the next session, which is going to be an interesting presentation. But prior to that, we have the AV of Realty Plus, especially for those who joined us late. So we would want you all to see a special glimpse of what Realty Plus is all about. They're in the 21st year. They have completed 20 successful years already. I'm sure 200 to go, generations to come. And they're in the 21st year right now. So the ones who joined us late, we can quickly play the Realty Plus AV for our guests, please.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 20 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Thank you so much. This video was specifically played for all those who joined us late. Of course, this is a brilliant initiative by the team of Realty Plus. So, of course, it's only natural that we would want to know more about them. So, thank you so much. The next session, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a Realty Plus special Real Talk, which is the very reason why we played this AV over here. Realty Plus as a platform has always believed in real inspiring stories to motivate people. And that is exactly the mantra and the motive behind their Real Talk sessions. This is going to be about a very, very inspiring success story. We have somebody very, very special joining us over here for this session. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be first calling on stage the moderator for the session. Everybody knows her. She's, I think, super famous in the team of Realty Plus. Ladies and gentlemen, she's an architect by qualification. And after an active architectural practice of more than a decade, she forayed into the field of journalism in the year 2006. Please know that her work has been published in some of the major national newspapers, and she has also been a regular guest expert for various real estate shows all over the country. It's my humble honor and privilege to call upon stage Sapna Srivastav, editor of Realty Plus. Can we please have Sapna over here on stage? Give a big round of applause to Sapna, please, everybody, as she joins us over here on stage. And once Sapna is on stage, then I'll be introducing our esteemed guest for this session. Come on, everybody. I believe Sapna deserves a bigger round of applause for all the work that she does with Realty Plus throughout the year. Thank you. I'll request you to take your seat, Sapna. Now, like I said, this is about an inspiring success story. And when you talk about decoding success stories, you got to give them respect, recognition, and the recognition that they definitely deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a second generation entrepreneur and director of Credai Real Estate of Gujarat Chambers of Commerce and Industry. In addition to that, he's also the managing director of Sri Ami Corporation, Ahmedabad's oldest real estate for the year 1960. Please note the fact that in collaboration with his father, he has also overseen the development of over 40 projects covering more than 5 million of real estate across 21 different areas in the city. Please give a big round of applause for the one and only Mr. Dhruv Patel, President, Credai Ahmedabad, Guy Head. Thank you so much, sir. Warm welcome. Thank you so much for taking out time and being with us over here. Please, bigger round of applause, everybody. He deserves a bit of it for the wonderful work that he has done over the period of time. Thank you, Sapna. Can we please update the timer for Sapna's reference? And over to you.
Thanks, Shubhajit, for those lovely and thanks, Dhruv, for joining us. This is the conclusion of the conclave. Entire day we had been talking about real estate, Gujarat, from redevelopment to gift city to the design aspect of it. You have come from a lot of traffic, you know. So tell us, what's the biggest transformations you have seen in Gujarat, good and bad both? I know traffic has become quite a lot. You know, we've been seeing it coming every year. जो पहले कभी हमने अहमदाबाद में ट्रैफिक देखा नहीं था आज, you know, and obviously the skyline is changing like crazy. So what has been the transformations you seeing in the Gujarat real estate, Gujarat state, good and bad both?
So first of all, thank you for having me here. I come here every year, so it's fortunate on my part that I am invited every year. So one is that. Second, I fairly understand that this is the last session. So there is very less that I can add to it because a lot of experts have already spoken. But yeah, Ahmedabad and per se Gujarat, if we talk about, we have always been leaders in one of the other kind. In terms of if we minus 20, 25 years, I being a second generation entrepreneur and more than 20 years into real estate, uh, we used to normally talk that Gujarat na rasta saudhi sara. So when rasta was, તારે રસ્તા બોલાતા હતા, પણ today we call about infrastructure. So we were a leader in that. આજે આપણે જોવા જઈએ, then we are moving ahead of that time, and in today's time we are on the way to become, because of GIFT, the first integrated smart city of the country. There has been many efforts in various cities, but nothing like GIFT has come up. So this is the infrastructure of tomorrow. So I'm connecting from roads to infrastructure in terms of city. Second, we know that we are on the way to become a sports hub. And we are expecting, of course, the Olympics. And along with that, I'm sure everybody knows that we have already bid for the Commonwealth Games as well. So we might not have to wait until 2036. We'll see something before that as well. That is what everybody has fingers crossed. So that is sports infrastructure. Third, Gujarat per se has been one of the most industrialized state in the country. Tamil Nadu is one, Gujarat is one. Today, if we see, we are very diversified. I'm sure we are number one in terms of the industrialized state and industrial hubs in the country today. Now, if we say Maharashtra or MP or Rajasthan, you'll name one or two cities. But if we talk about, I'm talking in terms of industrial development.
Surat has a
Yeah.
diamond.
So Surat, then Ankleshwar and Vapi is for chemicals. You'll see
Rajkot.
Rajkot, Ahmedabad for textiles,
Right.
right? Pharma. Now we are seeing semiconductor, and we see the new Dholera that is coming up,
Right.
where 1 lakh crore has been committed by Tata. So we'll see another 10 years down the line. What we see in Gift City today, we'll see in Dholera as well. The connectivity in terms of the roads is already underway. And I don't know how many people know, but there is a parallel railway line viability, which is high-speed rail from Ahmedabad to Dholera. That is also, the viability report is being carried out. If everything falls in place, we'll have a parallel road as well as a high-speed train that will connect from Ahmedabad city to Dholera in less than 25 minutes. So I think this is the infrastructure or the advantage Ahmedabad or Gujarat had, and what we are heading towards.
Correct. This is all the good part. Any fallout of all these developments? Any,
I think as a real estate sector, and I think even as a GDP part, we have missed the service sector bus. IT, SEZ, GCCs. We have clearly missed that bus. That's the unfortunate part. But because of the integrated, diversified, and very well placed infrastructure that we have a very good coastline. We are coping up and matching everybody.
Yeah, Gujarat is a port city. That's the one biggest advantage of
We
this.
have the largest coastline in terms of state-wise.
Yeah, so you have a Kandla port and all that. So that's a big thing. So obviously each state has its own positives, negatives, strong points, like you mentioned. For ITS, I think Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, they are going big way. But when it comes to manufacturing and all these industries, you said, I think Gujarat takes the lead. What excites you about real estate? As you said, you're a second generation, you joined your father. So what made you not go for any other sector, but join your father for real estate? And what keeps you excited even after 20 years?
I think as a family business, we have interest in three parts, roti, kapda, and makan. So I think we are, my father, of course, and now I, the first organized developer of the city. That is the real estate part. We are also into textiles. We have 3 manufacturing units, and directly or indirectly, we are invested, not operating, but invested in food as well. But overall, real estate, it's a very common thing. We are fortunate that we are in an industry that fulfills the biggest dream of human mankind. I think owning a house is by far the biggest dream anybody would have. I think that is the best part about real estate.
That keeps you driven, that I have to do that, fulfill this biggest dream of people. Um, you're also president for CREDAI Ahmedabad Guide. That's a big responsibility because you're representing the sector, you're representing the fraternity. How is that going? How do you take that responsibility?
I think it's a fortunate part on my front that my father was one of the founders of CREDAI Ahmedabad, which is now CREDAI Ahmedabad, originally Guide, which everybody knows. And now I am the president of Guide. So I think I'm fortunate to serve the industry that I do. Talking on the front of what we are doing at CREDAI is multifaceted. Just to give you a few ideas, uh, developers per se generally are not educated for real estate business majorly. We are entrepreneurs, core entrepreneurs, we can do any business, that's a different story, but we are not educated on that front. So in the last 1 year we took two initiatives wherein we CREDAI launched a executive program at IIM Ahmedabad. So any entrepreneur with an experience of more than 7 to 10 years is eligible to apply. And we talk about what real estate is today and the way ahead 10 years down the line. And that is what a leadership course that we launched for developers in IIM Ahmedabad in association with CREDAI. Second, in terms of education, which I mentioned earlier, I am not a civil engineer. I am not an architect or a designer or a structural engineer, but real estate requires a lot of technical know-how as well. So recently we launched a course for developers with CEPT University. So what are the basic principles of design? What are the basic principles of planning? What are the requirement that a project at a project level, a developers need to assess before breaking ground to ensure green building or a sustainable building. We are now commencing that course in next 1 month for developers only. So I think that is one of the things that we do for developer education.
I think that is one of the best initiatives that CREDAI could have taken. As you said, the technical knowledge, and yes, in India we don't have any real estate courses. I think Hiranandani has started in Mumbai with HNC, and now IIM and with CEPT. You're saying, I think that is the best thing or the best initiative that could have happened in the real estate
Thank you.
sector. It is getting organized. If we have to bring in the institutional investments, I think the next generation of developers becoming more technically skilled also, they have the entrepreneurial mindset and approach when you combine with the technical and skill, and I think then it's unbeatable. But you did not have that advantage. You learned a lot of things on your way. What was that, hard lesson, that you learned the hard way?
In real estate?
Yeah, in real estate, yeah, we are talking about real. So what was that lesson that you learned the hard way and you would like to share? That was one hard lesson that, I learned.
I think for real estate તો એક જમીનમાં problem આવે ને એટલે બધું શીખી જવાય. Court આવે, revenue comes into picture. And I think one land transaction, if it goes wrong, you are through.
Okay, so you've been there, done that.
Yeah, but it's very subjective, so I think.
Yeah, okay, great. So that was the lesson. Your biggest achievement that you would like to share? We are really happy about that.
See, achievement, I am not a person who would want to evaluate myself. What I see is that every stepping stone is a start to another. So I think constant progress is important. But yeah, whatever I do and whatever I take a call, I fully back it and take it with a sense of pride that it is for my good, or talking about CREDAI, it's in favor of the industry or the association that I represent. I think pride is something that is a everyday thing. Whatever you do, it has to be with integrity and pride, I would say that.
Okay, that was a diplomatic answer. And,
I generally don't like to say I have achieved this or something.
yeah. So, but everyone has whatever job they are in or a business they are in, they like something about it, but they dislike also something about it. What about you?
Like I would say earlier also I said that real estate is everybody's dream, but the best part of real estate is it talking in terms of business and the financial achievements or the growth. I always commonly tell at all the platforms that real estate is the thing to invest or venture into, because uh, today we see the stock market also booming, uh, and also real estate. I always tell people that if you don't buy a share of Reliance or a Tata's of the world, it's fine. You can buy another or you may miss, that's also fine. But Reliance or Tata cannot live without real estate. They will make their factories, they'll make their offices, they'll have employees who have their homes, you will have entertainment, you will have people using all the other amenities, the infrastructures of the world. But Reliance cannot, or equity and real estate is a very common comparison which happens all the time. So equity can not survive without real estate. Real estate can survive without equity. So that is the best part of real estate, I would say.
What do you dislike about your
I think
profession?
as a sector, we are illiquid in nature. Like if you are invested in a asset class, uh, it's not very easy to exit whenever you want, however you
It's
want.
not very liquid.
It is illiquid in nature. So that is the negative part of the real estate sector. But I think we are on the way to solve that problem. Fractional ownership and SM REITs that RBI just launched last year, that will make sure that the sector which has been illiquid for now, which is the negative part,
Correct.
will be solved. And even if somebody wants to invest 10,000 rupees or 25,000 rupees, like in a equity and exit whenever they want, they'll be able to do that in the next 3 to 5 years.
So even that comparison between the shares or the market and real estate will also kind of that gap also goes away. And most importantly, it democratizes the real estate. Even as you said, even the small investors can now invest
Be a
in
part
real
of it.
estate, be part of the real estate dream. Fantastic. Now, what is your success mantra? Because a lot of people look up to you. You've achieved quite a lot in young age. Uh, so what's your how do you look at success? What do you do to achieve success? Matlab, we want to know.
I think social media has much more to say than what I can in terms of the success mantras and all. But I think the less talked about thing, and something that people don't favor, but it works for me, is number one, keep it simple. Number two, which is not seen on social media, but I firmly believe is that less is more. Do less things, but ensure that you reach to the end of it. Today, the internet, the social media, or anywhere and everywhere you go, people want to do things, more things, fast, and achieve much more than what they can do, and they mess it up. So I think being simple and less is more, but less in the terms, whatever you decide, three things, get to the end of it, and the success that you will get will take you longer.
Fantastic. So those are the pearls of wisdom from Dhruv Patel. Keep it simple. Less is more. Focus on what you are doing. Complete that and make sure that you achieve success in that. And that's what I think Dhruv has also been following. So that's what for the fraternity. What's about the young generation, which are looking at real estate? Earlier, people used to say, okay, IIM, IITs, MBAs, they don't look at real estate as a career option. But we are now seeing there is a shift now. People are considering from these elite educational institutes. What's your message for these young generation, young entrepreneurs of real estate? What they should
I think as far as Ahmedabad is concerned, because I represent Ahmedabad real estate, so I'm in touch with the entire bouquet of developers from old to new generation. I am very, very happy and very proud to share that the new generation of real estate young developers in Ahmedabad are amazing. They are very sorted. They know what they are doing, and they believe that everything has to be non-cluttered. You deliver and move on to the next project, which has not been the case always in the past. So I'm very, very optimistic and proud about the young generation or the young developers of the city. One advice I generally talk about for young developers is value creation. Ahmedabad, unfortunately, is a market which is only and only price driven. And people tend to take decisions based on pricing only. And that is one place where CREDA, as CREDA president, I had stepped in. We have already started promoting selling of properties as per RERA area. Uh, RERA pre 2017, the terminology of buying and selling of properties and how many square feet of carpet area you get was very gray. After 2017, you are sitting here in Ahmedabad or in Ludhiana or Calcutta or Chennai in the south of the country. You can build however you want, but you have to sell as per RERA area because it's a national law. So we have started promoting it as CREDA Ahmedabad, and we intend to take it to Gujarat that every developer has to sell as per RERA area, wherein the buyer gets the clarity that exactly how many square feet usable space he is getting or she is getting. So the young developers have already taken up that, but my advice to them is still we are at a nascent stage. If you focus on the qualities of your project in terms of amenities that you give or the planning that you give or whatever value creation you intend to make in your project, because of this gray area of super built up, it gets lost. It gets lost. So at the end of the day, you have a gymnasium, you have a four parking, you have a clubhouse and everything. But the next guy or a nearby guy, if he gives 100 or 200 square feet less, the deal goes away. So the value creation is not happening. So I always tell young developers to adopt the RERA area. So you know exactly what price you are paying for the square feet that you can use as a net. Then and then only the value of the amenities or the facilities that you provide will come out.
Correct, correct.
So I think that is the general advice I give to young developers.
And it gives benchmark to, as you said, home buyers also. They can compare,
It is
otherwise.
utmost clarity that I'm paying, say, 50 lakh rupees for, say, 500, 700 square feet. I'm talking small size. And I'm paying 52 lakh rupees for the same size.
Right.
So why am I paying 2 lakh rupees more? Then I can go and compare the facilities, the amenities, and the detailing of that project, and their value comes out. Right now, it is getting lost in the super build up.
Right. That's correct. I think value creation, and it is going to benefit the real estate only in long term. It's going to benefit the developers in long term because they'll be able to benefit from the value creation that they have done, and the buyers would be able to give, they'll be able to realize or acknowledge.
So
the
what
value
happens is that buyers also fall into that mentality
Yeah.
that I am getting this many square feet for this amount. So then they will start evaluating, okay, is it worth it?
Hmm.
Are they giving enough that I should spend a few lakh rupees more in this option rather than that? So the value proposition mindset starts.
Correct.
So it is both ways.
Correct. So it is for the entire sector. I think that is where somewhere the industry also has to educate the
See,
buyers.
that is why the youth developers, they are quite open-minded. I'm not talking about the seasoned players. They can propel this. And if they can, and they are able to do that, then the buyers will benefit. They will also get better pricing for the same products that they are not getting today.
Fantastic. I think that's one of the biggest advice that you could have given for the entire fraternity, and educating and creating awareness even for the buyers for their benefit. It's a win-win situation, I think, for
Absolutely.
both of them. Lastly, before our time is up, but any wish that you have you would like to fulfill in the next coming
I
years?
think if the Olympics come, we are all sorted. I think everybody will be happy, right?
Okay, fantastic. I think that was a very, kind of a very wholesome. I think we couldn't have asked for a better closing to the entire conclave today. And, talking about how the young developers are looking at it, what Redeye is doing for the benefit of not only the industry, but also for the coming up generation of developers, creating all those educational facilities for the next generation. creating value creation and awareness for the buyers as well. I think that that's fantastic. And anything that you would like to add for our audience who is here?
I like to share a few numbers in terms of macro level economics. If we see, then we are close to, or we are a 4 trillion economy now, on the way towards 10 trillion in the coming 10 years. Real estate sector, if we see as a whole, to a developed country, to a developing country, if we compare, India is placed as a developing country. We have around 8 to 8.5% share in the GDP of the country today. This was less than 5% when we are at 1.52 trillion economy. Going forward, if the numbers are correct and the projections are proved right, by 2030 will be a 8 trillion economy. Now, the role of real estate, we are the second largest employer after agriculture. So any developed country, the benchmarking is around 14 to 16%. If you say China or the UK or the US of the world, they are at around 14 to 16 to even 17, 18% on a higher side in few countries. So 8% to the higher 15 or 16% journey, say next 10 to 15 years, the growth of real estate that we can expect in the coming years is going to be tremendous. Number one. Number two, we are around 350 to 400 million dollars in terms of the share that we have today. That is expected to cross around 1 trillion by 2030. I have my friends from Knight Frank and CBI and all, they know numbers better than me. But I think where we are poised, or if I can say, when in 2014, when our Honorable Prime Minister took over as the Prime Minister of the country, the GDP that we had is going to be the GDP of the only real estate sector by 2030. So you can guess the potential.
Fantastic. And I think the infrastructure boom that we are seeing, it's going to, it's only going to propel the growth of real estate across the country. So thank you so much for that very candid conversation and sharing your, candid views with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you
That
so much.
was one rapid fire round, I think, with Dhruv today.
Definitely rapid and full of fire, and so rapid that we actually didn't want it to end, but then time has said, so we couldn't do much about it. A big round of applause once again for Mr. Dhruv. Please, I'll request you to please kindly wait on stage. Can we have the token of appreciation for Mr. Dhruv over here? I request Sapna to please kindly give away the token of appreciation to Mr. Dhruv over here. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out time from your schedule to be with us over here to ensure that this edition of Gujarat over here, the 17th edition, becomes all the way more successful and special. Thank you so much. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, a bit of an update for all of you. With that, we come to an end of the conclave. So thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience throughout the entire day. एक बार अपने लिए please बजाइए ज़रूर से ताली. And this is also just a bit of a drill because we'll also be prepping up for the awards, which will unfold very soon in the next few minutes. So, but then we have like a 10, 12 minutes break. So please enjoy that. And a bit of a request for everybody who are staying back for the awards to please kindly re-register yourself for the awards. All our attendees over here who have been present right since morning, right since afternoon from the conclave, please kindly re-register yourselves at the registration desk outside for the awards. Thank you so much. See you all very soon in the next few minutes with the awards. Thank you so much to my friends over there at the console. I loved the way आप लोगों ने धीरे धीरे म्यूजिक को स्लो किया because हम लोग धीरे धीरे अभी anticipation बनाएंगे for the awards that's set to unfold. But because I said धीरे धीरे बनाएंगे, इसका मतलब ये है कि awards के पहले we have certain things which are set to unfold right in front of all of us over here. So first of all, welcome back. Good evening to one and all, and I hope you enjoyed the much needed little bit of break for your rejuvenation. Snacks, tea, etc. जो भी आप लोगों ने enjoy किया होगा, I hope it serves as the additional energy booster for the fantastic session that's set to unfold right now. We have 3 presentations set to take place right now, and post that, we will be moving forward with the awards, ladies and gentlemen, over here in your very own city, Ahmedabad. The first presentation that we are going to be talking about right now, ladies and gentlemen, is something truly, truly special. It is all about knowledge sharing, insights, and wisdom in the best way possible. And to do the honors, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Shoaib Sheikh, Sales Head, Architecture and Design, Business, Nemetschek India, Nemetschek Group, to kindly deliver his presentation. A big round of applause for Mr. Shoaib Sheikh, please, ladies and gentlemen, doing literally everything over here, right from panel discussions to fireside chats. We love him way too much for him to do all this. Thank you so much, bro. The stage is yours.
Thanks, bro. Can we have the presentation on?
Can we quickly update the timer, please? It's going to be 10 minutes, so let's set it up accordingly.
Yeah. Sure. So yeah, it's good evening, Ahmedabad. Have been here since afternoon. I've had brilliant discussions with these government authorities and architects around. And in those discussions, we talked also about technology as an enabler for sustainability and innovation, especially with Gujarat and Gift City gaining so much traction, even for the world. Right? A lot of architects we know globally are looking at Gujarat for their next project. Okay? I represent Nemetschek Group, a software giant, especially in the AEC software domain. We have 13 different software brands. Can we have the next, please? Yeah. Many of you who are into the design and engineering domain must have heard about several of our software like Graphisoft, right? One of the most popular architecture, design, and BIM tool amongst renowned architects, including the only Pritzker Prize winning architect in India, V.V. Doshi sir. They use ArchiCAD. Bimal Patel's firm, HCP, they have been a big user of ArchiCAD since a few years now. Right? But today, I'm going to focus about what the transformation that Gujarat is going in, especially when it comes to larger smart cities and urban planning. Right? I'm going to talk about Vectorworks. Vectorworks is another software which belongs to the Nemetschek kitty, has different modules for different functionalities. But the most interesting features about Vectorworks is for architects, which are design pretty much without limits. The video. No, the previous one. Skip 2 steps. So no, skipping 2. Yes, stay there. So we've known that architects use multiple tools and switch between different programs. They have a different CAD tool. They probably use SketchUp for doing 3D. Then when there are changes, they go back to, again, doing 2D and represent what essentially is a very cumbersome workflow, right? But Vectorworks Architect uses an all-in-one 2D, 3D, BIM, render, collaborate, everything in a single software, right? It has direct interoperability with the standard formats like DWG, RVTs, you can bring in SketchUp files, export SketchUp files, get shape files, export them. If you like Rhino and are hands-on with it, just go ahead with Rhino and then bring it into Vectorworks for full documentation. We have Vectorworks focusing also on interior design. And what are the different interior design tools available? So NURBS modeling, which again is something which Rhino has, okay? But because Vectorworks is built on a product development software, which was Siemens Solid Engine, okay? That's why you can actually literally design products to the very detail. And it has pretty much all the libraries you can think of, be it IKEA furniture, Herman Miller, or bring in any custom file and design it the way you want. Cabinetry, again, is a big question mark when we speak with a lot of interior designers. They are kind of coming up with the same questions that, hey, designing is all good, but what about documentation? Right? Documentation is well taken care of. Right? A lot of architects and interior designers would agree that they have to kind of look at a site and then probably even design options without even getting paid anything. Right? How would you do that without spending much time at the site? Just go with your iPhone Pro or iPad Pro, scan it in the LiDAR, and you have the interior space to start your room planning. Again, this is the most critical and relevant for where Gujarat is right now, is the landmark or landscape design capabilities of Vectorworks. Right? So far, a lot of architects have been relying on just SketchUp or some modeling tools, but failed to collaborate within a full BIM workflow. Right? Larger projects require you to do a full BIM. Landscape architects struggle at that. We have collaborated with ISOLA, the Indian Society of Landscape Architects. They evaluated the software specifically for landscape architecture in India, and they have given a go-ahead that, hey, this technology would work for India as well. Okay. A project is also undergoing with them, which is an almost a year-long project from now, is having Indian shrubs and trees included in the Vectorworks family. But you can design the curbs, you can design the benches, custom furniture, bring in the NURBS modeling allows you to have not just design the elements, but also detail them to your liking, just like a product designer would. Taking quantities is another big challenge, right? Cut and fill analysis. Right? Different material strata, your hardscape, your landscape, your grading, your water requirement, okay, water budgeting, all of that is inbuilt within Vectorworks, including the irrigation system. So if you are to go overboard and do a lot of detailing as to at what phase of the plant life would it require how much water, right? You can also simulate that within Vectorworks. Right. How does it compare to your current tech stack? Right. Pretty much all in one. Do 2D, 3D, BIM, render, collaborate in a cloud environment, push your models to your clients on their mobile phone so they can view while you talk to them about what you want to convey. Right. A lot of tools in the market limit you to only using Windows OS, right? But a lot of creative people we know prefer Mac OS for its fluidity. Vectorworks from day zero has been Mac OS compatible. Again, even if you adopt Vectorworks, you would still need to collaborate with other stakeholders in the ecosystem, right? Your developer might want you to submit a Revit file, right? Your architect may stick to only, let's say, a Revit or something else, right? Because the MEP guys do that, right? If not ArchiCAD, then something else. Okay. You can import and export pretty much everything out of Vectorworks. Right? Vectorworks acts more like a platform. The day Apple introduced the Apple Pencil, a lot of architects and designers started using Apple Pencil to design or sketch their ideas, right? But then this sketch used to take, again, rework in any software they would do. So Vectorworks went ahead and collaborated with the leading sketching software for designers, which is Morpholio Trace. Right? Morpholio Trace is, again, pretty popular amongst designers. Vectorworks and Morpholio Trace then collaborated, and now anything that you sketch with your Apple Pencil, you can directly push into Vectorworks and start work from there. Okay. No extra plugins needed, of course. Now comes to the cost. While Vectorworks internationally is priced at close to $2,000, in India, because Nemetschek wants to go big and aggressive, and we realized that having people to get a touch and feel of Vectorworks would enable them to actually use it better. Right? A lot of people asked us, what about perpetual licensing, but not subscription? Why perpetual is no longer available? And that is for a reason, because of the AI-driven visualization and AI assistant that we have built into the software, right? AI, by nature, if you are to generate images, you need to dip into something which is on the cloud, right? And for that, the subscription model works well. Right? When there is assistant available, the principals would just be able to kind of dictate to the software, maybe in the phone or on the computer, hey, can you pull up particular drawing on the north face of this building? And that will pop up. Okay. Yeah. So compared to your current software stack, which might be costing you more than 1.5 lakh or more, depending on which version you're using. And that I'm talking even without the collaboration tool or cloud services. And Vectorworks, all of this usually cost 50,000 rupees a year. If you buy it within this month, since we launched our online store, you can buy it directly at 37,500 a year. Yeah. So yeah, just visit nemetschek.in, look at Vectorworks, see the case studies, reach out to us if you want to know who are the people already using it. If any one of you is from Mumbai and have heard about the Malabar Hill Forest Trail project, right? That was designed on Vectorworks. That is, yeah. And yeah, I see many youngsters here. Everyone probably knows Coldplay show that happened, right? The event design and the lighting simulation was done in Vectorworks. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give a big, big, big round of applause for Mr. Shoaib. Thank you so much for doing the honors. I'll request you to take your seat. Thank you so much. On that note, we'll swiftly move on to the next presentation, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be about, again, of course, the real estate landscape. And to do the honors, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Bhavya Trivedi, Chief Business Officer at Insomniacs. Please give Mr. Bhavya a big round of applause as he joins us over here on stage. Can we have Mr. Bhavya on stage, and we'll coordinate for the presentation with him over there at the console. We have Mr. Bhavya Trivedi joining us right now after the presentation by Mr. Shoaib Sheikh. He's the Chief Business Officer at Insomniacs. Thank you so much. That's a grand entry, deserved well with clapping and appreciation. Thank you so much. And quickly, we'll update the timer, 10 minutes. And Bhavya, over to you.
Perfect. Can you hear me, all done? Everyone, can you hear me? Okay. Before I start, okay, I wanted to say that the real estate landscape in marketing is completely evolving. Before I move on to my presentation, and I want to show you a video which will help you understand the context why am I here standing today. Can you play the video? Google, right? You do the execution and everything. You're soon not far away that tomorrow with the voice, with the help of voice commands, you will be able to do the settings. Okay, sooner or later. The idea for us, okay, the whole focus, the journey on the Convo AI is to increase the pre-sales efficiency. Meta and Google, uh, sorry, the revolution when we spoke about it in real estate, when you look at the e-commerce, it's an conversation that happens. When it comes to real estate, it's an online to offline conversation, and that's where the real problems start. When you're buying a 500 rupees shirt on an e-commerce platform, they have more data points than any other person that is there with you. For real estate, as a fraternity, we are happy with three things: name, number, email ID. And that's where the focus for us in terms of the depth to solve this problem, something called introduced as Beat AI. What Beat AI does it is understand the behavior or the transaction at different junctions and ensures it able to tell you that what is the customer propensity. Okay, is the customer a high quality or a low quality lead before even your pre-sales gets a calling done. Okay, but today at my here the focus will be on the Convo AI. Okay, in terms of the whole process that we are putting out, my idea is to only do two things with Convo AI: is save your time, okay, and within the first minute of your lead comes into your system, interaction starts with the customer. And that's where the whole Convo AI build has been built, okay, in the last 90 days. Okay, it's been a 1 year journey for us to build this platform. And trust me, we've tried to humanize it as much as possible, okay, with in 90 days, 30 developers, 32 70 more projects we have activated. As mentioned by Govind on the video, 3 lakh, more than 3 lakh conversation has happened on Convo AI. I'll just give you a glimpse of what Convo AI does. Can you play the video, audio? come to the presentation. This is just since the restriction of time, I'm not going to making you hear the whole conversation, but this is what we are going to do with the help of this on the back end, with the help of dashboards that we have. We are able to analyze each and every conversation. We are able to analyze all the keywords that are spoken. Hyper personalization story comes into the first time in real estate, which has never happened. Okay, and that's where with the help of that we are able to further move on the understanding of the behavior of the customer. And trust me, this is the most evolved model right now in the real estate use case that we are looking at it. This is the customer propensity dashboard where we are able to understand how at what stages the customer is there. Before I move on to the final slide, okay, this is the small AV that what Insomax as an ecosystem does onto the whole integrated marketing solution. That is something we would like to show. Keep on playing. So the evolution of from this today, we talk about more on CRMs. It's about the CDP layering that you will be able to do. And with the help of that, you will be able to achieve the marketing automation. So we are all your worries on the marketing automation and on the AI implementation in real estate. Thank you.
Please give a bigger round of applause for Bhavya, please, everybody. Thank you so much for that very swift and crisp presentation. Moving on to the final presentation of the day before we resume the awards, ladies and gentlemen. It's now time to shift our focus to the financial side of real estate and buildings. And it's my humble honor and privilege to call upon stage Mr. Anuranjan Monoth, founding managing Director and CEO of Lumos Alternate Investment Advisors Private Limited, to share his insights. Please give sir a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for permission to be with us over here. Shukriya. Thank you. Pleasure. Best to see for the last 3 years. Can I have this? Okay. So from last, you have that mic, please.
इवनिंग। पिछले 3 दिन से मैं अहमदाबाद में हूँ और जितने भी रियल एस्टेट कंसल्टेंट से मैं मिला, एवरीबॉडी सेड यार मार्केट्स 6 महीने में कुछ ज्यादा नहीं हुआ है। और आज मैं जब रियल्टी प्लस में आया, जो मैंने पॉजिटिविटी देखी यहाँ पे, पीपल टॉक्ड अबाउट 1.2 trillion real estate sector getting into by 2035, or maybe by 5 trillion by 2047 or so. तो ये सब होगा कैसे? और अगर मान लो ये रियल एस्टेट इतना हो जाता है तो दिखता कैसा है? मतलब पैसा है तो दिखना चाहिए, और रियल एस्टेट रियल है। तो मैंने I just compiled few pictures that how a growth is visible, a growth of economy is visible in real estate. Dubai growth, 1991, 2025, 2013, और मे बी अभी तो अगर देखा है तो दुबई की बिल्कुल शक्ल बदल चुकी है. Same with Hong Kong. The growth from 1964, nothing, to now one of the costliest city of the world. Shanghai, केवल 20 साल में ये सिटी बिल्कुल बदल चुकी है because the growth of GDP. The growth of GDP will reflect in real estate. And that is what we are also seeing in Gift City. Gift City 2015, ये तीनों ही मेरे पिक्चर ली हुई है और आप देखेंगे 2015 only 2 towers, hardly occupied. People were actually forced to set up their office in these 2 towers. And a lot of PSU banks were hesitant to go there. कि हम क्या करेंगे उस जंगल में जाके. And now in 10 years, it is the talking point. This is what is the growth is translating into real estate. Now what will happen? Of course, we are $4.2 trillion economy. And by 2035, 99.99% we should be at around $10 trillion. And by 2047, I will not go 2047, maybe, you know what, a lot of things will change. But अगले 10 साल में कंट्री की जीडीपी कम से कम $10 ट्रिलियन होनी है. और 10 ट्रिलियन में अगर रियल एस्टेट का शेयर 12 से 15% के आसपास में होता है, तो we will be having a real estate of $1.2 trillion to $1.5 trillion. And 5 trillion, abhi, I think, Suresh G. Patel, he mentioned that, you know, will be around $5 trillion by 2047. तो अगर 5 trillion होता है तो रियल एस्टेट विजिबिलिटी आप देखिए कि कैसी होगी और क्या डिमांड होगी. तो ये जो रियल एस्टेट है, 3 सवाल है हमारे पास में अभी कि पैसा कितना बनेगा, उसके बाद में पैसा बनाएगा कौन, और हम उस पैसे में कितना पैसा बनाए हम, हमारे लिए क्या है. तो 3 चीजें हैं. मतलब अब दुनिया भर में अगर कोई भी पैसा बना ले, हमें कोई मतलब नहीं है. कैन वी मेक मनी आउट ऑफ रियल एस्टेट, ग्रोइंग रियल एस्टेट, द जीडीपी contribution of around 12 to 15%, $1.2 trillion economy only of real estate, which was our entire economy of 2015. Okay, so we are migrating in a big way. So who will be making more money? We have to identify. So in last 7-8 years after RERA, a lot of things has changed in India. One is the person with best of government, corporate governance, they are making huge money. हमने कभी सुना ही नहीं था कि कोई रियल एस्टेट डेवलपर 10,000 करोड़ की सेल करेगा एक साल में. लेकिन आज कई ऐसे रियल एस्टेट डेवलपर हैं जो 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 करोड़ की सेल क्रॉस कर चुके हैं सालाना. और डीएलएफ ने अभी कुछ दिनों पहले जब लॉन्च किया तो 11,000 करोड़ की सेल 7 दिन में कंप्लीट कर दी. क्या कारण है? एक ही फैक्टर है कि पूरा रियल एस्टेट शिफ्ट हो रहा है अच्छे कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस के फेज में. People are no longer interested in developers who are not serious in business or who don't have good corporate governance practices. अगर numbers की बात करूं मैं, it's reflected in Realty Index, which of Nifty. It's reflected in the sales of large real estate players. And it's also reflected in, the balance sheet of people. A lot of developers are deleveraged now. So good things, जो 2000 16 से पहले, दैट मीन्स रेरा से पहले जो रियल एस्टेट बिजनेस था और जो रेरा के बाद में रियल एस्टेट बिजनेस है, वो कंप्लीट बदल चुका है. तो हु विल मेक मोर मनी? Good developer will make more money. Good, that means the developer who has good corporate governance practices, who treat their customers in a very fair way, who are service oriented, and who have a large execution history. These are the people who will be differentiator. So what we are doing to make money? हम तो builder है नहीं. हम we are common man, we can invest money. Can I become a partner with one of the most reputed guy? You know, because value chain में मेरे को पहले आना है. अगर मैंने किसी डेवलपर से एक 1 BHK फ्लैट ले लिया 1 करोड़ में या 2 BHK फ्लैट ले लिया 1 करोड़ में, तो शायद उस एरिया में प्राइस बढ़े नहीं बढ़े मुझे नहीं पता. हो सकता है कि वो डेवलपर डिलीवर भी नहीं कर पाए, लेकिन अगर मैं यही 1 करोड़ रुपए किसी एक पार्टनर के साथ में, जो अच्छा पार्टनर है, उसके 5-6 प्रोजेक्ट में डाल दूंगा एज अ पार्टनर, then what? Then my entry with a good developer in the value chain is there. मैं उसके साथ में ग्राउंड लेवल पे जुड़ गया हूँ, मैं उसके लैंड लेवल पे जुड़ गया हूँ. तो अगर डेवलपर पैसा बनाएगा तो मैं भी बनाऊंगा, ऐसा नहीं बनाऊंगा. ओके, बट अगर मैं रेडी पोजीशन फ्लैट या अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन फ्लैट खरीदता हूँ, तो डेवलपर तो 100% पैसा बनाएगा ही बनाएगा, पर मेरी गारंटी नहीं है कि मैं पैसा बनाऊंगा नहीं. तो हमारी अप्रोच ये है कि कैन वी डू अ स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप विद अ गुड डेवलपर. अब गुड का मतलब क्या है? हमारी डेफिनेशन में ये था कि एक डेवलपर जो सालों से बिजनेस में है, जिसने दुनिया भर की रियल एस्टेट साइकिल्स देख ली है, उसने 91 की साइकिल देख ली, 2000 की साइकिल देख ली, 2007 की साइकिल देख ली, 15 की देख ली, कोविड देख लिया, और उसके बाद में भी अगर अच्छे से आज भी बिजनेस में है, तो दैट मीन्स कहीं ना कहीं उसका डीएनए जो है वो सॉलिड है. दैट मीन्स ही इज डूइंग समथिंग वेरी डिफरेंट देन अदर्स. अदरवाइज कई डेवलपर जेल में बैठे आए और गए. तो हमने क्या किया, एक प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट किया जस्ट फॉर आवर पर्पस. यू नो, प्लेटफॉर्म का पर्पस ही है कि हमने एक आइडेंटिफाई किया डेवलपर, उसके साथ में हमने मिलजुल के एक पार्टनरशिप कर ली. कैसे? एक सेबी रजिस्टर्ड फंड बनाया 500 करोड़ का, उसमें 1-1 करोड़ 5-5 करोड़ रुपए का कंट्रीब्यूशन लिया लोगों से. एंड नाउ वी हैव नेगोशिएटेड विद द डेवलपर सेइंग दैट I will invest 30 crore, 40 crore, 50 crore rupees with you in your project. So whenever you purchase a land, I'm your partner. I'm your 60% partner. I'm 70% partner. So whatever money you make, I will make money. And yes, of course, once you give me exit, I'll make out. So it's a win-win situation for both. हमारे लिए फायदा ये है कि हम वैल्यू चेन में पहले आ गए. डेवलपर के लिए फायदा ये है कि वो अगर लैंड देख रहा है तो उसको पता है कि मेरे लिए 40-50 करोड़ रुपए साइड में रखे हुए. तो अगर उसकी 100 करोड़ की लैंड है और 60 करोड़ रुपए का फंडिंग हो चुका है ऑलरेडी, तो 40 करोड़ रुपए घर से डालना इजी है. सो ऑफ कोर्स इस पूरे स्कीम ऑफ थिंग में सबसे बड़ा एडवांटेज ये है कि you know the developer with whom you are partnering. And currently we are partnering with a developer called Bakeri Developers. आप सबको पता होगा, is one of the very prominent developer in Ahmedabad, in business from last 65 years. 15,000 से ज्यादा उन्होंने घर डिलीवर किए हैं, 150 से ज्यादा उन्होंने बिल्डिंग्स बनाई है, 7 million square feet उनके अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है. And is I think one of the most respected in terms of corporate governances. मैं एक किसी बिल्डर से मिला बॉम्बे में. He was also a share broker. He said, I purchased one office from Bakeri's in 1991 at Sakar 1. And I was surprised that he's the only guy who is not accepting any single rupee in cash. So एक इन्वेस्टर के लिए सबसे बड़ी बात क्या है कि भाई जितना मैं रिस्क ले रहा हूं, क्या उस रिस्क में कहीं हेरफेर तो नहीं है? ऐसा नहीं हो जो मुझे पता है उसके अलावा बाकी सब बना दे. तो द कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस मेक्स बिग सेंस. सो व्हाट विल हैपन, 2035 की जो जर्नी है यानी जब $10 ट्रिलियन हो जाएगी, जब $1.2 ट्रिलियन रियल एस्टेट होगा, तो लोग किस पे विश्वास करेंगे? उन लोगों पे विश्वास करेंगे जिनका इकोसिस्टम साउंड है, जिन्होंने डिलीवरी की हुई है, और यू नो हु आर रेस्पेक्टेड इन मार्केट। जब एक कस्टमर जब खरीदता है कोई भी यूनिट, तो वो ये भी देखता है कि आर have they treated their customers well over a period of time? It's not now. Have they treated their customer from last, say, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, and what's their customer service? So from that perspective, yeah. And this is what we are doing. We thought that, it may be very interesting for us, for you also to know what the funding dynamics which are changing in country, where a lot of platforms are created. Platform जो हम बना रहे हैं, जो हमने बनाया है, ये कोई नया concept नहीं है, बहुत पुराना concept है. Institutions जो हैं, ये करती है, और सालों से करती आ रही है. जैसे बेंगलोर के 2-3 बड़े डेवलपर हैं, उनको अबू धाबी इन्वेस्टमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन है, दुबई इन्वेस्टमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन है, GIC है, उन सब लोगों ने एक लिमिट दे रखी है 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 करोड़ की. जैसे जैसे आप प्रोजेक्ट लेके आते रहोगे, वैसे वैसे आप पैसा लेते रहो. रियल एस्टेट retail investors, retail means people who are investing more than a crore or so. I will say that this is one of the few independent platform, and maybe, these may be a future way of real estate funding in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please give sir a bigger round of applause, please, everybody. Thank you so much, Anuranjan sir. We are truly privileged to have you, and we look forward to having you the next year as well. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to an end of the spree of interesting presentations, and now we move forward to the awards. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is your host, Shubhajit Ghosh, and it's my absolute honor and privilege to welcome all of you over here to the 17th edition of the Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 over here in Gujarat. This is an exclusive gathering that honors the best of the best in Gujarat's real estate sector. And tonight, it's all about celebrating innovation, leadership, and most importantly, the strategic vision that's currently shaping the future of this very dynamic industry. It's now time to hear from the best real estate leaders of the country, and we are all set. To ensure that this celebration reaches an even wider audience, this event is currently being live streamed right now on the Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealtyplus.com, and also on the social media channels as well. On LinkedIn, you can find us as Realty Plus. On Facebook, you can find us as @RP Realty Plus. On Twitter, we are there as @RP Realty Plus. And on Instagram, you can find us as RP_Realty. This is indeed the world of social media. Of course, everybody loves sharing their special moments, their winning moments online. So please do tag us on your social media winning posts, and we would be very happy to share, reshare, and celebrate alongside you. So thank you so much. I would like to take out a moment to thank our partners, as without their support, we truly couldn't have pulled this off. Ladies and gentlemen, presented by Godwit Construction Private Limited, co-partners Nemetschek Group, Homeshore Jepex, industry partner Naritco Mahi, Naritco Credai, Ahmedabad, Guyhead. PropTech partner Absolute CX, construction partner High Tech Projects Private Limited, event associate Arvind Smart Spaces Limited, and Lumos Investments, business media partner BW Business World, online media partner exchangeformedia.com, and of course organized by the fantastic team of Realty Plus. Can I please have a huge round of applause for the team of Realty Plus? And before we get going, ladies and gentlemen, can I request all of you to give a thunderous round of applause for yourselves as well? Thank you so much for being the wonderful stalwarts that you are from the real estate sector of Gujarat. We are truly proud of all your achievements. And just a bit of a request. I'm sure when you're winning, it's a grand moment. But then when your peers are also winning, I would request all of you to continue the clapping and appreciation game then as well, to ensure that all our winners feel happy and special. Thank you so much. Now, without wasting further time, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to call upon stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman, Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World Media Group, for the welcome address of this very special award show. A big round of applause for Dr. Batra, please. Thank you so much. Yes.
He now made enough money to buy socks normally. Some of our events, he's never wearing socks. Sapna and Tripti, I think you started to pay him handsomely. Right. But give Shubho a big round of applause. He's been active since the morning. You know, I love coming to Ahmedabad because I love the food of Ahmedabad. Being a Punjabi, I've turned a vegetarian and I've always loved. So, and I think the moment I landed early in the morning, I went to Agashe, ate my breakfast there. And the general manager of the hotel was kind enough to give me a very nice early dinner, which is a very good Gujarati veg spread. So it's a lovely city with lots of warmth. I mean, it's growing. I can see the new buildings on the riverfront. I saw some new residential. So clearly it's a city that is growing and nothing can dampen the spirit of the city and its people and of the people of Gujarat. This is a Realty Plus Gujarat initiative. And I'm told during the day, we've had leaders from the real estate sector, from Baroda, Rajkot, of course, Ahmedabad, Surat. So clearly it tells you that the country continues to grow and Gujarat is clearly aspirational in terms of people upgrading to new homes, new lifestyles. And Mr. Monod's presentation, the reason that you can be in business is because people are developing new projects and they need the growth capital. So, you know, Tripti introduced me to 2-3 people outside, and one of them, I just told them that I know some people in real estate in his company, and he was giving me credit for spotting them. And I told him, you will watch my presentation. I take no credit for that. I really don't. I feel good that they're my friends because we went to the same college, of course, different years. I can share my birthday with my daughter, but I tell everyone it's many years apart, not the same year. Similarly, we're not in the same year. But how many of you believe you are successful? Mr. Monod, so you, Tripti, you're successful, good. Okay. What do you attribute it to? It's a very serious question. This is not a joke. What do you attribute your success to? I'm not asking you what your definition is of success. Mine is I don't have to spend too much time on my hairstyle. It's like zero maintenance. So I'm clearly very successful. But you're getting there. I think he's a little ahead of me. But, you know, what happened 22 days back in terms of the plane crash from here, it was sad, you know, so many people died. Whatever be the reason, we don't know the real reason. Today, there is a theory that the software was malfunctioning and hence that software malfunction may have crossed. These are, the fact is we lost the people. The families lost their loved ones, but we give too much credit to ourselves for our success. You know, I posted a couple of days back saying, anyone who thinks he's a doer is also a sufferer, right? Because, and I really believe, and sometimes when I was younger, I would think, oh, I introduced these two people and they did business, or this guy got hired, I made it happen. I was younger, I was a little foolish. Okay. As life, you grow older, life humbles you. And, you know, I just want to talk on a philosophical. How many of you like reading? How many of you like reading? You like what's the last book you read? You read books on your way. So this is a book. It's not showing. My presentation is not showing. Console. It's not showing on the. I can see it here. Yeah, thank you. So I buy more books than a lot of people I know, mostly. This is a book I read 3-4 months back, about 4 months back, I think. Has anybody read this book? No. Unfortunately, I don't get any royalty on the sales. I should, because I've bought 500 copies, gifted. People have texted me, you want to buy this book, send us the name. The book is called Fluke. And basically, the gist of the book is that everything that happens in life is serendipity, chance, luck. Whatever word you want to use, accident. That's a negative word, so I won't use that. So we give ourselves too much credit for what happened. I mean, look at the crash. There was this lady who tried to get in. She got late. She couldn't get onto the flight. She got saved. In Pahalgam, there are people who ordered food and the food came late and it had too much salt. So they reordered the food. They couldn't go to the meadows. They got saved. There are many stories in the book, but there's one sad story that I want to tell you. The happy story, which make the point, which say, see, I'm a Hindu. I believed in preordainment, prarabdha, right? Jo bhi likha wo prarabdha hai, right? It's preordained. We don't know that, so we make the efforts. We get onto a plane, get into a car, do whatever we are supposed to. We do our karma. God makes us do that. So the only thing I want to say is that whatever happens to us in life is because it's already preordained. We don't know that. We have to put in our best. We have to make the efforts. Whatever that is, whatever our role is, everyone's job matters. What you do matters. But there's a story from the book. There is two colleagues in a company in the US. They're meeting in New York. They're from different cities. I think the girl is from New York, the boy is from another city. And the girl gets a tie for the boy. And he wears the tie on his shirt that he's wearing that day. She says the tie doesn't look good on the shirt. So he says, I'll go to my hotel room and wear a new shirt so that this tie looks good. He goes to his hotel, he's ironing his shirt. The girl goes to the office. The office is in Twin Towers. The planes hit the Twin Towers, she dies and the guy is saved. Now, what would you attribute that to? And I can tell you from my life story. I met people serendipitously. Some have become my friends, some become business partners, associates. So don't give yourself too much credit for what happened. World is becoming too much me, me, me. If the American president is too much me, right? He believes he's God or God has sent him. Sometimes when people like him run countries, I believe, I tend to worry where is God. But I guess there is some plan God has. So don't, and it becomes too much me. Second is, this is a book I read recently about, in last week of April, I bought it. And last year, I come from media. So the last year was a watershed year in the media industry. We crossed $1.1 trillion in advertising globally, out of which $650 billion is digital, $360 billion is mainstream media, newspapers, magazines. There's still substantial TV. And out of this $650 billion digital, two players take away $460 billion. I don't have to tell you which two players. Which two players? Meta and Google, right? So it's about one of the companies. And it basically says that these big companies only care about one thing. Guess what? Money, right? Money, profits. They don't care about what our children's data is being sold. They don't care about rogue regimes using their platforms. And it's written by the former public policy head. So clearly she knows something. She was in the New Zealand government. I'm not endorsing this book, but it's an interesting read. It tells you what's happening in the world. My mother passed away. Today is what day? 4th July. My mother passed away 8 months and 9 days back. And 2 days after my mother passed away, the publisher sent me this book. And I read it. And, books are about storytelling. You know some of the things, but the anecdotes, the stories that hold you. And I found it lovely. And again, to buttress my first point, I have a chapter from the book which I scanned. And it basically said that there was a rabbi who carried two pieces of paper in his two different pockets. One said, Bishivila Nivra Halom, which means for my sake, the world was created. I am Brahmasmi. I am the center of the world. And the other said, Wah Anoki Afar, Wah Afar, which translated into English is I am but dust and ashes. That I'm nobody in a tiny speck in a big universe, which is the truth. Right? Our actions matter, they're significant, but they are part of the universe and the interconnectedness. So again, in your life, whatever you do, don't take, I meet too many people, it's become about me, me, me. We run awards. We run 300 awards in various sectors, in business world, in E4M. And it's achievement for the right reason, for the right way, from the right platform, with the right process is right. We have a locus time, right? In August, we'll complete 21 years of being in the real estate sector, right? So we have a locus standi. There's a consistency in what Tripti does and her team does and what Sapna does, and there is a serious intent. So but it doesn't go to us. Sometimes people come to us and give us credit. Oh, I got your award, and I had a CFO awards. One CFO said, I got your award and I got promoted. I said, feels very good, but trust me, your promotion has nothing to do with our award, right? So, I find people be more on the ground because life can change in a moment. It can. Trust me. My mother was very healthy today on Facebook. I got a alert 9 years back. I live in Delhi. So I got my India International Center membership. It was a bucket list item. I mean, I didn't make a bucket list, like wrote it down. But in my mind, since I started living in Delhi 23 years back, and it came. And the IIC membership is not easy. Okay. It's not easy. Nothing is impossible. So it came and it came, they invited me to be a member, so it was even. So my friend Praveen, who's my astrologer, he was the first person I took, and the second was my parents. So today a memory from that. I can't believe my mother, who was looking so good in the photo, is no longer there. And I'm living my life, doing the things I do, and my mother's gone. So Tripti lost her mother last year. So life can change, okay? Mostly for good. And I'm happy that my mother lived 83 years, 4 months and 19 days with us. I have friends who've lost mothers. I have a friend, he's 37. His mother just passed away at 58. I have an architect, and I was talking about my mom. He said, "Bhaiya, kya kar rahe ho aap? मेरी बड़ी बहन 28 में मर गई, उसके दोनों बच्चे हम पाल रहे हैं." So your mother lived till 83 years, 4 months, 19 days. So you always have to be grateful for what you have and not be grateful for what you don't. And it comes with time. It doesn't happen. Human beings are strange, including me. I'm no different than any one of you. I'm exactly like you. So I just want to say, and going back, because it's a real estate forum, and these are the sectors. This is a McKinsey report which came out a couple of weeks back, and it talks about in the next 15 years, which are the sectors that will grow. So e-commerce will grow 20 trillion. E-commerce means more warehouses. Which sector will? Look at what has happened to the warehousing in the last 5 years. There are companies that have been created, there are companies in the warehousing space which are doing IPOs. Now let's look at AI software. Now AI software growing means you need large server spaces. Again, real estate. All these, the more the digital economy grows, the more the real estate sector will grow. In COVID, people said offices are dead. Look at what has happened to the office space. Office space are more fancy because you need to create an experience in the office. Look at residential. People's homes have grown bigger, opulent. People are buying better homes. They've upgraded their lifestyle. So cloud services, again, the more anything in technology grows, real estate will grow. Electric vehicles, connectivity means lower cost of transportation means real estate locations which develop on the outside. I was telling you that my friend Rupak was the head of the Godrej product 10 years back, and he took me there, and our general manager of Business World, I told him buy something here. He almost bought it and didn't buy. I think if he had bought it, he'd be a happier person, right? Digital advertising industry, media industry will be 2.9 trillion. It's right now 1.1 trillion. Semiconductors, of course, in Gujarat, there is, whether it's the Dholera or, there is a semiconductor corridor happening. There is also this talk that India may host the Olympics, and there are two large industrialists, one from this city, one from another city. They bought land across the highway and lots of land. So there will be development in Gujarat. See, the number of people and the aspirations that they have, ultimately it has to result into their lifestyle. And that's why you see an offtake in real estate in the last 4 years like we've never seen. Of course, whether it's Goa or Gurgaon, we feel the artificial is pricing of some of the real estate, but the fact is they're getting it. So maybe it's demand, supply, maybe it's the marketing, maybe it's the experience, but we feel Goa's plateaued, right? Gurgaon is about to plateau. I hope it plateaus because it's crazy. I want to end by saying, and I did start my career in real estate, so I know a little about real estate, both as a consumer and somebody who worked for the first 4 years of his life in real estate. And I have very close friends in the real estate sector who are very big names. I'm not going to drop their names, but They are, either they worked in the first jobs with me or I worked in my first job with them. Mostly are founders of businesses, but are some professionals who are MDs, CEOs of funds. This is a book. Has anybody read this book? Nobody's read this book, heard of this book? This is a book I read 20 years back. It's called Tuesdays with Maury. It's a small book. You can complete it in a Bombay, Ahmedabad flight. And if somebody had read, I would have asked. But it's a book I read 20 years back and I gifted. It was the first book I gifted widely. I think I gave 200 copies away of it. And the gist of this book is, this is the gist I got, and I think that's the message the author will get out, is spend time with your loved ones. We all are chasing our dreams. I go from once, I was in Bangalore, last 2 nights, I was in London for 8 days. Before that, I'm traveling, and my dad is now 85 plus. It basically says spend time with your loved ones. Whoever, your husband, wife, son, daughter, sister, mother, friends, pets, I don't know, whoever, right? Because time is short. And that centricity emotionally will help you achieve more in life. Because if you're emotionally centered, you will take the right decisions. I want to end by saying that tonight you'll be getting awards. Realty Plus is a locus standi of being in this space. On 27th August, we'll complete 21 years. We'll start our 22nd year. And hopefully you'll see a transformation. But most of you are CXOs, leaders who have achieved a lot and will achieve even more and have more impact and more social impact, I hope. I just want to give you 3 rules that I came across somewhere and which have become cornerstones of my own life. One is surround yourself with people whose eyes light up when they see you coming. They can be colleagues. I know jobs are not permanent. Some in cases they can be long-term. Tripti and me have worked 17 years now. I show up for Realty Plus events because, one, I love coming to Ahmedabad. So, I think I had the best food today. But yes, I also show up because I have respect for what my colleagues do. So work with people in life, partner with people, be around people who are genuinely happy to see you. Some people are happy to see you when they want something from you. That's also okay. Some relationships are transactional. Accept them. Nothing wrong with that. Second is, everybody is in a hurry. I meet young people, they want to be billionaires yesterday, not tomorrow, yesterday. So slowly is the fastest way to where you want to be. Anything that comes slowly with consistency, with the right way stays with you. You enjoy it. And last, the top of one mountain is the bottom of the next. So keep climbing. Today you're going to get awarded. Awards feel good. And feeling good is important in life. If you are, I sleep well because I feel good. I eat the right things because I feel good. I do the right things, I feel good. And if you feel good, hopefully you'll take right. It's a virtuous cycle. So, but don't stop at that. I'm sure you won't. As today's achievement is one achievement. I'm sure you'll use as a stepping stone to build the next. It is the journey that matters and not necessarily the destination. It sounds cliched, but it's true. So enjoy the journey. Keep doing well. God bless you. Keep reading Realty Plus. Hopefully, we will expand to more cities. We already do the Realty Plus initiatives in 12 cities. We did Dubai 3 years back. We partnered with somebody who's locally big. But I think if we did it on our own, we'd do much better. So we'll do it on our own. Tripti and Sapna and the team will. Dubai this year again. We launched Hyderabad last year. So we'll hopefully go to 2, 3 because real estate is very local. In fact, in Gujarat, we can do a Surat Forum, a Vadodara and a Rajkot, at least these 3 cities, if not more, right? So thank you for your patronage. I wish you luck. In life, what matters is the 3 H's and do away with the 3 C's. The 3 C's that you should do away with is comparison. They say comparison is the thief of joy. He has hair, I don't have. It's okay. You shouldn't be that envious of me, but that's okay, right? Each one's journey is unique. So enjoy what you have. Second is criticism. Sometimes we criticize people without knowing too much about them because we heard something from someone. Don't criticize. Negative energy always gets you negative vibes, and it's not a good thing. And third is complain. If we are living, whatever money we make is a bonus. My mother died. I feel mortality. I think I understand what is mortality. Because on our daily life, we behave like we are never gonna go away. We are going to be here all our, in eternity. So don't complain. Everything is a bonus, whether you make 10 crores, 100 crores, 1 crore, whether you go to 10 cities for a holiday in life or 20, whatever you do is a bonus. Just being healthy, happy, cheerful, family doing well is happy. And, doing what you love. Confucius said, if you make your hobby or profession, you don't have to work. So really, don't criticize, don't complain, don't compare. It's not easy. We all do as entrepreneurs. A little bit is okay. Comparison, as long as it motivates you, it's a benchmark, you get inspired. And the 3 H's that I personally embrace in life, first is humility. If arrogance is a sign of insecurity. People who are centered, who are deep, you will hardly find them arrogant. All right? So be humble as you go up. And, we live in a collaborative world. If you're humble, you'll not intimidate people. If you don't intimidate, they'll be able to talk to you openly, and you may be possibly able to collaborate with them. The second H is hard work. Maybe I'm a little old-fashioned, but whatever you focus on grows. I'm a quizzer. I remember names, faces, because I make an attempt. The last, which is the most important, is hope. In life, never lose hope, because things can change for the positive also in a day. So if you're in the play for a long time, miracles happen. I wake up every morning with the hope that today will be better than yesterday. And God is very kind. I genuinely believe. I wish you luck, all the best, and congratulations to all the winners of the Realty Plus Gujarat Awards. And please give our team at Realty Plus, led by Tripti, a big round of applause. Tripti and Sapna do a fab job, and the team does a fab job. So gratitude to the team. The media business is a people's business. Every business is a people's business, but there's nothing else. They create what they create for us and for you. So my appreciation and gratitude for them and the work they do to be able to put together initiatives like tonight. Thank you, and Shubho, back to you. Please give this young man a bigger round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it's I don't even need to mention this. जितना जोर से हम लोग ने आज पूरे दिन ताली बजाया, the biggest round of applause for Dr. Anurag Batra, please, ladies and gentlemen. It couldn't have started on a better and more inspiring note. We are all set to go ahead with the awards. Sir spoke about gratitude right now. Gratitude should be ideally the attitude in life. And on this note, I want to express my gratitude to the jury members who took time from their busy schedules to ensure that they could adjudicate the winners in the best of their merit. So it's important that we take a look at a brief introduction about what our jury members have been doing and how they have done the entire process. So can I please request the console for the jury AV, please? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can I request all of you to give a big round of applause for our honorable jury members, please? Always a very difficult job when you're picking winners because everybody is so wonderful in their job. So it's always a very difficult thing to do. All right, so it's now time to begin with the awards, ladies and gentlemen. But prior to that, just one request. I request all of you to please kindly remain with us right till the very end for a very special group photograph with your trophies. That is a part of the editorial coverage and also the social media coverage of Realty Plus. So thank you so much. And let's keep the energy alive. And on that note, I would like to call upon stage, first of all, our honorable presenters for the first set of awards. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group, and Mr. Ravin Bhojani, Head A&T Gujarat CBRE. Can I have both of them on stage, please? Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. A big, big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our honorable presenters. And on that note, let's go ahead with the awards, ladies and gentlemen. Gujarat it is.
Welcome to the 17th Realty Plus Excellence Awards 2025 Gujarat. Tonight, we celebrate the bold visionaries and game changers who are redefining Indian real estate with innovation, passion, and unwavering commitment. These coveted awards honor the pinnacle of excellence across real estate projects, developers, architecture, interior design, PropTech, flex spaces, branding, and individual leadership. Join us as we recognize the trailblazers whose work is shaping the future and transforming the industry forever. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin the evening with one of the most prestigious honors, Residential Project of the Year. And the award goes to Infinity Group for Infinity Baug.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Everybody, please, over here in this wonderful city of Ahmedabad for Infinity Group, for Infinity Baug. May I please request Mr. Nirav Koshia, CEO from Infinity Group, to kindly come up on stage and accept this very, very special award honor. We have Sir and his team members joining us as well. Please give them a big round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to all of you. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards have begun. Please, can we have some more excitement coming in from all our incredible audience over here? People over here at the front, people over here at the back. Let's clap and appreciate and motivate our very, very special winner. Infinity Group it is, ladies and gentlemen, for Infinity Baug. This is the award for the Residential Project of the Year. Kudos to all our winners and request our honorary presenters to please kindly give the trophy to our winners. Thank you. Congratulations. Please give them a bigger round of applause, everybody. Thank you so much. Over there, people at the back, if I may humbly request all of you. Ahmedabad, thank you so much for showing the spirit. Thank you. Congratulations to the entire team of Infinity Group. Wishing you many more accolades moving forward in the future. Thank you. Just a bit of an update for all of you. There are certain categories which have joint winners. So in case there is one category where there is a joint winner, I'll request all of you to please wait till I announce your name on stage, because there might be multiple winners while the AV is on. You might be coming on stage. So just to ensure that smoothness, please kindly wait till I call you on stage. Okay, on that note, can we move on to the next award, please?
Presenting the outstanding winners in the category of Iconic Project of the Year Commercial. And the award goes to Sangini Group for Sangini Edge.
Congratulations to Sangini Group. They win it for Sangini Edge. Congratulations. I request Mr. Sumit Sharma and Lakan from Sangini Group to kindly join us over here on stage. Give a big round of applause for our esteemed winners, ladies and gentlemen, from Sangini Group. Congratulations, sir. Badai ho, welcome. Thank you. Pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, this victory is a result of a lot of hard work and consistency put forward for a long time. So all we can do is acknowledge that effort by clapping and appreciating. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll quickly move on to the next award, please.
Presenting the winners in the category of Integrated Township Project of the Year. And the award goes to Adani Realty for Shanti Gram.
A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Adani Realty. They win it for Shantigram. I request Mr. Satyendra Gaur, business head, Mr. Jinash Shah, head sales and marketing, Mr. Amit Motiwala, general manager, project planning from the team of Adani Realty on stage. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations. Badhai ho aap logo ko and to your entire team. Please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And Anurag sir is over here on stage. I'll steal a dialogue of his. He loves to say कि ताली बजाने में कोई GST नहीं लगता, so आप लोग please जोर से ताली बजा सकते हो for all our winners. Thank you. I've stolen that line from sir. Congratulations to our esteemed winners from Adani Realty. Wishing you many more awards and milestones in the future. Congratulations. Congratulations to the team of Adani Realty. Very, very special award indeed. This was for Integrated Township Project of the Year. The award is yours, Adani Realty. Thank you so much. God bless you with many more. And on that note, can we please move on to the next award?
Celebrating excellence that goes beyond the ordinary, setting benchmarks and leaving a legacy. The award for Iconic Project of the Year goes to Arvind Smart Spaces Limited for Arvind Aqua City.
Congratulations, Arvind Smart Spaces Limited. You win it for Arvind Aqua City. May I please request Mr. Virat Vandre from Arvind Smart Spaces Limited on stage. Congratulations, sir. Very well done. Wishing you many more accolades in the future. Congratulations, Mr. Virat. I would say this is a century from your end in the real estate space. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Virat, please. Thank you so much. Quickly moving on to the next award, please.
Let's now celebrate the projects that are making quality living truly accessible. The award for Affordable Housing Project of the Year goes to Samarthya Group for Salister by Samarthya. And Devashri Realty for Devashri Benedict.
Congratulations to both our winners. I'll first request our winners from Samarthya Group who won it for Solicitor by Samarthya to kindly come up on stage. I'll request Mr. Hardik and Mr. Mithil, directors, honorable directors from Samarthya Group to please join us over here on stage. Congratulations, sir. Badhai ho. Congratulations. Please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Samarthya Group it is. Congratulations. And on that note, I'll now like to call upon stage our winners from Devshri Realty, who won it for Devshri Benedict. I'll request Mr. Harnish Patel and Mr. Pankaj Savani from Devshri Realty to please kindly join us over here on stage. Please give this fantastic duo a big round of applause as well. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. तालियों की गूंज हम लोग को स्टेज पे यहाँ पे सुनाई नहीं दे रही है. All of you over here, all of you at the back, can I have some participation from your end, please? Let's make our winners feel special. You clap for them when you go on stage. Others clap and honor your effort and victory as well. Congratulations to our winners from Devshri Realty. And just a gentle reminder, all you winners, please kindly request you to please stay with us right till the very end. We have a group photo pending with all your trophies, which is a part of an important editorial coverage as well as on the social media coverage of Realty Plus. So please stay back till the very end. We're just finishing up very soon. And on that note, can we please move on to the next award, please?
Up next, we honor excellence in sophistication and lifestyle, Luxury Project of the Year. And the award goes to Pramukh Group for Pramukh Vedanta.
Congratulations to Pramuk Group. You win it for Pramuk Vedanta. I request Mr. Rohan Kotbaya and Mr. Varun Bhatu from Pramuk Group to please kindly join us over here on stage. Here they come, our honorable winners. Give them a big round of applause, everybody. Congratulations. Congratulations, Pramuk Group. Well done. As our DJ pumps up the music, can we feel the music over here, Ahmedabad? Make some noise. You're known for your love, spirit, and positivity. Show us that. Two winners from Pramuk Group. Luxury Project of the Year award is yours. Moving on to the next award, please.
Embracing the future of logistics and scale. Here's to the best in industrial excellence with the award for Industrial or Warehousing Project of the Year. And the award goes to a Red Group for PIP, Pile.
Congratulations, the Red Group it is for Pile Industrial Park, PIP. May I please request Mr. Virender Kumar, Vice President Marketing, Red Group, to kindly come up on stage, please. And I see a lot of clapping and appreciation there. Can someone that intensity, please, everybody over here. Congratulations to our winners. Badai ho, sir. Congratulations. Wishing you many more. Great group it is for PIP, Pile Industrial Park. Industrial / Warehousing Project of the Year is yours. This is the result of hard work and consistency blended together. Of course, that weaves magic when that happens. Congratulations to Red Group. Thank you so much. Congratulations to all our winners. You know, this is what we live for, right? We travel, we are all from different cities, but this is when we meet, we integrate, we work together, we collaborate, and we network. Please give a big round of applause to our winners, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next award, please, quickly.
Next, we turn our spotlight on developments that redefine value without compromising on quality. The award for Budget Housing Project of the Year goes to Pramuk Group for Pramuk Vivan.
Congratulations, Pramuk Group, once again. I believe you have to take a U-turn back to the stage, and a very happy one indeed, of course. Congratulations. I request Mr. Rohan, Mr. Varun, to please join us over here on stage once again, please. Budget Housing Project of the Year. एक पिक्चर है शोले उसमें एक डायलॉग है इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है भाई Yes, you know the keyword, you know the trigger. That's exactly what you need to do. Thank you so much. That's the love our winners are looking forward to in this very, very prestigious occasion. Thank you so much. We'll quickly move on to the next award, please.
Stepping forward, we honor excellence in premium commercial spaces, presenting the award for Luxury Project of the Year, Commercial. And the award goes to Infinity Group for ISKCON Infinity.
Congratulations, Infinity Group. This one is for ISKCON Infinity. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Mr. Nirav. We have Mr. Nirav and his honorable team member with us over here. Thank you so much. Luxury Project of the Year Commercial is yours. Congratulations, Infinity Group. And on that note, we will now move on to the next award, please.
Applauding the top achievers, redefining value and design. Here's the award for Mid-Segment Project of the Year. And the award goes to Pacifica Companies for North Enclave.
Congratulations, Pacifica Company. You win for North Enclave. Congratulations. I request Mehak Chopra and Ekta Mishra, Pacifica Companies, to please kindly come up on stage and accept this very special award honor. Pacifica Companies it is. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our winners. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, true symbol of Nari Shakti Zindabad. Please, Nari Shakti Zindabad. के लिए जोर से ताली. Yes. Men are always a force to reckon with. Har ho ya kaam ho, har jagah. There's a lot that we men can of course learn. इसी बात पे एक और बार Nari Shakti. Can I have a Zindabad from all of you? Nari Shakti. क्या बात है? Thank you so much. I'll request our honorable presenters to please take their seats. Please give both of them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I'll request Tripti Kedia and Sapna Srivastav to please kindly join me on stage. And to join them alongside on stage, I'll also request Mr. Jigar Mota, Director and Head of Transactions, Cushman and Wakefield, to please kindly join us over here on stage. Please give Mr. Jigar a big round of applause as well. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us throughout. Honor and pleasure. Do we have Sapna over here? Yeah. Give a big round of applause for Sapna as well, please, ladies and gentlemen, doing her real talk sessions, doing our cardio in between, running around here and there with all the hustle that she's coming up with. Quickly moving on to the next award, please.
Taking luxury a notch higher. Here's the award for Villa Project of the Year. And the award goes to Arvind Smart Spaces Limited for Arvind Foreste.
Congratulations, Arvind Smart Spaces Limited. It is for Arvind Foreste. I request Mr. Ritesh is over here with us. Congratulations, Arvind Smart Spaces Limited. Very, very well done. Wishing you all many more awards in the future. Villa Project of the Year is yours. Moving on to the next award, please.
Elevating the art of bespoke living, presenting the award for Architectural Design of the Year, Villa. And the award goes to Prashant Parmar, Architect, Sayona Consultants for the NRI Bungalow at Naranpura, Ahmedabad.
Ladies and gentlemen, Architectural Design of the Year, Villa. Congratulations, Mr. Prashant Parmar, Founder and Principal Architect, Sayona Consultants. Please give a big, big, big round of applause for Mr. Prashant, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a Mexican wave of clapping and appreciation, starting from here, going back, moving over there, coming forward. Thank you. Congratulations. Moving on to the next award, please.
Saluting the excellence in community living, presenting the award for Residential Complex of the Year. And the award goes to Pacifica Companies for Amara.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pacifica Companies it is, this time for Amara. Congratulations to Mehak Chopra and Ekta Mishra alongside the entire team of Pacifica Companies. Congratulations to both of you once again, very well done. Please give them a bigger, bigger, bigger round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody over here, Ahmedabad, you wonderful people. We'll quickly move on to the next award, please.
A tribute to the change maker, shaping skylines with innovation and integrity, the construction firm of the year. And the award goes to High Tech Projects Private Limited.
High Tech Projects Private Limited it is. I request Mr. Munir Shah, MD, Director, High Tech Projects Private Limited. Please kindly come up on stage. Please give him a big round of applause. And all you wonderful team members of him, can we have some more enthusiasm, please? Everybody over here in the house. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Munir, Construction Firm of the Year, High Tech Project. Quickly moving on to the next award, please.
Honoring design excellence at its finest, presenting the award for Architectural Firm of the Year. And the award goes to DSP Design Associates.
Ladies and gentlemen, DSP Design Associates it is. May I please request all of you to give a big round of applause for Mr. Bridge Gohel, DSP Design Associates. Congratulations, Mr. Bridge. Congratulations to the entire team of DSP Design Associates. Ahmedabad, come on, you can do a lot better when it comes to clapping, appreciation, and motivating your peers from the real estate fraternity. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway there. A little more to go. I request all of you to please wait till the end for that very, very special group photo that is going to be a part of a very special memory. Moving on quickly to the next award.
Celebrating design excellence that shapes the future of work. The award for Architectural Design Project of the Year, Offices. And the award goes to RSP Design Consultants, India Private Limited for Prestige FinTech.
Congratulations, RSP Design Consultants. I request Mr. Rahul Raina and Monisha Gupta, RSP Design Consultants, India Private Limited, to please kindly come up on stage. Congratulations, sir, to you and your team. Thank you so much. Congratulations. On that note, we'll quickly move on to the next award, please.
Congratulating those who seamlessly blended purpose and possibility. Presenting the award for Mixed Use Project of the Year. And the award goes to Dev Shri Realty for Dev Shri Iconic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dev Shri Realty at it once again. Congratulations to the entire team. Once again, requesting Harnish Patel and Pankaj Savani from Dev Shri Realty to please kindly come up on stage. Congratulations, sir, to both of you. Very well done. Congratulations to all our winners over here. You all are truly the pioneers of the real estate space, taking the country forward to new heights. Congratulations. Quickly moving on to the next award, please.
Celebrating the pinnacle of design brilliance in the commercial space, the award for Best Interior Design Firm Commercial. And the award goes to DSP Design Associates.
DSP Design Associates, once again, you need to make a comeback, but a comeback worth remembering. Congratulations. I request Mr. Bridge Gohel from DSP Design Associates to please kindly come up on stage once again. Congratulations once again, sir. Yes, on a countdown of 1, 2, and 3, everyone, yes. Thank you. Quickly moving on to the next award.
Applauding the creative force behind transformative workspaces, the award for Best Interior Design Offices. And the award goes to RSP Design Consultants India Private Limited for Infineon, Ahmedabad.
Congratulations, RSP Design Consultants Private Limited for Infineon, Ahmedabad. I'll request Rahul Raina ji on stage once again, please. Congratulations, a big round of applause to your entire team. Best Interior Design Officer. The award is yours. Congratulations, and we'll quickly move on to the next award, please.
Recognizing the true standout whose impactful initiatives define social responsibility, the CSR Excellence Award. And the award goes to VR Surat for Duma's Art Project 2024 and Guinness World Record attempt.
Congratulations, VR Surat is for the Duma's Art Project 2024 and the Guinness World Record attempt. Congratulations. We have with us today Aman Bhardwaj, Senior Marketing Manager, and Ruti Ramolia, Assistant Manager Marketing, VR Surat. Congratulations to this fantastic duo. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what teamwork is all about. Teamwork leads to excellence. Excellence leads to acclaim. Congratulations to all of you over here. Thank you so much. Congratulations, thank you. And I'll request Mr. Jigar to please kindly take his seat. Thank you so much. Please give him a big round of applause once again, please. Thank you so much being with us as a big support throughout the entire day. So thank you so much. We are truly, truly grateful. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be calling up on stage Mr. Rumit Parekh, Branch Head, Ahmedabad, Senior Director, Occupier Strategy and Solutions, Industrial and Logistics, and Branch Head, Ahmedabad, Knight Frank India Private Limited on stage as an honorable presenter. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Please give him a big round of applause as well, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly noting the fact, last 10 awards, let's keep the excitement alive right till the very end. Uske baad celebration hi celebration hai. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next award, please.
Paving the way ahead with creativity that connects and campaigns that captivate. The experiential marketing campaign of the year. And the award goes to VR Surat for Christmas Carnival Campaign 2024.
Christmas Jumas art project before. This time it's the Christmas Carnival Campaign 2024. 2024 truly seems to have been your year. Congratulations, VR Surat. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, everybody over here. हम लोग को साउंड पोल्यूशन से डरने का कोई जरूरत नहीं है. We want sound pollution to happen for our winners. Can I please request all of you to make some sound pollution for our winners over here, everybody? Thank you, Shukriya. We'll quickly move on to the next award, please.
Forward bound, cheering for the stars who've redefined strategy and storytelling. The marketer of the year. And the award goes to Akash Singh Tomar, founder, Lead Magnets.
Congratulations, Mr. Akash Singh Tomar, founder, Lead Magnets. Congratulations, we have Khushbu ji and Akash Singh Tomar, founder, Lead Magnets, joining us over here. And of course, seems like the awards are having a magnetic effect in your company, all thanks to the good work that you all have been doing. Congratulations, Akash Singh Tomar, founder, Lead Magnets. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, Khushbu ji. We'll quickly move on to the next award, please.
Celebrating achievements that combined creativity with performance, the digital marketing campaign of the year. And the award goes to Insomniacs Digital Private Limited for Savi Group and Kavisha Group.
Kya baat hai, Insomniacs Digital Private Limited it is. You win it for Savi Group and Kavisha Group. They have the team of Insomniacs over here. Give a big thunderous applause for the team of Insomniacs over here. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to all our winners from Insomniac Digital Private Limited. We'll quickly move on to the next award, please.
Looking to the future, we recognize innovation, impact, and consistency in digital excellence, the Digital Marketing Agency of the Year. And the award goes to Pivot Designs Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Digital Marketing Agency of the Year, none other than Pivot Designs Private Limited. Congratulations to all our winners. I'll request Mr. Ronak Mehta, founder and director, and Ms. Pooja Shah, director and COO, Pivot Designs Private Limited, to please come and join us over here on stage. Thank you so much. Congratulations to both of you. Very, very well done. Thank you. Please give them a big round of applause. Everybody over here. Ahmedabad, make some noise. We're just about to come to an end of the awards. Let the spirit only be high and high and high. Thank you so much. Congratulations. We'll quickly move on to the next award, please.
Moving ahead, we honor the visionary shaping industrial growth, the developer of the year, industrial and warehousing. And the award goes to NDR Invest Managers Private Limited.
NDR, Invit Managers Private Limited it is. Congratulations. I request Mr. Daljit Singh, Director, Marketing, NDR, Invit Managers Private Limited, alongside his honorable team member. Please kindly join us over here on stage. Congratulations, Emerging Developer of the Year, both industrial as well as warehousing. Ladies and gentlemen, NDR, Invit Managers Private Limited. Mark the name. We're here to create wonders. Congratulations. Moving on to the next award, please.
Moving ahead, we honor the visionary shaping industrial growth, the emerging developer of the year, industrial and warehousing. And the award goes to NDR Invit. Looking to the future, we recognize excellence in the category of excellence in customer service. And the award goes to Sangini Group.
Congratulations, Sangini Group, once again hitting it out of the park like a clear sixer. Congratulations. I request Sumit Sharma ji and Ms. Lakhan to please kindly join us over here on stage. Congratulations, Sangini Group. Excellence in customer service. We'll quickly move on to the next award, please.
As we progress, we applaud a visionary force transforming industrial ecosystems, the developer of the year, industrial and warehousing. And the award goes to a Red Group.
A Red Group it is. Congratulations to the winners of a Red Group. May I please request Mr. Virender Kumar, Vice President Marketing, a Red Group, to please kindly join us over here on stage once again. Congratulations to our Red Group, bagging award left, right, and center. Congratulations. Super stuff. Congratulations to our winners from our Red Group. Make some noise, everybody over here. We can do a lot better, yes, in terms of the clapping and appreciation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long day for all of you over here. दोपहर से हम लोग यहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं for the conclave, and right now the awards. 3 more awards to go. We are celebrating the wonderful work that you all have been doing. 3 more to go. Let's be resilient. Let's show some more encouragement, please. Let's move on to the next award.
Harnessing the power of artificial intelligence to redefine possibilities, the PropTech AI application of the year. And the award goes to Absolute CX by Insomniacs for Convo AI.
Congratulations. Absolutely delightful is what I can say for Absolute CX by Insomniac for Convo AI. Congratulations to the team of Absolute CX by Insomniacs. PropTech AI Application of the Year का award जाता है आप लोगों को. You know, all our winners over here, I just want to say one thing before we move on to the next 2 awards. It's important. Anurag sir said a lot of things about hope, gratitude, etc. Right? There's a reason why I'm talking about this right now, and you'll get to know that reason once we come at the end. How many of you actually believe in hope, gratitude? How many of you actually practice it in real life on a daily basis? Ma'am, you do? Sir, you do? Hope या gratitude? कौन सा? दोनों? Gratitude. But hope कभी-कभी missing हो जाता है? So how do you professionals actually get going when you lose hope? You want to say something, sir?
Family gives the hope back when we lose it.
That is also something related, like when work is there, but then ultimately family is always sacrosanct, right? I'll come to you, ma'am. What do you have to say? And you've been very encouraging throughout the day. Please give ma'am a big round of applause. मैंने देखा है awards में जब से मैंने चालू किया है starting से लेके अभी तक she has been very very encouraging. Thank you. Would love to hear your opinion.
Hi, watch a movie on Netflix.
क्या बात है? That is good for my business as well, because I come from the entertainment business. आप लोग देखोगे Netflix, Prime ये सब तो फिर मेरा भी वहाँ पे काम अच्छे से चलेगा. But then the reason why I wanted to talk about is that there will of course be difficult days. There will be days of hustle. And I'm sure all of you, आप लोग मुझसे ज़्यादा experienced हो. You all have seen all the darkest days. But then there comes a time when एकदम नीचे जाने के बाद it's only onwards and upwards, right? Do you all agree with that? कि एकदम नीचे जाने के बाद there's a time when it's only onwards and upwards. You all have felt that. You all have realized that you're growing leaps and bounds to ensure that, you know, the real estate industry in India grows. Of course, you're contributing to the Gujarat sector. We're all patriots. We're all proud Indians. So before I wrap up the award, I just want all of you to say after me, Bharat Mata Ki, Bharat Mata Ki, Bharat Mata Ki. Thank you so much. And I'll just request all of you to take this pledge and repeat after me that together, please repeat after me, everybody. Together, we are here to work hard and ensure that the real estate space in the country grows leaps and bounds. हम लोग डेली मेहनत करेंगे, हम लोग कभी उम्मीद नहीं छोड़ेंगे, and we'll ensure that we take India to places we all of us have not even imagined ever. बाकी है वो repeat करना. I know I was very quick, right? But all of us have never even imagined together. Can you repeat that, please? Last line, everybody. Where all of us have not even imagined, right? That's the power of all you wonderful people. And I want that exact spirit, hopefully, when we do that group photo, all of you together. This was just a bit of an ice-breaking session so that all of you connect internally, because मैं देख रहा था, आप लोग के team members से कोई जीत रहा है, so of course you're clapping. But when others are clapping, when others are winning, that appreciation was a little missing. But of course, we have come together. So let's celebrate that group photo after 2 more awards. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Come on, let's get going. Can we move on to the next award, please?
Next up, we recognize outstanding contribution to redefining modern living. The Developer of the Year, Residential, and the award goes to Arvind Smart Spaces Limited.
Congratulations, Arvind Smart Spaces Limited. I request Mr. Viral Shah, Head Marketing, Arvind Smart Spaces Limited, to please kindly come back on stage and accept this very special award honor. Congratulations, sir, to you and your entire team. And all I can say to compliment your wonderful height is that your height is great and your work is even taller than that. Congratulations to the entire team. Congratulations. Thank you. बढ़ते हैं आगे to the final award. Let's get going, everybody. Ahmedabad, make some noise.
Celebrating the passion, purpose, and potential of tomorrow's trailblazers for Young Achiever of the Year. And the award goes to Raj Shah, Director and CFO, High Tech Projects Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, Young Achiever of the Year, Raj Shah, Director and CFO, High Tech Projects. Mr. Raj, ke liye zor se tali, please. And if I may say, congratulations, Mr. Raj, Director and CFO, High Tech Projects Private Limited. Thank you so much. And sir, I'll request you to be on stage, because now it's time for the group photo that I spoke about. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment is here. Thank you so much. We have had individual celebrations where we have clicked or got our photos clicked with the award. Now it's time for a collective celebration. Everybody, may I please request all of you to come on stage with your respective trophies. We want this memory to be etched in our hearts and minds forever. Please, may I request everybody, all our esteemed winners over here on stage, please, with your respective awards and trophies. Everybody, we are team members. सब लोग, हम लोग ने इतना बड़ा स्टेज इसलिए बनाया था कि सब लोग को फिट कर सके. Requesting all the winners to please kindly come up on stage and be a part of this very, very special moment. I request all our winners to please come with their trophies. Also our honorable presenters who have been there throughout. अगर आप लोग present नहीं करते तो फिर वो trophy उतना बेहतरीन नहीं लगता देते वक्त. तो please I request all our esteemed presenters as well who have been here since evening to please kindly join me over here on stage as well, please. All our esteemed presenters. All our winners with your trophies and all our presenters, if I may say, with all the good wishes that you have for all the winners. We need the setting. हमारे photographer, videographer, sir, जो है, this is your paparazzi moment, everybody. And I'll request everybody, our photographer, to set up the frame, please. Everybody has been a part of class photographs in school. This is pretty much like that. So we'll just do it nicely. Can we have some guidance regarding the frame, please? Yes, we need to come closer. Yes. इकट्ठा ही अच्छा काम होता है, बेहतरीन काम होता है, right? I'll request our photographer to please guide regarding the frame. Shoot, bhai, please. And I have a request. After the photos are done, I'll request everybody to please listen to me patiently. After the photos are done, I have one important announcement to make. So I'll request all of you to please wait on stage when I make that announcement. सर आप देख लेना, फिर वहां तक फोटो नहीं आएगा ना, हम लोग 3 बजे आपको कॉल करेंगे फोटो के लिए. I'll request all of you to please wait on stage after the photos are done. एक मैं सेल्फी भी ले लूंगा उसके बाद. Calls for a memory indeed, right? हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. अभी इवेंट खत्म हो गया, अभी तो मेरे को पीछे करोगे ही आप, मैं समझ रहा हूँ. I'll request all of you to please kindly wait on stage. I have an announcement to make. सबके photos हो गए, video हो गए, done. मेरे साथ भी आप लोग एक selfie लोगे to make this memory. All right, so we'll do 2. This is the normal one where you flex your trophies. And can you do a hip hip hooray of your trophy as well? Over there, up in the air, everybody with your trophies. Thank you so much. I request all of you to please wait. Like I said, मैं बहुत repeat करता हूँ, शायद आप लोग को लगेगा कि same tape recorder बजा रहा होगा, but then I believe in gratitude. A lot of people have been thanked, but a lot of people are yet to be thanked for today's day. I'll request everybody over here to please kindly clap and appreciate the efforts put forward by our console team. Right from afternoon, they have been working hard. Thank you so much. अगर आपका payment बढ़ जाए, उसमें से थोड़ा मुझे share दे देना आप, ठीक है? Thank you so much. I request all of you to please kindly clap and appreciate the efforts of our photographers and videographers working hard for the perfect moments to ensure that we are happy in our social media pages. I request all the hotel staff to be appreciated for as well, who have been putting the chairs on stage. Everybody who have been working hard on this. All the interns who have been helping us over here. Very important as well. Thank you so much, Are Bhai, love you. Please give a big round of applause for him as well. Please, him and his team members have done a great job indeed. Thank you so much. I'll request all of you to please kindly clap and appreciate the vendors who have put forward this wonderful stage. Because photo agar aa raha hai isi mein, because mehnat se wo bana hai achhe se, that's why. Lastly, actually not lastly, penultimate Thanksgiving. खत्म करता हूं मैं जल्दी. एक please Realty Plus के पूरे team के लिए ताली बजाइए. Without their initiative, we can't make this happen in Ahmedabad or any other city. Thank you so much. And last but definitely not the least, ek baar apne liye bajaiye for all the wonderful work that you all have been doing. Thank you so much, Gujarat. It's been an honor and pleasure to host all of you. I'll see you all the next year as well. Till then, thank you so much. Till then, God bless, take care, stay safe, and thank you. And lots of love from my end and lots of respect from my end. Thank you so much, everybody.